taken. While he waited for Gene Hackman to call and take his report, he planned to make certain that both kidnappers were dead. And the father understood that his motive for such an early start was mostly driven by the knowledge that he had finally brought himself to the attention of people who would not rest until his actions were avenged sevenfold. 20. Where are you now? Gene Hackman's call broke the father from a doze he had been unaware of entering and returned him to the noise of rain pelting the car. It parked on the outskirts of Brixham, and the windscreen blurred the sea grey and spray hazy. The police officer was using a new ident and no visual. The father coughed sleep from his voice. Brixham. For good reason. You alone? Yes. Distance from Somerset is no bad thing. The man's voice had changed from the last time they had spoken, and verged on breathless. There's a shitstorm brewing. I wonder if you should go to ground for a while. The father sensed the detective's serious misgivings over their association. Not possible. The men who took my daughter were down here. It was a local job. There was a loaded silence. The father prompted the detective. Gene, you sound different. Can you talk? For a while. I've some bad news. Because of last night, your activities are already queue-jumping the murder squad's busy agenda. Rena Agnelli, Iona Abigail's missus, has described your visit in great detail, and some clever prick over here has identified similarities in the recent slayings of at least 2 kings, Rory and Iona. There's a pretty good description of you from the Commodore, and Bowles's neighbour looked right at you too. Those 2 eyewitness accounts have been matched and now linked to Abigail. Further forensic investigative measures are going to be pursued across all of the crime scenes. If that happens, we'll soon have your DNA because you puked in Bowles's house and dripped blood all over Rory's floor. Your records are in the national database, so it will just be a matter of time, my friend. Ballistics are also checking the slugs you left in Rory, and these will tie you to Murray Bowles and Nige Bannerman, but not Iona. There's already some talk of how you chose your targets and why. Some people are nervous. Like me. The father closed his eyes. The weather'll hamper things. Gene disregarded his last comment as if it were wishful thinking that didn't warrant serious consideration. It was all the father had to hold on to, the idea that everything else was far worse than what he was doing, and that what he had done didn't really matter. He had also stopped believing this sometime during the previous night. Iona Abigail has friends on the job. I knew that. I told you. Counsel too. So once you are in their frame, Iona's little helpers on the force will track your movements, your vehicle by satellite, your financial transactions. Your car's legit, so backdated movements and expenditure will give them the caseload. All of it puts you on the spot for all the shootings. Open and shut case. Because of your car, your whereabouts will be ascertained in no time. If you're lucky, it'll be us that come for you. If someone here makes a call and tells them where you are, the Kings will get there first. Count on it. It happens. So ditch that motor, and fast. I can't. You will. Your motor has to go. It is your only chance to run for a bit longer. Your family hatchback needs to be driven a very long distance from where you are sitting, or you will not have the time to finish this. Leave it where I can find it. Message me the location at this ident, and I will scrap it. Don't buy anything unless it's with cash. The father swallowed. A cloud of unpleasant gas erupted from the floor of his stomach. He thought he was going to be sick into the footwell. I'm sorry. You didn't finish up. I couldn't have made it any clearer about what was at stake if you went up against one of them. I couldn't. The girl, she was... I didn't know, just there, a girlfriend. She couldn't have heard anything. The officer's voice hardened. I gave you a new shooter. I told you. No witnesses. She wasn't supposed to be there, or the fucking nurse. There was a long pause, both men breathing heavily as they bit back on trading the accusations they needed to let fly. The officer changed his tack. Okay, this shit always gets complicated. Let's cool our heels. Think. I won't be apprehended. I can't be. I know that, because of what would happen to me. But they'll never know about you. I promise." "You think?" The officer laughed unpleasantly. "Upstairs is suspicious about the getaway in Tor, and there are some very good descriptions from Rory's little mates who are all pointing the finger at a plainclothes cop and vigilante collaboration. I'm sorry. It's a shit sandwich that we're spread on, any way you look at it. The information you gave me, it was good. Abigail gave up the men who took my daughter. I know now. I know they are, or were, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't lying. If you hadn't helped me, I wouldn't have this. It matters. What you did matters." "That's something. I'm pleased for you. I am. I mean it." His voice trailed off and he sighed. "You really worked him for it. Christ alive, you shot out his fucking knees. Blinded him in one eye. You'd never got that eye back. Detached retina from blunt trauma. You royally messed him up." The father couldn't speak. The strength leaked from his body at this recital of his savagery. The officer laughed, and he deserved everything he got. His end was the cause for some celebration, shall we say, for some on our side, but let's leave it there. I have no problem with what you did, but the girl, Rena, is Mrs. You'd have more time on your clock if she wasn't in the picture, shooting her mouth off like a tragedy queen in a $3,000 dress, all because that sack of shit she was screwing got whacked. She came home with him in the car. It happens, at least for some. She's a bit of all right. I separated them, secured them. The nurse got free. She went for a gun. Jesus Christ. They had them stashed all over. The other woman, Rena, I restrained her. Twice. I watched her. I questioned Abigail in another room so she wouldn't hear. I don't know. I couldn't do it. Not her. I tried to think of a reason, a way to... Kings will know it wasn't a hit from a rival. Not business, or the old boy would have bought it too. They'll most likely guess that this was a private matter, and that isn't good for your future either, my friend. I'm going to assume that his associates... A little annoyed? Burning up, that's what they are. They're all over us. All their proxies are. There's top brass in local government on their payroll. What some people will do for a pork chop, eh? But I mean they won't hesitate. You know that? Not with you, or your wife, or your girl, if she is... You know, it's not my lot who should be concerning you right now, but you've no way out even if we take you. They'll get your head off your shoulders with a sharpened spoon in the nick. This shit will come full circle, but we'll also know about you too, so then you've both sides. And where they meet in the middle, coming at you. The father blew out his breath. He clenched his fists, started to shout. I don't have much choice, do I? I never did. They take my little girl for money. His voice broke, forcing him to choke the emotion back down. Money! From some sick bastard. But if there is any complaint from the parents, then out comes the machete. How? How did this happen? To us, to people? How? Why am I here? I know. The officer repeated himself, distractedly, as if his mind had wandered. The father recognised the thin, vague tone. It came from men out of their depth, who only later considered the full repercussions of their actions, men who were never made for this work. What did Yona give up? The father still fought for control of his voice. When his breathing had returned to normal and his pulse settled a little, he gave the detective the details and names from Yona Abigail's forced confession. I'll check them. All new to me, that doesn't mean much. Our knowledge of who's running with them down here is patchy. I'll see if anything turns up and call you back. Thank you. I had to do it. Back there, I didn't have any choice. Might still be bullshit from Yona. Even with no knees and one eye gone south, we can't assume that a piece of shit like him would start playing fair or go making any deathbed confessions. It's like they became a different kind of animal years ago. They're really different, you know? Like they know something we don't. But it's a small comfort to know that my interference might not have been in vain, especially if you know what happened to her. I can guess what that will mean to you. It's like they became a different kind of animal years ago. The father thought of the shrines, the painting, the sense of being chased through the night to his car, his dreams. He wondered if he should mention this, but then didn't know how to express it. How was such a subject broached? You'll call me when the police know, when they know it's me who did all of this. Count on it. But I'm guessing that before our lot mount any kind of manhunt, because of all the shit that's going on with the new bug and the blustery weather, your details will be passed to the Kings. Anything to do with Kings always gets out. They've friends in higher places than we'll ever have access to. So if you haven't done so, I'd brief your wife right away. She'll need to go somewhere a lot safer than her home address. Jesus Christ. You'll be calling on his dad, too, when the Kings fancy you for this. He wasn't top brass, but Yona Abigail was blood. They've done scorched earth, root and branch clearance on old clans for a lot less than this dust-up. I can't remember the last time they had such a personal setback either. And when I shut my alarm system off for a few minutes, I am secretly bloody elated about that, but we are in the deepest shit, make no mistake. The father began to shake. The atmosphere of the car seemed to thicken, the temperature rise. Unless he got a window down and got that wet, violent air onto his face and inside his body, he thought he'd have a seizure, a total shutdown. I'll never give you up. Know that. He couldn't get anything else out of his mouth. Hey, what the hell you think I don't know how this would go if we tried it on? Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. You've seen the news. Who'd have thought a pandemic would have an upside for someone? The father wasn't sure who the officer was talking to. 21. After he abandoned the car in Newton Abbot, he took one of the few cabs still outside the train station back to Brixham and called Miranda on the way down. She'd never picked up at her new ident. Praying she'd heeded his request, he left a message, urging her again to run if she hadn't yet done so. He took a long moment and forced himself to imagine her safely ensconced in a warm cottage, hundreds of miles from her parents' house, or at least on the move out of the Midlands. Any other scenario he simply couldn't bear. In case their idents were being monitored, he decided against calling Miranda's parents. Once the taxi had pulled away, the father walked on legs he could only marginally feel beneath him to the only pub in Brixham still open above the harbour. The other functioning businesses behind the sea-wall were closed in anticipation of what was building out at sea. He needed to eat something substantial, and then investigate accommodation too, but the prospect of being in a small room with his thoughts while he watched the world fall apart on screen had made the public house an attractive digression. A locally brewed beer in hand, the father made his way to a window seat at the far side of the barroom, the furthest point he could retreat from the other customers, to wait for his handler to call again with information on the lawyer and confirmation the abductors were dead. No time had been specified for further contact. Days might even pass until the detective called to tell him where to go next to resume the cull. The lawyer, this facilitator, the go-between, the enigmatic Oscar Hollow, because the father would need an address for him, and once he had the lawyer in his hands, he would get the identity of the man who paid for his girl. There was transport to consider too. Ditch it? He was stranded here now, and near broke. The spectre of the search grinding to a halt was too appalling to consider, and it now mantled him like a black cloak. Next time they spoke, he'd beg Jean to get him a new vehicle. There'd been nothing on the news yet about his move in Taunton. At best, the crime would only make local news anyway, But before he abandoned the car, even the southwest channels on the vehicle's media had failed to mention the home invasion. Its omission made the father feel even weaker and more nauseous. When he took a sip of his beer, he immediately wanted to spit it out. But he was closer. Despite everything, he was closer to the one, and closer to the truth of what happened to her. A notion of Semyon Sabinovic and Oleg Chorny, these kings of death, appeared again in his mind and quietly burned there. Somewhere around here, behind a shuttered window and locked doors, perhaps the men had once planned their own move, to step upon his family's front lawn 2 years ago and take his little girl. He almost wanted at least one of them to be alive so that he could destroy him. He'd make sure they were deceased while he was in the neighbourhood. Anger remained his only source of strength through exhaustion, and that alone must carry him across the finish line. Because if the abductors were dead, 2 other men remained. The one who had paid for her, and the lawyer that had brokered the kidnap with Yona Abigail. Maybe 3, if the second car which took his daughter to her destination had a driver. They were the men who'd reduced him to a scruffy transient with blood on his hands, a spree killer, a vigilante. And by God, he would deliver their fate if his own fate delivered enough time. 2 more, maybe 3 more killings, and then he was done. It didn't seem possible, and nor did it seem real that he was making such calculations while drinking a pint. The father became aware of a figure seating itself to his left side, who he spied from the corner of an eye. An old man, bearded, mad-haired, another solitary figure, wet and crumpled from a scurry to this miserable cave that offered small comforts while the sea battered the town. He turned away from his new neighbour. There was little chatter in the pub, no music. Mostly loners sat about the old tables and slumped in mismatching chairs. Their sombre air was matched by the dim yellow lighting. All were watching one of 2 screens. Each broadcast different news channels, quietly. Both had recently switched from India to show the fires in Australia. The great tinderbox had really gone off this time. Fire superstorms had surrounded Perth and Melbourne. Sydney and Adelaide had gone up days before. The bulletin said there were over 1,200 separate fires surrounding and converging on Sydney. Crown fires in every city, flashing through the dry treetops faster than cars could accelerate, burning out the oxygen beneath. 120 firefighters dead already, trapped between narrowing walls of smoke and flame. Heat and drought for years were the culprits yet again, but accompanied by fast winds this time, which would not abate even while the rain fell hopelessly onto the sea. Chronic water shortage, rationing, a too familiar pattern. The father thought of the past summer and took a long drink of his beer. They've had 6 weeks of 50-degree heat in the interior towns. Imagine that. The old man next to him had just spoken, the back of his matted head still confronting him. It wasn't clear who the old man spoke to, the father or the room. No one nearby seemed eager to engage with the shabby figure. We broke 40 this summer for a few days, but they've had 48 degrees 7 times in the cities this year. He half turned to the father, speaking over his shoulder. Their agriculture is gone. They won't even try to keep what's left of the wheat farms after this. The old man shook his head, wearily but knowingly, as if he'd been waiting for this news after a long period of being ignored. Tasmania can't take any more from the mainland. New Zealand doesn't want any more. They've already got more Chinese than the Canadians. This is the worst they've ever had it in Australia, too. They have pyrocumulonimbus now, thunderstorms made from smoke. Hundreds of miles outside these cities, the air will be black. The screen showed a map. 3/4 of the east coast of Australia was bright red. Cutaways showed what looked like a mountain range, only it was black smoke as wide as the camera could capture. A rim of tiny orange flames flashed near the foot of the Black Mountains. That smoke's going into the stratosphere. Could turn the place to winter, block out the sun. Only a volcano or nuclear war would do the same. The man spoke with an authority that was somehow jaded and dry. He had probably been in business once, something now defunct. The father recognized the old chummy tone, forceful and deceptively benign. Chinese and Indians will do the same thing, very soon, out of desperation, mark my words, with sulphur. They'll fire it from artillery to block the murdering sun. Treaties don't mean anything to them. Then we'll all be in trouble. The man shook his grizzled head and finally looked at the father with a face leathered by weather, hot and windy, his flesh deeply lined and black-spotted with melanoma, the stark contrast of pure white hair making him look slightly aboriginal. There was no drink on the shelf before him. That was what he wanted, a sap to buy an old rummy around. The father returned his gaze to the bleary window and looked at the froth rising, seeming to hover and then crash behind the sea wall. In the far distance he could see the thin, blurred outlines of 2 surviving wind turbines. The old man followed his eyes and his thoughts. An installation from a mad artist. That's why I always think, when I see them on a clear day, the one still standing. There were 200 out there 20 years ago. I watched them go up. A fitting sculpture upon the tomb of a species now, the ruins of a civilization already falling, don't you think? Red herrings, false hope. He sniggered. I piss upon their graves. The man laughed louder. Wind farms, biofuels, zero-point energy, carbon capture and sequestration. You're old enough to remember all of that. I've seen it all come and go. You're probably too young to remember the space mirror plans. Then it was cold fusion. Now it's geoengineering with sulphur to save us from the heat. Last roll of the dice, and it will be the last roll. Sulphur will drop the temperature and kill the only crops that are still growing. You've already crossed the line. Why make it even worse? Desperate people, desperate times, desperate solutions. All counterproductive. Just let it go to hell, that's what I'd do. It's what the planet wants, but we can't accept it. Despite his misgivings, the father found the man's monologue a welcome distraction from the infernal wait for Gene Hackman's call. He found himself smiling too, as if the vagrant's pessimism had discovered a comfortable chair inside his mind. Drink? I can't get you one back, but if that's not a problem, I'll take a glass of that. He nodded at the father's pint. The father went to the bar. The landlord asked him if it was for the old man. I don't like that old bastard coming in here. It's your money. Well, that's his last drink before we shut. You got that? The father nodded, ordered a second glass for himself, and made his way back to the window. Make it last, he said to the old man. You've already got me in trouble. The old man looked embarrassed and uncomfortable upon his stool, and the father's heart spiked with pity, briefly. Cheers. He raised his first glass, still half full, and nodded at the sea. You keep up with this? So what's next? The old man swallowed half the contents of his pint glass in 3 gulps, then gasped, grinning. Season of hurricanes this year. Worse than 2 years back. We'll be going up a notch on the graph. Wind's already coming in at 64. No, out there, further out. I've lost touch with so much. The sea? We're waiting. Still waiting. Nearly ice-free now. Gone for good in a few years, I think. They're still mourning the last of the cod round here, but they won't be coming back. They've gone the way of the pliosaurus. It's the hydrogen sulfide I'd be worried about. On the ocean floor. If it bubbles up, that sea out there will look like gelid sewage. The stink alone would knock you out. I think our descendants will smell that within 100 years. The father smiled. Ironic that it was no longer human emissions doing the most damage to the atmosphere, but Earth's own expulsions had become far more deadly, and the planet now seemed to be pursuing a purpose of its own. Great fields of permafrost were releasing their terrible and long-withheld breath into the air, while the forests and oceans absorbed less carbon dioxide than ever. There's still a bigger picture, he said to the old prophet. Everywhere. Here, us. There'd been a time when nearly everyone spoke like this too. Such a discourse had since become socially unwelcome, once the climate was no longer an existential problem, part denied and easily ignored. The father wondered if he was one of the few people remaining who could withstand what the old man predicted. But they had once held court everywhere, men like this, in bars, streets, public transport, platforms for their bits of science and obsession with the news, their Armageddon scenarios. They became popular after local disasters, then just as quickly tiresome, often contradicting each other. The old man's avuncular tone hardened. "I can't tell you a thing that wasn't already known 40 years ago, and that's the craziest thing. What did we think would happen? We deforested the land to cultivate livestock. We allowed our numbers to burgeon without limit. And we still burned the coal. We're still burning coal. 250 years, give or take a few, of intensively burning coal for this. What were we expecting? That's the only thing that astonishes me. We knew. We've known what was happening for close to a century, but we kept burning the black stuff, and now we have those feedbacks everywhere. This storm is because of the coal we burned 20 years ago." The father couldn't contradict the man. From the theories of the scientists down to their street apostles and evangelists, the most accurate guesses and realistic scenarios had been present, hinted at, suggested, even explained for decades. As the father knew from his time in logistics, no matter how deep the slide into the appalling became, nothing had ever been allowed to disrupt an economy, even now in some places. The old man wiped his beard. The planet's been more than patient. It was around for over 4 billion years before we set the first fires to clear the land, but it only took 10,000 years in this interglacial period for us to spread like a virus. We were the mad shepherds who didn't even finish a shift before we poisoned the farm and set fire to the barn. We've overheated the earth and dried it out, so it's time for us to leave, I think, don't you? We're already deep into the 6th great extinction, right now, this very minute." He nodded at the window. "There's no whimper or bang, just a long series of catastrophes. Year after year, decade after decade, always worsening, always leaving things changed after every crisis. The past is unrecoverable. Extinction is incremental. There is no science fiction. Advanced physics, intergalactic travel, gadgets, an epic fantasy, the lot of it. There is only horror ahead of us now." The father smiled. "How long do we have?" The scruffy figure took another long drink and smacked his lips, encouraged, his murky eyes possessing an inner light. "In less than 10 years, half the species on this planet will be extinct. That's a fact, and that should be the indicator for us. Live through that, think of it. But this place isn't about us, not anymore, if it ever was. We've already overheated by 4 degrees. Some places are already at 5 and rising. And there must be close to 9 billion of us. The Earth cannot carry us any longer. Not in those numbers. Not even close to that figure. If I was a betting man, I'd guess that at least 8 billion of us will die back in order for our species to even continue for another couple of centuries. 8 billion over the next 200 years, give or take a few decades. It's more than we can imagine. But I think we're beginning to get the gist of it." They sat, with that thought between them, like an uninvited stranger at the table, and they watched the fire on screen as the rain belted the windows close to their faces. "Where can we go?" the father wondered. "We are alone in space. There is nowhere to go." The quick, cold realization never failed to produce an icy tension the size of a snooker ball behind his sternum. The very earth was getting smaller. To migrate north as a species, and to go higher and higher as the heat rose, and to compete for fewer and fewer resources, the closing of borders, the end of food exports, the ever-emerging hostilities to seize fresh water and arable land, all of these things were part of the penultimate stage of mass collapse. The idea could still take his breath away. One of the screens switched to an artillery barrage in Kashmir. The landlord pushed the volume up. A few more tousled heads in the bar turned to the news. The father couldn't hear clearly from where he sat. Subtitles indicated that Pakistan was now demanding half of the water in the Sutlej, Ravi and Beas rivers, for India to completely desist using water from the upper parts of the Jhelum and Chenab rivers. During the last 12 hours, the British and United States governments had urged all their citizens to leave both countries. Diplomatic staff were in the process of being evacuated. The vagrant had finished his drink and was licking the tangled beard around his mouth. The father checked on the barman. He was watching the ladies from India intently with 2 customers. Carefully, the father moved his second glass of beer towards the old man, slid away the empty glass and hid it under the window counter. "You're local?" "Lived here for 60 years. The father cut him off. "I'm looking for someone from near here. An addict." "You'll find plenty of those." "I don't want plenty, I only want one. From the east, Russian, Georgian. He had a lot of gang tattoos and lived in an old church around here somewhere." "Church? They're everywhere now. And if you're looking for a free feed, I recommend the Temple of the Last Days. They do a good soup with a—" "Where do the addicts collect? Do you know?" The old man gave him the names of 3 missions and the dispensary. "Not my poison, I'm afraid. I don't even touch hard liquor, so I don't mix in those circles." He said this with such sincerity the father wanted to roar with laughter. There was hierarchy everywhere. This man had connections, organised crime. I don't think he'll be under the pier. The old man stroked his beard, sipped the drink, watched him in a curious role reversal, as if it was the father who might be unstable or dangerous. "Gangs with tattoos, I know what you mean, but I don't get involved. I steer clear, my friend, and around here, the organisation you're probably referring to took all the big houses up in Dartmouth," the old man said. "They tend to operate out of there. I don't go over there any more. Can't say as I've heard much about them from out Brixham way, other than the usual." "Which is?" "They're in everything. Came down with the trafficking, and to get a stake in the camp constructions. Took over the drug crops on Dartmoor years ago." The man rolled his yellowy eyes upwards. "Even this place, or so they say. Girls upstairs, or they used to be." The father nodded his thanks. "Enjoy the drink." He went to find somewhere still open that sold food. 22. Early in the morning, 2 days after the shooting of Yona Abigail, Jean Hackman called. The father had moved to a room in a guest house 1 mile east of Brixham. He wouldn't leave the area, but would move each day until he could leave for good. Delivered in a voice thinned and tightened by nerves, the information came fast. "Forensics went through Abigail's mansion on all 4s. Very fast response to the death of a dirtbag, but as I said, his demise had jumped a big queue, and samples have now been harvested from the evidence that's not next to useless at 2 further sites yesterday, Bowles's house and the Commodore. Word came down the food chain requesting that forensics take another look at these illustrious residences. So, you're as good as nailed for those 2. Your DNA will have been pulled off the National. The fact that the investigation is being partly suppressed in-house makes me fear that this has already been outsourced to Abigail's mates and the local kings. It's probably their gig now, housekeeping." The father closed his eyes. "What else?" "When his body was found 2 years back, shot through the head with his hands and feet bound, it was news to us that Semyon Sabinovic was even in the country. A hit from the Moroccans, the file says, and revenge upon them was swift. That might have been Abigail's cover story to take out one of his own. But how about this? Sabinovic was taken out 1 week after your girl vanished." Jean Hackman then confirmed that Sabinovic was Georgian, deported from 3 European countries for people trafficking, all charges occurring around the mid-30s, when the cross-border activity became hopeless to monitor. Oleg Chorny was Georgian too, but had operated under different aliases and with many passports, doing hard time in Belgium and Germany in the early 30s for trafficking, and his part in 4 sexual slavery rings. Chorny's original outfit had probably been recruited or amalgamated into the burgeoning King's organisation while he served time in Hamburg. Jean also told him that both men had farming female teens into prostitution on the continent, and that detail fell upon the father's heart like a steel axe with a frozen blade. In addition, Oleg Chorny had been caught on surveillance cameras in Bristol around the time of the Chantilly Road massacre and of numerous gangland hits in South Wales attributed to the Kings. That was the only reason why Jean had found an out-of-date dossier on him. Then the man had dropped out of the picture for 3 years, only to reappear in Torbay, on the outer limits of Yona Abigail's outfit, in the late 40s, when the vast refugee camps were being extended at bewildering speeds across Devon. But Jean Hackman could glean no further news of Chorney's whereabouts or activities after the spring of 2050. The father's daughter had vanished in the summer of 2051, a year later. But the information more or less tied in with what Abigail had said, and it put Oleg Chorney in South Devon. It fits. They both fit. Hundreds of them will do, but at least Yona gave them up while you kneecapped him and put a gun to his dad's head. As motivation goes, you gave him a huge incentive to squeal. It's also all we have to go on, so, for your sake, I hope there is something solid in this. You didn't say that Oleg Chorney was dead. No, but that's not the same as saying he's alive either. People vanish without a trace all over. But if he was alive, how would I find him down here, this Chorney prick? Is there someone I could speak to who knew him, who would confirm his death? Hang on, I'm not done, and this is where it all gets intriguing. I've no pictures, no notes, no records of his last alias, but a colleague with his ear to the ground on the drugs that way, and what is moving in and out of Brixham, has told me something interesting, and this information was further embellished by a contact in a sheltered housing project for addicts across the bays. There's every nationality shooting up or smoking along the seafront from Plymouth to Exmouth, but in amongst all of the colour in Brixham was an individual of Eastern European extraction whose appearance once really stood out. We know the King's entourage like a bit of ink, but this chap had his head done, meticulously illustrated with a King Death figure. It's no prison tattoo, too recent, too vivid. Apparently it was quite eye-catching. He was what they call an enlumineur. You said Yona Abigail fingered this Oleg Chorney for the same trade. Yes. Do you have a name? No, but this guy was something of a guru years back and considered a prophet amongst smackheads, and not with a bit of apocalyptic fever like the evangelists. It's very generous when helping others open the doors of perception by all accounts. It was generally presumed that he had died a while back, but my contact is sure that this individual has been seen this year, during the summer. Never been picked up or even questioned, but my source is sure he was seen around. Popped up, apparently, at a score and appeared to be at death's door. My contact only remembers this incident because his other clients had no idea how this illustrated guy was even still alive. This guy looked like a walking corpse, inked black and gold all over. A crowd my source had been treating for addiction were pretty freaked out, convinced that the dead had risen as predicted, etc. But I'm guessing that if this character is still around, and even if he is not Chorney, then he'd have known of Chorney. Same profile, gangster with religion, and luminaire, and once devoted to King Death, a junkie, and in the area. There's an old church, a Baptist prefab, used by the end times Africans in the camp. Originally it was a slaughterhouse, an abattoir before the camps were built. It's no more than some kind of old shed at the edge of the oldest quarter of the camps, and that's where this guy was once known to reside. I'll send the location in a message from this ident. Didn't Abigail also say that Sabanovic and Chorney owned a church, somewhere near Brixham? Yes. He said Chorney lived in an old church and Chorney was found dead inside it, or under it, after an overdose, because Semyon Sabinovic was killed. But maybe there was no overdose. Then this guy is worth looking at. But I don't know how it can be him. If Yona sent that pair on a suicide mission to steal the leaks about the snatch. Well, this is all I've got. Thank you. There's a caveat. Including the camps, You have a population close to 2.4 million on that stretch of coast that we know of. It's a haystack, and this tattooed guy is a needle. I've stuck my neck out and pushed my beak into 2 places on your behalf where it has no official business. If something very public happens to an illustrated man who looks like a corpse, it'll be a bit coincidental. You follow? Very costly for me if this guy has some king credentials, so your usual impromptu firework display is off the table. The father exhaled. So, what do you recommend? Can he come down and supervise you? No chance. This'll be no snuff movie, no bloodbath. I don't want to hear of some joker in a mask going on a binge with nerve gas and a shooter in a camp. It'll pull even more of the world down upon your shoulders, and mine. You are already inside the machine. I'm getting the impression from early speculation that you're considered a vigilante by our side, one of many pedo-killers, more savage than usual, but without the religion or politics. But what is still hard to reconcile about all of this is why your girl would be snatched through prose, as you had no cash-rich enemies. So, we can only assume that the snatch was ordered by a wealthy stranger, as yet unknown, for a high price. But extortion was never the aim, I'm guessing here. I'll find out why, but I can't torment myself any more about his motives. OK. Now, all eyes are on the weather and the new bug for a bit, which, I might add, is looking to be something far worse than anyone expected. The Department of Disease Control is in a right lather. It's in the Midlands and South East now. First point of infection they actually think was a Hong Kong Chinese tycoon flown in to see the best immunologist in Oxford. He brought something very nasty along on a spot of health tourism. There'll be a right ruckus if that news travels, as we've only 100,000 dead pensioners from the summer who'll still be going on the bonfire till merry fucking Christmas. And this guy was fast-tracked to the best private care available. Happens all the time. But, in the calm after the storm, the eye of the law, and those above the law, will return to Abigail, that stalwart of the community and local economy, and the man in the mask who's been clipping kiddie fiddlers. So, you need to start thinking of an exit strategy if, well, you know what I mean. If by some miracle Oleg Chorny is still alive, and he leads you to some pretty terrible news, to a resolution, then what are you going to do? I'd like some idea, as I am balls deep here. The father slumped into his seat. He wouldn't lie. If my girl is not, then all the men involved who are still alive are going to die by my hand. Chorny, who drove her away, the man who bought her, and the man who brokered the deal, this lawyer, and anyone else I find out was involved. They'll all go. You know this. After I'm finished with them, I don't really care what happens to me. But if I was apprehended, if I lose my nerve when all is done and decided, I won't ever give you up. I promise you. The father swallowed the lump in his throat. He'd long been grief incarnate, vengeance and desolation made flesh, and he was acknowledging the thing, the eventuality, the end that he'd considered for himself in his wildest, most rage-charred moments. When he'd stood naked in the dismal rooms of barely functioning bed and breakfasts and clawed his hair out after drinking a bottle of cheap spirits. When he'd punched pillows and old mattresses until he collapsed, sobbing and sweat-foamed. When he'd ground his teeth into tiny, hard, white shards that had felt too big beneath his tongue. When he'd shot bowls like an animal run to ground, and executed Rory and Yona Abigail in their homes, and tortured old men in their living-room chairs. He had known that all the vengeful fire of hell now burned too fiercely inside of him to ever be extinguished, and that he must accept a violent and bloody end for himself, an eventual dousing of the maelstrom. Because if there was to be a continuance in this life only without his little girl, then he would choose oblivion. He was still breathing, but he had never survived her loss. What if she's alive, The father took a moment to control his hope. If I ever bore witness to a miracle and my girl was alive, if she was recovered, then what could I do? I could write a statement omitting any details of Scarlett Johansson and you two. I could think of something to explain how I found her and why I've done what I've done to extract information, but I doubt any authority would believe that I acted alone. They'll know I had help, and I'd be sent down, then put down by the affiliates of King Death. The father took a deep breath. I'd lose her again. So, if I find myself in a preposterous situation and discover that she is alive, then I would vanish. With her. The police officer sounded tired, perhaps relieved, but also saddened. Agreed. And if there is a God, then you'll both have to disappear, you and your girl, and her mother, and for good. Yes. And Oleg Chorny, if he is alive and you find him, what's your plan? Maybe I should rephrase that. Do you even have one? If Chorny is alive, then he'll either lead me to her, wherever she was taken, or he'll live for as long as it takes him to tell me where he took her. Then he'll disappear. The man who bought her will be next. The lawyer I'll have to deal with later, when I have a name that I can trace, but I'll do everything in my power to prevent anyone from finding them. Any of them. I will reduce them to ash. The last sentence seemed to emerge from a recently discovered pit inside himself, and it was as if his conscious mind could not catch such utterances from this pit before they left his mouth. Both men remained silent, as if to digest the enormity of such events, of such practical barbarism. The father steadied himself because he'd started to shake. This is what you'd do if you were in my position. It's why you saved me in Torquay. It's why you're helping me now. What else can I do? You'd be mistaken in thinking I have a taste for this, for your own loss has been terrible and your grief will never end. I know this, and if my own heart wasn't so broken, then it would break for you and your boy's mother. But if there is even a slim chance that I could bring my daughter back from the dead, then I will do anything. We know this, you and I. This story will not change. No one even thinks of her now but her family, and the angels who've helped me. After a period of intense silence, the officer spoke. Easy with the angels shit. But if Chorny is in that chapel, and if he can take you to the next level, then he needs to be breathing to do it. He'll have to extract the truth from whatever planet he lives on now, because if this illustrated junkie is our man, then he doesn't appear to be on this one any more. Once his usefulness is exhausted, I agree he'll have to go, for both our sakes. The ways and means of his disappearance will need to be thought through, very carefully. He cannot be found. Where will you go after? I'll face that later. What about a car? Let me see about replacement wheels. I'll send you the location of a pickup near Brixham. It'll be there later this afternoon, best I can do, so don't go in before it's dark, because you may need to haul this guy's ass out of the area, and for that you will need wheels. Oh, and use one of the new shooters, and find a new mask, unless you want a big finish. Plenty will oblige on that score. 23. Through the rain's drenching violence, a dark shape snapped out its length, curled back upon itself, then unrolled wetly to smack hard like a leather strap upon the water-glazed bricks of a wall. The father flinched to a crouch, disbelief matching his fear at the sudden billowing, the raggedy slapping above his head, momentarily settling to a lapping upon a garden wall like a thin predatory tongue. At the very moment he turned the street corner to climb the last rise to the church, from within a walled garden this form had lashed out, or even appeared to reach for him. Had there been an arm, stretching from its wet folds, concealed in the rain-blurred dusk? A lowered head, a face? The possibility of such a presence within the air had immediately returned his thoughts to the woods and his flight from Yona Abigail's villa. and to a fragment of a dream in which he lay helpless beneath a great black presence in motion. His most volatile instincts warned again of a pursuit from a thing unnatural. But bent low to the wet paving, his sight found nothing more than an old sheet blown from a washing line and caught upon a spiked fence, fabric seemingly invested with life in the turbulence. Begrimed by traffic and dust, but now restored to suppleness by a month's rain in 24 hours, the linen had recreated itself in his mind as a flapping shroud released from disinterred remains. The tension leaked from the father's muscles and left his limbs jittery. There is nothing else. Only this wounded earth, and us upon it. Refuse swirled. Rain flooded over every doorstep, curb and car tire. Water sheeted down the hill, overran his boots, plumed clear from drain grates. Narrow lanes of terraced houses, their paint faded, their rendering pocked and worn, created channels for the black waters to hurtle down to the thrashing waves of the harbour. Between the terraces he could walk in a straight line, but in this weather no one else risked the streets. At intersections and on the wider streets he'd stagger, head down, the wind trying to lift and roll him at the same time as he watched for detached guttering and sheet iron blown loose. He'd heard the clangs and groans in the places beneath roofs where materials had broken free, and he'd seen roof tiles skitter like giant woodlice across the road he'd come in through. Dim candlelight chinked through curtains and around the storm shutters of the houses. The streetlights were out, the power been down since the previous night, another incentive to leave his room on the outskirts and to enter the roaring tumult of the dark. But towards the end of his journey, up through the harbour town, such was the force of the wind that the father was forced to pull himself from lamp-post to doorway to storm porch to front garden wall, car by car. He'd struggled up through the streets from the harbour in similar fashion, his slicker shiny as eel-skin, his front-strung rucksack a tatty water bladder blackened by rain. But on the higher ground the weather now seemed cursedly worse and portent heavy. Near the summit of the hill he reared into the stone front of a small house, its sooty cement cold through his poncho, transmitting a chill into his bones. He peered up at a new form that flicked out between two chimneys, a ribbon or shred as long as a serpent, thin, darting to strike, black as jet. But only a flag, its pole shuddering in the wind. This night he knew his mind was going to be his greatest enemy. Earlier that evening the detective had sent him a message and the details of where he could find his getaway. Good luck. I'll be in touch tomorrow. The replacement vehicle waited 1 mile north of Brixham. For a mile on foot, from Churston Ferrers to Brixham, he'd been battered and blown sideways across the fields of crops he'd crossed, taking cover behind stone walls and earthworks, where they existed, to avoid the thrashing trees and fall of branches in the woods set back from the coastal path. Then he'd advanced up and through the wind-flayed town from near the harbour. As he moved through the evening, lower sea-level sections of the headland and the harbour wall had entirely vanished every few seconds beneath the enraged surf. From the end of Churston Ferrers and the town limits of Brixham, the great Moor Edge refugee camp now continued to the banks of Long Wood on the River Dart, engulfing Kingswear. Oleg Chorney's last known address, the chapel, was close to Radicum Wood, set back from the Kingswear Road. The father had another 1/2 a mile to walk through the fringes of the vast temporary encampment, now larger than many British cities. 3 miles wide and 5 miles from tip to tip, but still growing northwards to join the Riviera camp behind Paynton and Preston. And from that point unto North Devon, the largest drought-resistant grain-producing area in Britain, over 200 square miles of wheat, soya, maize, millet fields, 5 nuclear power stations, and 3 new reactor sites that were hastily under construction. Through the dusk and rainfall, pressed into the saturated earth beneath the coal-black sky, the father could see the silhouettes of the first great blocks of white prefabricated neighbourhoods that comprised the vast refugee settlement, the entire grid divided by wide lanes to prevent fires jumping. The pale, unchanging cuboid mass of housing was silent, but tens of thousands of candle flames pinpricked the wet vista upon the hills. Hundreds of thousands of Spaniards and Greeks lived alongside the southern Italians, the Portuguese, Bangladeshis, and 500,000 North, East and West Africans in 2-room buildings. 3- and 4-story apartment blocks, each living space as long as a chalet, had begun to supersede the bungalows on the eastern side of the camp. Like watchtowers about old Roman forts, the newer apartment blocks faced an older, alien world from which the building's inhabitants had streamed aboard anything that would get them across the channel and sea. The father eventually found the old Baptist chapel, trembling in the wind, 50 feet behind a shuttered healthcare centre and a large primary school for refugee children. He moved carefully, now close enough to the residential areas to be within reach of the security patrols, recruited from within the camps to deter smuggling, thieves and the direct-action nationalists that hounded the settlement. Not good weather tonight for any nocturnal activity outdoors. The entire area appeared to have locked down as the storm swept across the southwest. If the winds broke 80 miles an hour, a great many of the prefabricated dwellings here would be uprooted and destroyed. If the hurricane season returned as it had done for the past 6 years, the cabins would soon have to be replaced by the sturdier towers. At the edge of the chapel's front lawn, and a long, untended pumpkin patch, a faded wooden sign had been bent and shaken by the wind, and now lay flat upon the earth. "Glory to God and hope to the world" had been stencilled above a hand-drawn picture of an open Bible. Like an old wound, a metal crucifix ran to rust down the painted cement blocks on the building's front. It was an agricultural building from another time, with a galvanized roof, but converted from slaughtering livestock or poultry to human use or habitation. The doors to the old church were locked, the windows shuttered. The father assumed the abattoir had been engulfed by the refugee settlement when the land was reclaimed by the emergency government and later procured on the black market by Oleg Chorny and his lover. The National Land Registry still listed it as a private building, the purpose religious. Whatever new use the place had been put to, someone with money had once chosen to live among the dispossessed on the edge of a vast camp, a new city with a population created solely from the stateless, the homeless. Perhaps a good place for a serpent to hide and to operate as if he was part of the many organised criminal enterprises that now controlled most of the camps, in the same way they controlled the city ghettos and prisons, and had allegedly captured half of the world's money within half a century. The father flashed his torch around the perimeter. No alarms. No cameras. Weather-worn signage filled a frame beside the front entrance. "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." Ephesians 6:12. The father turned about in the darkness and flashed his torch across the ground and the neighbouring buildings, and over wet cement, silvery cascades of rain, white roofs, wires shaking like skipping ropes, tree-tops panicking, grass and flower beds blown flat. In the distance, another of the many greenhouses imploded from the pressure of the fast wind. They'd been going off like light bulbs since it left Brixham. The father circled the building. 3 entrances. Double metal doors at the front, 2 old wooden fire exits, one at the rear, the other at the side. No light shone within. It looked deserted. The father wiped his bare face. From out of the rucksack he withdrew a handgun that he'd boosted from Yona Abigail's house. He holstered the weapon in the front pocket of his trousers and slipped the nerve gas into the other trouser pocket at the front. Once inside, the handgun would be only a backup for the stun charge and gas. He dared not hold the handgun in his business hand. The torch occupied his free hand. He chose the emergency exit at the side. If this tattooed man was here, the father knew he'd have to reach the target quickly before he could arm himself. And then he needed to immobilize him with the stun charge or spray, cuff and gag him before extracting him through the storm to where the new vehicle was parked, less than a mile away. They would have to wait out the night inside the car, and that is where the interrogation would take place. The father briefly steadied himself against the cinder-block wall, closed his eyes and thought of his daughter's small face. Tucking the handle of the torch under his arm, he brought out the small crowbar from his rucksack to lever open the door. The father forced the wedge between the handle and tin frame and pulled on it, using his body's weight like an oarsman fighting the surf. The door snapped open and the father stepped from night into something altogether darker. 24. The building didn't feel abandoned. By men, perhaps, though not by the presence suggested by the appalling things daubed upon a wall that his thin torchlight found a few seconds post-entry. And within the void, the beam of white struck a sickly yellow face first, its eyes red and vacuous, the mouth open. The face grew in the disk of illumination until the father realized that it was attached to a hairless head, crudely crowned, but barely supported by a thin body, bound more than robed in red. The figure occupied a rust-coloured throne. The corpse king's feet were fleshless, and he sat beside a queen, lacking in all of the grace, elegance, and nobility expected to accompany a royal title. Her face was a bloodless oval, her head covered with grubby linen bindings. Small pink eyes peered with an imbecilic intensity into the black air about the regal seat. The female figure's raiment was plain, whitish, and resembled a nun's habit. The couple stared blankly at what stood before their thrones. Another emaciated human emblem of bone, naked save for a loincloth, the parchment flesh lacerated from the sharp heels to the hairless scalp and weeping black tears. Before its stitched-up eyelids, it carried a box filled with small brown skulls, a gift to the abominable royalty that sat so straight-backed and listless before the messenger. The father had shut out the roar of the storm by pulling the door shut behind his swift entrance into the building. But the dimming of the volume seemed to make the pictures even worse than they were, as if a reverential hush had descended about him in the rank darkness. Unlit, the building would have been unnavigable without a torch, because he could see that the windows and rendered walls had been covered in thick layers of black emulsion, before being further vandalized by the lurid paintings. Extending from the throne-room scene, the father's torch revealed that the same artist had covered all 4 walls with his ghastly mural. Dumbfounded by the assault upon his eyes and senses, the father operated on instinct and immediately replaced his stun weapon with the heavier resin handgun. Some inner cry demanded a greater protection in this place, but even the unholstered weapon felt insufficient in the face of the horrors plastered upon the walls of the Baptist chapel. He feared they might move. Disorientation further warped the dimensions of the room, suggesting that the blackness between the multitude of painted figures went on forever. It was as if he'd come into a space that was far larger than it had seemed from the outside. If any pews or chairs had once been present on the black cement floor, they had been removed, presenting the ground as that of an empty warehouse, reaching into an infinity underlain by the vague taint of blood and dung, the very residues of where the livestock of the past had jostled before skull-splintering slaughters. The air of the building also carried the smell of stale paint, dusty cement, the cold rain outside and the sharp, kidney taint of human urine. The artist may have pissed where he worked. Flavours of an ecclesiastical history had remained in vestiges too, as if to hallow the desecrated room with a sense of the apocalyptic despair that must have once been conjured by the Baptist's shrill preaching. Instinctively, the father became momentarily convinced that something was still worshipped within the terrible room, even enshrined in the unpleasant visions on this broad canvas transforming the interior. More of his dumbstruck glances revealed an artist's obsession with poorly drawn sarcophagi or crude caskets stood upright and filled with murky silhouettes, and bone-faced bishops equipped with sceptres, soiled surplices and hoods stood upon daises, their pointed hands more like surgeons' anatomy diagrams than those of the living. These skeletal church authorities drew his attention to the pallid shapes lying below their unshod bone feet, a dead congregation that barely indented or impressed their insubstantial bodies upon twisted linen, or winding sheets open at the neck. Black-socketed, eyeless, open-moored, many of the dead figures on the ground wore the caps of popes, the headdresses of sheikhs, the crowns of kings, as if receiving last rites from an already dead and decayed clergy. The father hesitated, to make certain these figures all around him were not actually moving. It may have been a trick of the torch's light that suggested motion, perhaps a vibration, even a distant squirming at the edge of his sight. And elsewhere, on all four walls, he could see a great violence and the resulting slaughter, suggestions of battles on grand scales, amongst the other miserable components of war. The stick-figure silhouettes hanged from rafters and leafless trees, the dead children and emaciated mothers. More of the black-eyed corpse kings sat here and there in the devastation, immobile, enthroned, surrounded by riches, but lifeless. Sometimes the figures in the mural were depicted on all fours, their faces a mixture of the mad and the animal. Beggars and kings alike had degenerated with a peculiarly ape-like quality. There was something of the chimpanzee or bonobo in the toothy grimaces, the bulbous whites of the eyes, idiotic in their rage, gleefully insane, committed to a bestial savagery everywhere, and into the far-reaching hell on earth, if indeed it was even the earth. The paintings seemed to represent events that were about to happen, or archetypes of what had always occurred. The same thing, the eternal tragedy, a monstrous fantasy that made the viewer envy the pale, still cadavers, now mercifully excused from the energy of the great dieback. Across other swathes of the walls, the bones of the departed were stacked in numbers beyond the confines of any charnel house. About, sickly ruins of the ragged, forsaken humanity, starved, insensible, and queuing into a meaningless distance, a robed thing often stalked, either sat upon a cadaverous mare or bent from the weight of its scythe. Death, the Reaper, King Death. The father averted his eyes from its skeletal prancing, but between the figures the black chasm, the empty space, gaped. The chapel's devotion to human horror was total and unflinching. It continued inside his mind and shortened his breath. Nothing yet seen on any screen had made him so aware of the world's deterioration, a course set in motion that could only gain a greater momentum. But the building's true purpose still eluded the father. This could not be a grim depiction of the times alone. He believed it had to mean more, was perhaps a physical embodiment of a faith, something revered. The father then feared this shrine imparted knowledge, that this was an oracle for the profoundly disturbed to ask their questions. He forced himself to suppress a new and unwelcome suspicion that his presence might make possible the awakening of a deity within the unlit space. Leading from the large room, 2 wooden doors offered a retreat from the disfigurements of the chapel. The father guessed the doors must open into what had once been a vestry or the church offices. He moved to them, but stopped when his torch flicked across what he took to be an upright figure. He panicked, brought his weapon about and made ready to fire until the clip was empty. Rising from the lightless floor, before the backdrop of a black wall, he saw what he'd thought was a cowled figure, the head bowed, and then realized that it was static, solid, and not a figure at all, but a pillar. Whatever the object was, it had been built over the place where an altar or pulpit should have stood, or maybe the black installation had consumed and superseded the holier feature. The father moved closer to the pillar. Perhaps it had been intended to represent a long head, oval and tapering to an apex, like some primitive ancestor facing the sea on a Polynesian island where civilization was long collapsed and gone to dust. To pass to the rooms at the rear, he would need to encircle this column that had seemed to suddenly manifest between the desecrated walls, as if to prevent him going any deeper inside the building. He washed the structure with the white beam of his torch, and it didn't take the father long to realize that the subject matter embedded upon the column was similar to what he'd seen inside Yona Abigail's office, though that specimen was a fraction of this one's size. But this was another shrine, and about this shrine must stand a temple. Materials used in the construction of the dolmen would have been illuminated by the plethora of red candles in glass holders, had they been lit, though the father found his torchlight was more than sufficient, and he illumined more than he wanted to see. The creation had more of the primary school craft room about its design and crude manufacture than the antique sophistication of the feature in Yona Abigail's study. As a result, the effigy created a more grotesque impression. Perhaps the Baptist congregation had left behind a quantity of their hymn or prayer books too, which formed a dark mortar and stucco, plastering the original frame or actual altar, which had been extended and built upwards, with thousands of pages and pamphlets carrying sacred words and evangelist messages. The plaster stank. In places the pale sheets of paper had dark red smears across them, and the father suspected the paste was manufactured from blood. Over the defiled pages, scores of photographs had been pasted, as if the papier-mâché dolmen had been collecting the images as trophies or mementos. Bone fields in Cambodia, the skeletal remains of Iranian towns hit by Israeli nuclear weapons, a recent genocide in one of the Congos, a Nigerian civil war, a Chinese famine, the cannibalism of Pyongyang, the Californian Dust Bowl of the 30s, the ghost towns of Texas, long exhausted and near-forgotten pandemics in Asia, and the repeated failures of the Indian monsoon. Other things were represented here too, higher up, at eye level. People he didn't recognize, individuals, strangers, random victims. Their expressions were unmistakably those of distress, shock and fear, or had been captured during their final, gasping respite from life. A message had been carefully written near the base of the mound, in an antique-looking scroll or ribbon, similar to the paintings and graffiti he'd happened across on his moves. Nemo Deum Vidit. Latin again, and again he had no idea what it meant. The father wondered if the artist had been the executioner or jailer of the subjects in the photographs. These higher images seemed personal. They were amateur pictures, not culled from a news service, and had been printed on precious photographic paper. They were presented cleanly and not smeared with the reeking glue. Around the totem he walked, compelled but unsteady on his feet, his ears attuned to the darkness around him, the torch beam illuminating the tiered column. He would occasionally pause in front of a photograph before moving to the next, the tear-stained face of a woman looking up through what might have been a manhole cover or a trap door in a metal container. The bruised face of a Middle Eastern man whose vacant eyes confronted oblivion. Polythene stretched over a distorted face, the throat roped. A kneeling figure wearing a cape of black blood, its severed head resting beside its knees. The heavily tattooed back of a man lying face down, the colourful sigils of the skin riveted with black bullet holes. A riverbank, the grey chop of the sea with no sight of land, and several patches of disturbed soil in settings that appeared quiet, and yet more sinister because of the stillness. Psychopaths must have once exiled themselves here, amongst imagery of climate catastrophes and their myriad consequences, to reflect upon their trophies. Chorny and Semyon Sabinovic? The witches. The shrine was a mortuary role that depicted nothing but disaster, death, and decay. Chaos, the great passage from civilization to barbarism. In this place the father suspected that someone had grasped some deep personal connection with the wider diaspora and depopulation. The whole edifice suggested the morbidly spiritual, which further convinced him that there was meaning behind the selection of this place too, as if this room ended another journey, or a hideously idiosyncratic pilgrimage. It was an installation of the King Death group for sure, but a shrine for a seer, priest, or whatever kind of witch doctor or shaman the group's nihilistic mysticism and superstition generated. Some Damascene moment had called true believers here. The father was sure of this. An awakening had occurred inside sadistic minds, leading to a fuller connection with something the father had but glimpsed. Here it was celebrated, and that something was perceived as the black miraculous, a thing closer to this world than it had ever been before. After death? Everywhere he searched for his daughter. He found this morbid sickness continuing and expanding, signs encircling him. And had he not dreamed of this place too, and recently? He suddenly felt trapped, funneled further into a hellish gullet he couldn't anticipate the end of, but didn't understand. The father had seen enough, and made to turn away and to find the fiend that had built this tribute in defiance of decency, erected beneath the sagging roof of civilization, but paused, and returned his torch to a spot 3/4 up the column, level with his own eyes. He took one step forward, with his breath trapped painfully at the top of his lungs, as if everything inside his torso had just surged upwards to press on the bottom of his throat. The picture had been taken from the front path of his family's old house. Upon the middle tier of the garden, amongst the sprouting leaves and white flowers of the potatoes that they had grown to fill the pantry, stood a little girl, his daughter. Keenly alert and curious and staring at whoever was taking her picture, she wore an expression that was half amused, verging on a smile, eager to engage an adult's attention. A slither of pain slipped through her father's heart. He suffered a sudden and terrible sense of the broken world he'd walked for 2 years, and of the broken people he'd murdered. All through that time, her little image had been here, surrounded by horrors too sickening to view at more than a glance. And her image had been here, in the reeking darkness, without him, her daddy. Dizzy, the father staggered sideways, recovered his feet. A whimper and then another escaped his mouth. His scalp and the nape of his neck prickled. Nausea lapped the edges of his stomach. His head flooded and swam with too many thoughts. She was the only child featured on the papery skin of the effigy. With shaking hands, he reached out and tugged the picture free. Noticed what she was wearing: blue shorts, a navy t-shirt, and the red, hooded top patched with cats. Not the clothes she'd worn on the day she was abducted. So the photo had been taken some time before the afternoon she was taken, The men, Oleg Chorny and Semyon Sabinovic, had crossed the line and entered their property to take a photo before they stole her. The revelation made him prickle cold. The father stumbled around the pillar on numb feet, shining his light again at each photograph, desperate to see more of her, but also praying that he wouldn't. He came back to where he'd started, and through a tear-blurred vision, his eyes implored the 3 images of disrupted soil not to be telling him some unspeakable truth. Those pictures could have been taken anywhere, maybe in the vast crop plantations of Dartmoor, places he'd long had to discipline himself not to think about. If there were no witnesses, abduction and murder were easy crimes to commit. Spiking from a renewal of the red energy that made him career like a drunkard, the father went for the doors behind the altar. He desperately wanted to find someone at home. Should he blast through joints, shoulders, elbows, knees and hips, or just shoot away the genitals? He'll bleed to death. Not if there was a custodian or chaplain. Then he must be taken alive, and he would impart all of the secrets of his vocation and its sacrifices before the father took apart the man slowly and unto a madness wherein the only cogent desire would be death. He would know why his daughter's image was here before the sun rose again upon the broken earth. Flashing past the father's face, as he moved to the doors, came again the crimson, skeletal witness of the walls, holding childlike machetes or badly drawn out-of-perspective firearms, their faces weirdly beatific, white eyes gazing upwards to the black heavens. The father looked down to avoid seeing more, but beside the doors the white-robed dead knelt and prayed before a lion with an ape's bestial face. On the other side of the frame, parodies of saints raised bone-thin arms from the ground towards their grinning executioners. She had been taken by the criminally insane. The father bit down on the scream that wanted to shatter the rafters. Looking up within the black nave, he unintentionally glimpsed what billowed upon the ceiling. Transfixed, stumbling to regain balance in the darkness, he moved his light around the great central figure, perhaps winged, that had been painted upon the plasterboard ceiling. The thing was similar to what he'd seen on the walls in Tor and Paynton, as if those sightings had never been accidents. In this depiction the deity was faceless, and its front was littered with redundant paps. The preposterous accident of life, the giving as well as untimely death, the taking, appeared to have been depicted as a female preserve. As if prompted by a sudden opening inside this depth of the missing face, a carousal of horror swept through him, and he suffered a sense of rising out of himself and up to the rafters, towards the very absence, arms wide, eyes wide, mouth muttering in sublimation, in hapless obeisance to what swayed up there, surveying the ruin it administered. The terrible passage. The father supported himself against a wall, gripped his head to ease the eruption. Few minds were designed to withstand such a place. But it wouldn't stop, wouldn't cease, and the visions came all at once now, stacking, superimposing, reeling. The black air of the temple had filled him up, as if the trance of a ritual had been evoked. The dead were piled against a fence in Bangladesh, an American town with not one telegraph pole standing, El Niño's scythe on a satellite picture, the sacking of Cairo by the Islamic militias, the last great crucifixion of the Christians along Salah Salem, the little silver dragons of the Israeli Air Force against a blue sky, a mountain range of black smoke. The world is ending. He kept his eyes shuttered and clenched his jaws. It was only paint, drawings, torn pages, candles, ghastly photographs, grotesque juvenilia, the creation of men, of the men who'd abducted his daughter. Seeing her here had unhinged him, and he must focus and find where she had been taken. That's what he'd come here for. He opened his eyes and saw himself upon the wall he had fallen against. As if he had been dreamed, above the door of the room that he was now desperate to flee, there was an impressionist's deranged sketch of a masked man, the face bone-white, death-white, skull-white. The tired but committed form was caped in black and crowned with a scarecrow's hat. His hat. The detail of the camouflaged band was crude, but unmistakably his own. The man possessed one outsized hand, carrying a handgun. The similarity was no coincidence, and it portrayed him dressed to invade, torture, and kill. Only this figure wore a halo, painted red. The father's mind scrabbled for the reasons why he had been scrawled upon this wall. Someone, perhaps Chorney, must have known of the pursuit, the coming avenger. Had he been told? The image was dust-speckled and glazed dry, yet it must have been added to the wall within the last 3 months, when he had been active, because only then had he been attired this way. "How do you know me?" The father moved, and placed his ear an inch from the surface of the vestry doors, heard nothing but the drumming of the rain upon the metal roof, the buffeting and distant roar of wind between the surrounding buildings. He replaced the handgun with the stun weapon. The doors were unlocked. The father let himself inside, and noisily disturbed a cluster of empty paint tins. The skeletal figure lying upon the mattress didn't stir. The room was tainted by vomit, blood ironed, excrement infused, and so powerfully it made the father wince. He feared he'd come here too late, and that the man, partially wrapped in a soiled sheet and so motionless upon the stained mattress, was dead. He quelled the errant notion that the figure had been laid out in a ghastly preparation, ready for his arrival. The figure's head and throat were completely inked by tattoos. Only the face was left clean. Enlumineur. A further moment of confusion and disorientation brought the father to a standstill. Yona Abigail had said Oleg Chorney was found dead of an overdose and a broken heart underneath this place 2 years before. Could history repeat itself so vividly? Or was this coincidence, and just another human junkie ruin that had crawled in here to expire? Chorney would be bones now. This thing was still coated in flesh. Closer, crouching, the rain still dripping from the tail of his poncho, the father thought he heard the corpse breathing, faintly, the incoming air tinged by a rasp. Yet he couldn't be sure. And how could anything so thin, so skull-contoured about the hairless, hollow-cheeked head still be living? Surely no organ could still murmur within the skeletal remains of the misery artist. He was tempted to check for a pulse. The father shone the torch onto the vials and the coal-blackened glass tubes, the aluminium inhalers, plastic injectors, baggies scattered beside the disorderly bedding, an addict's detritus, the messy artifacts of a haste to depart the world. The illustrated man had been loading up by a variety of means: sachets and plastic jars of powders, blister packs, canisters of paste, gas burners, a pestle and mortar inside an old wooden box upon a table indicated the man had been a keen amateur chemist too, manufacturing his own catalysts and accelerants into the deeper fathoms of consciousness. Around the father's feet, piles of strangled, twisted clothes, sticky kitchen utensils, food packages and empty plastic bottles covered the floor like flotsam on the surface of a fetid canal. Pages from the Baptist's books rested amongst the mounds of refuse. Stiff brushes, rollers, paint trays and encrusted pallets had been dropped and now stuck to what they touched. The air itself seemed thickened and warmed by the thermals of the miasmas rising from the bedding and a blocked toilet. A bathroom adjoined the ramshackle living quarters. The father peered inside. A good fire would be required to purify it. He looked about the yellowing ceiling, the scuffed walls, and wondered at the dreamtime vistas, the surreal landscapes and communions with hellish delusions through which this man's subconscious had eagerly soared. Within his bafflement, flickers of his own image on the pitch-black walls and of his daughter in the photograph made his breath seize, and the father stiffened with a self-generated cold that made his hands shake. He imagined he'd stepped inside a place of old magic, of unnatural laws. Faint cries from the edges of his consciousness seemed to issue warnings, and what seemed like an acknowledgement that what he'd thought impossible was possible. The father forced himself to return his attention to the bed, and he asked himself again if this could truly be Oleg Chorny, the child-taker, and the man found dead 2 years before, according to Yona Abigail, and laid beneath what must have been this very building. Abigail had lied then. Chorny, the king's celebrated illumineur, must have been allowed to live. No two men, illumineurs and junkies both, could be found in the same place by their would-be assassins. He wouldn't believe that. So, the man before the father must be his daughter's abductor. Incredible. This man had taken her from her home and sold her, but was just lying here, like this, laid out as if waiting to be found. His hands were in plain sight, no weapons were visible. If he so much as twitched, the father would discharge the immobilizer, though that would surely stop the heart of this figure who deliberately removed himself to the edge of life, perhaps to madly depict what he saw at that border. The father trained his weapon at the birdy chest and peeled back the sheet. The illumineur of the King Death Creed had truly displayed his skilful wares upon his own flesh. To his throat he was patterned gold and azure, with sigils, signs, runes, and inscriptions of black deeds, mercifully coded, but borne proudly to represent a devil's status. Was his daughter's name on that unwashed flesh? If it was, this father would cut it out. Could the thing even walk? The wrists were so thin they resembled lengths of dowling. The hands at the end were cartoonish claws. They were crossed over the bony chest to suggest repose, as if the figure was ready to be lowered into the ground or placed upon a pyre. The angular jaw sloped to a wattled neck, ribbed with cartilage over the throat. It had no teeth, just greyish stubs behind a lipless maw, through which air marginally wheezed to activate a distant rattle. The skull beneath the skin, the very face of death, a painted corpse, aping what you serve. Blooded tissues were caught up in the folds of the sheet. Consumptive, tubercular, maybe one of the antibiotic-resistant strains. Seemingly the creature had moments to live. Would it even survive the journey back to the car, let alone endure questioning? The father would have to carry it across his shoulders like a bundle of sticks with a lolling, oversized head. He hovered above the figure, unsure of himself, confused by what he'd seen in this place of tribute and divination. But he failed to identify the full power of his murderous hatred for Oleg Chorny. It was mostly pity and revulsion that he felt now. 25. At 7 a.m, the captive came round from a stupor that had lasted most of the night, only interrupted by 2 seizures, and suffered another fit inside the car. Arching his back off the rear seat, he salivated, exposing a throat ringed with grime. His legs kicked out and struck the door. The father quickly alighted from the car and stood beside it, looking through the rain-blurred windows at the figure inside, thrashing despite 2 sets of cuffs locked tight at the ankle and wrist. This was the man's 3rd seizure since his capture, the worst yet. Eventually he rolled off the rear seat and into the footwell. Through the entire journey from the chapel to the car, and then through the remainder of the night and into the dawn, the captive had remained unconscious, repeatedly coughing and making incoherent sounds without waking fully. During the extraction, through the storm, an ordeal that had near wasted the last of the father's strength, his prisoner had spoken once, but briefly. In a thin, feminine voice, he had muttered into the father's ear. It had been hard to pick out the words against the sound of the wind until the man's lips had flopped against his skin, and he had heard, "He leans over us at birth, stands behind us in life, sits beside us at the end." The sound of the sibilant hiss, as much as the contents of the utterance, had forced the father to drop the bound figure onto the wet, wind-flayed grass, to withdraw the weapon and point it at the bony face. But the eyes had not opened. The man had only spoken from within a drugged slumber. The father was additionally surprised that anyone could survive the powerful seizures the man was suffering. A hospital was out of the question. He knew little about first aid, but if necessary he would lever the man's tongue out of his throat with a stick or gloved fingers, because that mouth had some use. Twice he had attempted to waken the man, but had been unsuccessful. If his captive died, the father would have to bury him and his secrets out here amongst the drenched crops. He brought the drug stash from the chapel too, along with an army hold-all he'd found beneath loose floorboards. A sudden withdrawal from the concoctions the addict mainlined could be catastrophic. He knew that much. He would have to give him something to keep him alive for a while. The creature's chronic addiction might even be useful during the interrogation. He might awake eager for a fix. Most strains of recreational drugs were powerful enough to prevent any possibility of getting clean. The father mulled over his options to force a confession, but how long would this creature linger under the duress he knew himself capable of inflicting? If his rage erupted, he couldn't trust himself. Chorney's canvas bag contained guns and enough ready cash to keep the father going until the following summer, if he lived that long. How had it not been stolen? Though the idea that the thieves in the camps were averse to entering the chapel was not implausible. There were more drugs in the bag too, some tools and emergency rations, clear preparations for a getaway, and maybe one that had been anticipated, if the father's image upon the walls was an indication of what the man knew was coming for him. There were more pressing matters to attend to now that it was light, like checking in with his wife again, and driving as far from South Devon as he could manage in the stolen vehicle during the storm. He'd hoped that he'd have known by now where to drive to, the very place his daughter had been taken 2 years before, but that information remained inside a comatose mind. A call came in. Standing in the rain, shivering inside his poncho, he scrabbled through his pockets. As he fished out his screen, a pair of unnaturally bright eyes opened on the dirty floor of the vehicle and began to explore the interior. The father stepped away from the glass as if suddenly shy before an introduction to who was probably his daughter's kidnapper. An unrecognized number. It had to be the police detective, Gene Hackman. He had driven the new vehicle a short distance from where the detective had left it and parked at the foot of a small valley, as anywhere more exposed was still being hit by horizontal rain and winds strong enough to knock a child over. The depression in the earth was one of the few places that attracted only agricultural traffic, and he doubted that they would make an appearance today. The father accessed the voice-only call. "Hello?" "What have you done? What the fuck have you done?" The reception was terrible, but the speaker was immediately recognizable as Scarlett Johansson. "Scarlett? They know about you. I'm being followed. I was interviewed yesterday by my line commander, an inspector, here." "I don't understand. How would they—" "A man was killed in Somerset, Yona Abigail. You hear me? Ring any bells? A trafficker with links to lowlife in Torbay and Rory Forrester, who's now been linked to Murray Bowles and Nigel Bannerman. They're trying to tie this on me." She paused to get her breath. "Where are you now?" The father swallowed and scratched through his thoughts. "They mentioned me. What did they—" "Of course they bloody mentioned you. That's why I'm calling you. If you'd stood down, it wouldn't have bloody mattered. Those sites weren't going to be investigated by forensics, not for dead sex offenders. I told you. But you went for a king, a bloody king. You were told to stay away. They're bringing more people in now. I saw them as I left the station. People on our side. Friends. We're all being questioned. Someone has given us up. All of us here." The woman was becoming shrill. "Where are you?" He had to swallow to ease the constriction in his throat. "Devon." "I told you to stay away. Where are you in Devon?" The father wanted to tell her, but held back. He looked at the sky as an instinctive suspicion made him tense. He had a new handler now, Jean, and the idea of his old car being tracked had been terrifying. Inner circles and need-to-know arrangements in Scarlett's enigmatic world must have recently been ransacked like burgled rooms, and he was weak with fear all over again, but perturbed at how a link between him and Scarlett could have been made. Only her partners, involved in the same illegal trafficking of information to vigilantes, would have known she was handling him. His thoughts leapt into thin air, into vast, open, white spaces devoid of answers. He wanted to kill the connection. "I can't. Not safe." "Safe? We're way past safe. You've put us all in danger, jeopardized everything. I couldn't stop. I was close. I could be killed." She said this quietly and without emotion, as if she were talking to herself. "You know that? For helping you? Because of what you've done?" The inspector was scared, more than me. "Do you know what they do to people, even the police?" "But how have we been connected? How does anyone know we ever spoke? The set is unregistered. I change them all the time. The accounts are all unregistered. You gave them to me. You said they would never be traced. They were completely secure." "They've put me in the middle of this because they now have all of the accounts that I have been using for you, every bloody one of them." Her voice was shaken to the point of breaking. "Calls, times, places. They've traced the activity of all the identities attached to the accounts." "Identities? These identities?" "All deceased. I've been using the accounts of the deceased. It's what we use, their identities. They were the only connections between me and you, the dead. The accounts you used were traced to my idents and to wherever you were when I called you. And that's even more evidence to link us to every hit. Christ, it doesn't even matter about the accounts. They have your DNA at 2 sites, and they have eyewitnesses." The father knelt down in the wet grass and gripped his skull. "Someone on your side gave you up because I killed a king? Someone in your circle? Once they had you, they checked all your comms. But how?" Scarlett sniffed, her voice quivering. "They've tracked your car, the vehicle registered to you." Jesus Christ, it gets worse. Scarlett took a deep breath. The father heard her swallow. "The man you knew who took you on, the police detective, he's dead." Scarlett Johansson broke down. His head... Unguided by the vague, useless thoughts that follow shock, his voice came out as a whisper. "Dead? They wanted you, and they caught up with him and killed him. They put his head inside the car, a message for you." "Good God, no!" "The investigation is pinning this on him, on me, and him, and you. A vigilante and police conspiracy to murder. You have torn years and years of planning to pieces." He heard her swallow again to regain control of her voice. "He swapped vehicles for you? This account that I'm using is one of his. He gave it to me. If you have it, you shouldn't have called." "Fuck you! This isn't only about you and your fucking daughter." The woman stopped and sniffed. After a pause she said, "It's over." A terrible shadow fell across the father's thoughts. Oh, sweet Jesus. I know. I know how they got you. He gave you up. He knew you. He knew me. Jean, the detective. He was the only link between us. He knew my idents because he had no choice. They made him tell who'd handled me before, which comms she used. He knew about your idents? Yes. When they caught him, before they killed him, they must have threatened his wife or something. Torture. And he gave you all up. The cold air and wet soil sank through to the father's marrow. Leave. Run. Wherever you are now, get out. Move. Christ! The father's dirty fingers were in his wet hair, tugging. Jesus Christ, I've got to call my wife. I've got to go. We both have to move. This call, if it's being traced, will put me here. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus! Would they know about the car I have now? Would he have told them? Scarlett's voice changed, became urgent but frail, as if she were about to start crying again. I could come to you. It'll be safer. Better if there are two of us. Tell me where here is. The father looked at the screen, then at the figure inside the car that had propped itself upright to study its metal bonds. I'm sorry. They might be listening. Her tone suddenly changed, became frantic again, but the fear was gone. Tell me you're close to her now. And the father felt sick, wondering if someone was listening. Closer than I've ever been. God bless you. The call was abruptly cancelled from her end. The father threw away the device, as far from himself as he could, and ran back to the car. Ignoring his captive's unblinking eyes, he tried to contact his wife's new ident from the service inside the car. He couldn't get through. 26. As the father began the drive to Birmingham, the wind was so strong the vehicle locked itself to 30 miles an hour on the motorway. He parked not far past the exit for Taunton and made 3 more attempts to contact his wife from a public comms post, taking the total to 12 calls since he'd crawled away from Brixham. After the final unsuccessful effort, he was close to tears. When he returned to the car, the prone figure on the back seat sat up so quickly the father gasped. He swiveled around in the front seat, and the 2 men stared at each other, one grinning, the other tense and already fingering the handgun clamped between his thighs. When the father's shock ebbed, the bony head instilled nothing inside him but odium and desperate hope. A gangly wreck, clothed by a blanket and coloured ink, with eyes more serpent than human. Too large for the face and yellowy with inner toxins from sustained substance abuse, smiled at him as if pleased to make his acquaintance. Men like this had so recently murdered a police officer, his friend and his guardian angel. Revulsion alone granted him a reprieve from his terrors for Miranda and for Scarlett's impending fate. But he still had a problem believing that his daughter's abductor sat within the vehicle. The move had been too easy, fraught with a psychic worrying, but bloodless. It seemed preposterous, after all this time and after all that he'd done to get here, that the kidnapper would have just been there. And now here, in a car, with him. And the location of the snatch, the chapel, festooned with the most worrying resonances of what he had either failed to process or refused to engage with since he'd seen the graffiti in Paynton, escalated his fear of being engulfed by something, perhaps predestined, that was far greater than himself. Bewilderment and fear ran his parliament today. "You knew I was coming," the father said. The figure's smile broadened. More of the grey stubs were exposed in purpling gums that shone with too much saliva. When it came, the voice was more a rasp than actual words. "You have water?" He had given the man nothing all day. His prisoner must have leaked a litre of sweat. Uncannily, the criminal's eyes near twinkled, were too bright and alert for someone who'd seemed to be coughing out his last breath through the hours until dawn, and then most of the morning too. asleep or semi-conscious. But somehow this creature was still alive and exhibiting no sign of fear at its captivity. Not a trace of anxiety was evident. The man was confident, even complacent, in his new circumstances. The attitude was as alarming as it was disarming. The father would need a smog respirator to muzzle the criminal. He'd always queued for his jab, but the new TB strains could be resistant to drugs, and he was run down, weakened, susceptible. He also wondered if the man had concealed drugs and administered a tonic to himself. With bound hands and ankles, the father couldn't see how, and he'd searched the man's body at the chapel as soon as his limbs were secure. The stick-like form had been all bone and parchment between the father's rubber-gloved fingers. Searching him had been akin to sorting through the disinterred contents of an old grave. The father handed a bottle of water to the man and watched the long neck quivering as it gulped the bottle empty. "And now?" he said, smiling broadly after a gasp of satisfaction. "I need to take a shit. You have clean underwear for me." The father climbed out and opened the rear door, watching the man's large hands carefully. Oleg's dirty fingers were entwined as if in prayer. It might be a last shit, so make the most of it, and make it quick. He removed Oleg from the car and laid him on the grass verge at the side of the rain-raked road, then pushed him down and into the sopping drainage ditch using one foot. The figure slid into the watery trench, then studied its new surroundings with a modicum of pleasure. Smarting eyes, unused to light, blinked at the grey sky. The father glanced back at the village they were near. Rain and wind had been keeping people indoors and off the roads, but there was no guarantee that would continue. It had gone noon, and the storm was moving further north. The father pointed the gun at Oleg's face, as if he were about to execute him at the roadside, surrounded by drought-resistant soya plants that bustled like a vast green crowd. Oleg merely smiled. "Today I knew a grim face would look upon me. L'homme devant la mort. Is this the hour of my death? This I do not know." "That depends on you. You don't seem too concerned. You doubt me?" "To come so far just to see me? No, I don't doubt you. I am pleased it will be you. But this is also a pity that we close the door so soon, one that has opened for each of us." "Your name is Oleg Chorny." The figure in the ditch grinned. "One of many, but still my favourite." "That was me on that wall, back there in the church. Who told you I was coming?" Oleg laughed, as if a child had asked him a silly but sincere question. "Signs are my guides. There is meaning in the void, in the deeps, but not in words." "What the fuck does that mean? I'm not one of your junky disciples. How did you know I was coming?" Oleg's grin broadened. "Because of the confinement between the signs, for me and for you. You should have some vision now, but please, if you are not going to finish our meeting prematurely, may I?" He pointed at his lap. The father stepped away so that he could only see the man from the shoulders upwards, keeping the gun trained on the thin head. "You have towel paper? Underwear?" He would have to provide a pair of his own, and toilet paper. The act of kindness made his guts writhe, and the man was trying to confuse him with psychobabble, with bullshit. He'd need to rein it in by setting a swift and brutal example, and one that wouldn't be forgotten. Yet as Oleg squatted, the father was again reminded that the man might be too fragile for violence. But the father would risk the evil shit. That got results. From there he would move on to the man's limbs and joints, later, and somewhere remote, once he'd contacted his wife. The encroaching notion of what he might find in Birmingham made him feel faint and desperate to lie down. There was no time for delay, not now. People were looking for him in earnest, and by the most uncompromising means. They might know of this car. If Jean Hackman had given up Scarlett, her colleagues, the idents, then what else had he told his executioners? under duress. They might be closing on him right now. A last stand might be hours away, or less. The idea of being killed beside a stolen vehicle as Chorney looked on, grinning with his grey stubs, was too much to tolerate. The father's heart beat sickeningly. He became short of breath and found it difficult to think clearly, to know what to do. But he did know that he wanted to get to work on the painted devil, to finally know what had been done to his daughter. After all that had happened, after coming so far, that must come first. Oleg spat, stood up and gathered the towel, underwear and paper that the father had placed at the rim of the ditch. He cleaned himself by passing his hands between his thighs, tottering for balance in cuffed ankles, then inspected the underwear with disappointment. Like most of the father's clothes, the pants were faded from repeated washing in hotel sinks, sagging and near threadbare at the seat. From the pocket of his jacket, the father fished out the photograph he had taken from Oleg's shrine, presented it to the skull face that blinked in the rain. "Tell me where she is." Oleg looked at it for a few seconds, intensely, and finally nodded. "That one?" He nodded some more, appearing wistful, as if acknowledging a long-held but unconfirmed suspicion. "There were so many in those days. But I can see now that it was her that brought you to me. The father. A red father, yes? That would explain the rage, the grief, and the guilt." He looked away, his face a committed grimace. "The death-wish of mankind is the strangest urge, but the strongest, just as death is greater than life and love. It is a path you and I have both followed, and so we are together now. But we have some way still to go, Red Father, to finish this." "What did you call me?" Toweling the rain from his scrawny torso, Oleg didn't answer but said, "It is raining. Soon I will be wet again. Please." He pointed at his ankles, then held up the underwear. "You can die in the rain with a bare arse. You can lie in your own shit for all I care." Oleg looked at the gun pointed at his face. Jagged contours and thin skin refashioned themselves into a wistful sadness. "Before we begin, you must understand something. We are Nevill, you and I. We are Nemo." The father thought of the painting on the wall of a dead ogre's cavern. "What?" "We are nothing. We are nobody. Only in death do we transcend, and it is better to know where it is that we will go. To the terrible passage. I have known this for a very long time, and I am ready. 'Tis a good time for me. I am in contact with a patron over there, but you... I don't think so. You kill me, and you are closer than you have ever been to the hour of your death, too. Without me, I think the part that you have played will end for you unsatisfactorily. Alas, and you are so close." "Part? You think this is some fucking game?" The father nearly squeezed the trigger. Oleg saw the subtle tightening of the sinews in his gloved hand and smiled. "The distance from life to death is narrow, and I do not fear death. Your threats are no good. As I say, I expect as much from you until your eyes are fully opened. But know this, I only came back for you. From the place where I was waiting, a border. I came back for whoever was coming to me with an answer." "You want me to think that you're mad? Is that the angle?" Oleg smiled, humouring him. "From time to time I returned to see who could help me, to see who else was confined inside something that was started many years ago. A ritual, a great ritual. And it has not always been easy to go from there to here." He gazed at his naked, ruined body, as if at soiled clothing. "The distance between life and after death is monumental. The journey is tiring." "Shut up!" "Where did you take the girl? Who paid for her?" Oleg raised his thinly papered skull to stare at the sky. He looked like a corpse arisen from a grave on Judgment Day, but one that had been lied to and still remained a ruin. Red Father, I will try and make it simple for you, because we do not have much time, and because you hate me more than you have ever hated anything. Hate is good, but only when properly directed." He sighed, as if impatient before the great task of instruction ahead of him. "What do you hear, Red Father, all around us?" "Don't you call me that." Oleg ignored him. "I hear the silence of centuries, of millennia. There is nothing left behind us, but after death is a cacophony, and that is ahead of us. In there the past has gone. The past and all we seek and love is swallowed. The world is being devoured. As every moment passes, we are all one moment closer to after death. Nothing here matters." Oleg then grimaced, as if he recalled some episodes in this other place, this after-death of which he spoke. "There is no more future. We do not need to record any more history. No one has any use for it. Signs and marks alone have power. In chaos they shine. I have made so many signs, as have you. Make another now, if you wish. I have been ready for a long time to finally let go. Why delay what is inevitable? Why care so much?" The father wanted to discharge his weapon and keep on firing until the mad thing in the ditch was broken apart like the crockery in a dead king's barrow. He couldn't decide whether this show of suicidal insanity was authentic or an act to prolong a meagre existence. Oleg turned his head quickly, cutting the father's thoughts in half. "Do it, here. If you lack the strength to go further, if you have lost the will to know, then go, make another of your signs, your marks. They are incandescent. They make such light in darkness. I have seen your lights coming closer and closer. I wish I could have seen you light those tapers too, but at least make this death between us a terrible art and sever our bondage in this ritual. Death is poetry, the highest sensation. You know this. So make me part of your ecstasy and one of your signs, if you cannot carry on. If you cannot bear to know what it is you have found while you sought something else." Oleg finished with a cryptic smile. The father lowered the gun before the desire to use it became overwhelming. Even though it was him holding the gun, he was far more uncomfortable than he wished to be. He didn't understand the man's riddles, not literally, but there was meaning, a sinister subtext that struck strange chimes at the back of his mind, and he resented the awful notion that this man in rags was trying to be a tutor, an educator in something he was now in danger of believing. There might be another inference in the exchange, too. A confession about his daughter's fate, or whereabouts, would only come slowly. Information would only be dribbled out in prophetic-sounding gibberish, as if his captive sought a way into his mind and out of captivity. If so, it was time for him to impart a lesson of his own, and to destroy the equivalency between them that this man was trying to create. Oleg looked past the father again and into the distance, as if he addressed that. In this world we are smudges, brief traces, smoke rings, small vanishing vapours, and when our smoke vanishes— Oleg clicked 2 dirty fingers. We will see better in the darkness of after death. The father stepped into the ditch and engulfed Oleg's head with a cloud of nerve gas. Oleg whimpered, fell forward, clutching at his face, then writhed and kicked like a dying spider at the side of the ditch. After a minute, the father hauled him out of the turf by his upper arms and dragged him to the car. He sprung the boot latch, raised and dumped the coughing man inside, pushing his thin legs down as if they were kindling being packed into a fireplace. He covered the twitching figure with an oil-stained blanket, then made to slam closed the lid. "That was not necessary," Oleg said, snivelling. "I am here to guide you." "Fuck you!" Oleg cleared his sinuses and mouth. "You can, if you wish. has been a while for me, but you waste our time, so let us go back to the sea. Let us get closer to what you seek. Redfather, I suggest Portsmouth. He grinned knowingly through the tears and mucus that had formed a glistening coating across his red skull. Confused, but also stricken, the father hesitated. This was either a clue regarding his daughter or a ruse leading to a trap. He withdrew the nerve gas and let Oleg's horrible, swollen and solitary open eyes see it. This is nothing compared to what will happen to you if you do not tell me where you took my daughter. A lawyer was involved, a go-between. I want his real name and the location of the place you took her to 2 years ago. I will either break this information from you, or your last moments on this earth can be painless. I'll even let you overdose. How's that? Such consideration I never expected from you, whose rage I have watched like a star in another place that has no light, and whose very fire I brought into this world, and into that other place too. Oleg tittered like a camp puppet. But who can afford unacceptable delays in such pressing times? We are going north. If you seek what you have lost, you will not find it in that direction. And I can only hope that in your efforts to find me, you did not meddle with King Death. By the look in your eyes, I am to assume that you did. Well, if they catch us, my old friends will not hesitate, and they will be enthusiastic in their work. They have no soul, most of these kings, only a banal purpose. But you have such fire, and it should be allowed to grow brighter before I leave you. The father closed the boot and returned the man to the darkness. As he walked away, his prisoner embarked upon a coughing fit. He sat in the car and thought his way through a tangle of options, pickled by indecision. He thought of Birmingham, and he tried calling his wife again. If the person you loved was in danger, and didn't answer your calls, then you would return to the place you last saw them. There you would start looking. But he considered who might now be waiting for him in Birmingham if he continued north. The father instructed the car to take him to Portsmouth. 27. On arrival in Portsmouth, the father checked on Chauny. Inside the car boot that stank of wet carpet and urine, the man now shivered and whimpered from withdrawal. The father dropped a bottle of water inside the boot and slammed the lid. Outside an old municipal car park, he found a public comms post on the street and tried to connect to his wife. He tried 4 times and gave up, held the post with both hands and dipped his head. When the spike of his dread passed, he used the terminal to access the last accounts that Gene Hackman and Scarlett had used to make contact with him. If the Kings wanted to communicate with him, to send a message, they might use his old idents that they were now familiar with. But if they had the means to identify the places in which he accessed those accounts, then they'd also know which city he was in. But they would not be able to follow a handset in transit, as he no longer had one, or the car, if he only used public comms on the street. If Gene Hackman had given this vehicle up, his end would come any time, and his quest would be over. But why had they not come already, today? They were everywhere, and into everything, but they'd not found him. Not yet. And he couldn't abandon the car, even if they knew of its existence and easily traceable registration. All further movement towards the truth of his daughter's abduction depended upon the use of a private vehicle. He lacked the skills to steal another, and couldn't waste time trying to buy one. A rental would be registered to him and would quickly give up his location. He'd been careful on the journey to Portsmouth on the available roads, looking behind constantly 2 loaded handguns ready at all times, and was sure he hadn't been followed. His sole hope was the possibility that Gene Hackman had omitted this one crucial detail in a confession tortured from him prior to execution. Or perhaps the vehicle's traceable identity had even been erased. Criminals did it to their own transport, and the father had to believe the stolen car was safe. There were 2 messages waiting for the father at the account he'd used for communicating with Gene Hackman. Each communication had visuals. He also checked the last account Scarlett had used, which hadn't been discontinued either, and that revealed the same 2 messages as the pair in the Hackman account. They had been recorded during the previous evening, when he was snatching Oleg Chorny. Gene Hackman may have recorded the messages before he was murdered. Perhaps a frantic warning awaited him here, even pertinent advice for his continued survival. The father opened the first message and gasped when a black cloth bag was whipped from a head on screen, revealing the face of a kneeling figure, his friend, Gene Hackman. Briefly losing his balance, the father gripped the media post. Rain slapped the canopy. He looked about himself at the wet street, the mostly unlit windows of the commercial buildings. Nothing. No one. We are nothing. We are nobody. He returned his attention to the naked figure on screen. A purple, black, red visage with closed-up eyes that had once been the face of a man. The police detective began speaking. "It's over. Our time." The figure then shuddered as it was pushed or kicked from one side. Someone spoke a prompt, their voice muffled. Gene repeated what they had said to him. "They know who you are. They know everything about you. All is being settled." The screen jumped to a scene a few minutes later. The officer's head was bowed, and he wept. The recording returned to him speaking the same message as before. The loop was repeated. The father prepared to close the communication, but suddenly found himself looking at a new scene, but in the same place. What looked like a grove in a dismal wet wood. A gloved hand gripped the wet hair of the police officer's scalp, pushed his head further down so that he was facing his navel. And before the father could make the screen go blank, to remove the sight of the pale but blood-smeared shoulders and the tangled, damp chest hair, a voice off-screen said, "L'homme devant la mort, Yona Abigail." The partial shot showed a hand gloved in black that held a machete, a rustle of cloth, a swish, and a fleshy thump. The officer's head dropped from his shoulders. A red-white stump slid to one side and fell from view. The scene's crude edit kicked into repeat. The father closed the message and bent over to vomit at the base of the post. He clawed the metal with weak and quivering fingers, as if he were tethered to a stake. Finding his feet, after the worst of the nausea passed, he turned about and scanned the street again, raked the area with his juddering and leaping vision for a face directed at him, for vehicles with watching occupants at the curbs. There was nothing. No one. We are nothing. We are nobody. The Kings would now know where he had activated the message. They couldn't have known that he would come to Portsmouth before the communication was opened. Even so, he couldn't stay here for long, or the monstrousness that decapitated a serving detective would be upon him, and that would be him, upon his knees, waiting for the steel to scythe down from behind, from beyond his blind, panting anticipation and terror. He needed to get out of here. There was no one to help him anymore. No more sympathy or assistance to call upon from allies. Friends and guardians had been sacrificed for him, for his cause. They had been abducted and killed. The idea was too great for his mind to withstand. He wanted to get back to the car. Miranda. God, please. Thoughts of his wife intermingled with images of the detective's gored shoulders. The father retched again onto the pavement. Second message. There was a second message. This one had also been sent from the police officer's account, 1 hour after the first film was posted, so both would have been sent from those who were now hunting him. Perhaps the second message was a further taunt, or more to horrify, sicken, and weaken him with terror. He briefly imagined watching a desecration of the policeman's remains as he stood, speechless, in the wet street. His body tensed, as if a scream was close to emerging from his throat. He wanted to fold in on himself and close down. Find a place to end this, to end all of this. At the comms post, he opened the second message, decided to look at it quickly and then run. Run where? Until Chorney gave him somewhere specific to go, a location, a name, he had no destination to pursue. That information would have to be extracted from the man, and fast, as soon as he returned to the car. No more clues or riddles. Chorney spoke, or he died within the hour. A road appeared on screen. Lit dim amber at night, flanked by brick apartment buildings. The father didn't recognize it. The scene had been filmed from street level, from inside a car. Two men came out of one of the buildings and approached the car. They wore black balaclavas like gorillas, with a suggestion of lighter colours about their eyes. As he studied the men, more figures left an entrance to the apartment building in the background. 3 other people had emerged. Their arms were linked until they began walking in single file. The gait of the figure in the middle was distinctly feminine, her coat long, her face lowered. But it was not his wife, because this woman wasn't tall enough. The scene jumped, and here was another plain room, cement walls, narrow, low-ceilinged, white. A new scene in the same room was dropped into the montage. This act featured a cast of 1, a thin, naked woman, narrow-faced, her breasts small and covered by her arms, her hair tied back, someone he'd never seen before. Makeup ran down her cheeks from wet eyes. Her mouth opened. Every door is closing. She lowered her gaze and looked at something to the left of the camera, at whoever was sat there. The woman swallowed. You knew me as Scarlett. My real name is Amy. I have a child. I am a mother, and I love my son very much. My son and I are in danger because of what you and I have done. No. No! The father spoke to no one but himself in the wind-blown street. He slapped the side of his head as if to knock these images out before they settled. So they already had Scarlett when she called him that morning. They were listening then, and had made her call him to get a fix on his location. What choice did she have? She was a mother. All of this must stop now. My son and I will be reunited. We will be safe. She tried to smile, but her face dropped before she finished the sentence she clearly didn't believe a word of. Use this account to arrange a meeting. It's very important that you make contact. This is about your daughter and your wife. Information you need is waiting for you. The father wanted to terminate the message, but knew he was now incapable of doing that because his little girl and his wife had been mentioned. They knew he would listen. And while he did so, his skin shrank at the idea that a vehicle was on its way, right now, to finish this carnage he had brought into so many lives. The longer the messages lasted, the more time the Kings would have to reach him. His legs started to twitch, as did his hands, his face, his thoughts. They're coming. Scarlett spoke again. Your daughter is alive. She is a happy and healthy girl. She is 6 years old. There have been reasons why she could not be with you and your wife. Your wife understands now. Everything has been explained to her. She will be in touch with you too, soon. God. The father spoke to the rain and wet cement, to the rattling of a security shutter. An alarm screamed in the distance. Only seagulls answered it, with sounds that seemed to swallow the father's mind. There is no way you will find your little girl. There never was, but she can be brought to you, both your daughter and your wife, if you cooperate. You don't have a choice, because this matter is closing. The man they wanted was the police detective, not me, not you, not your wife, not my son. We played no part in the murder of Fiona Abigail. Please, let us know where you are, where we can all meet, safely, in public, No one will be harmed. This can all end soon, and we can all be reunited with those we love. Please." The woman swallowed, and her eyes welled up. She struggled to compose herself, to straighten her face. "They understand you, understand what you've done out of desperation, out of a desire to see your daughter, and you will see her soon. But you must get in touch from this account, or this will not end, and the consequences of your actions will be addressed in full, for all of us. Please, please." The screen jumped, and the message restarted. "For all of us, please, please." The father killed the connection and staggered away from the post. 28. The vehicle's navigation found another car park 2 miles away. On arrival, he couldn't recall the journey either through the streets or up inside the concrete levels to the 6th story. Too many thoughts were clambering into his head and getting stuck in a limited space. Images from the communications appeared red and vivid in nauseating bursts, fragments he would recall for as long as he lived. He near fell from the car and pressed his face into the cold metal of the roof. His wife had been mentioned. King's had his wife. It was why Miranda wasn't answering. She was unavailable, and will be forever now. They had moved so swiftly, so decisively once his identity had been established. They had killed a police officer, surely another one by now, the woman he knew as Scarlett. Maybe her son too. God, no. Please, God, no. They would kill his wife. A cull, this was their message. If he opened another mail at the account Scarlett had given him, he might see his wife on her bare knees, and he would hear her pleading. Oh, Jesus Christ, 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 Christ! He buried his face in his hands and groaned. He sounded monstrous, bovine. They said his daughter was alive. The enormity and impact of that thought was too sudden for him to process. Instead, he went limp to the soles of his feet. If they weren't lying, and they knew where she was, where she'd been taken 2 years ago, they could also go and collect her. They could... The beheading, their signature. Bastards! He struck the roof of the car. Bastards! Inside the boot, Oleg Chorny coughed and made the noise of a dog. The skeletal figure began to bump about. Did they even have his wife? A ruse, maybe. They could be lying about everything. There had been no film of his wife. But why didn't she answer his calls? Everyone you know, they ceased to exist. In 1 week, they all in hell. Root and branch. No more sleep. No more resting for the scarecrow. No more disinformation from an addled consciousness. Chorny confessed now, or he died. The father yanked open the boot, seized Chorny by the ankles and hauled his legs out of the car, grabbed his shoulders and positioned him on the cement. The figure was dazed, and the light smarted against those big, yellowy eyes. He covered his skull face with his long, bloodless, crab-leg fingers. The father carried him like a roll of carpet to the side of the car park and to the waist-high wall. Understanding the intention, Chorny pushed back weakly into the father's side. Time. You're going over. You're done, you shite. This ends. Oleg's face mooned with terror. No, your daughter. Think. Think. I am helping you. Together we do this. We get her back. Liars. You're all liars. The father pressed his face into the veiny skull as he held the man's hollow cage of a torso, gritted his teeth and whispered, I've just heard from your old friends. They removed the head of someone who helped me. They filmed it and showed me. They're on to me, and they're coming. No more delays. You love death? You all love death. But maybe not this one. This is the hour of your death. I'll see you on the other side, and I will come for you there too. You don't listen. Please. No. The father manoeuvred the man to the cement wall and pushed his head over and into the rain-specked air beyond. Down there, you'll break apart on the street. I'm done with you all. The father gripped Oleg's body in a bear hug around the top of his thighs and raised him up as if to bundle him over. Oleg attempted to fold himself in half, his pale face discovering a new shade beyond white, his spindly arms grasping for the wall. Spittle flecked his mouth, his nostrils flared horribly, and as his bony head hung in empty space, his eyes became even vaster, expanding as he looked at the sky. He then glanced over his shoulder at the immensity of air below that a man could plummet through like a brick. Time to go to your after-death. As if placing a sacrifice onto a plinth to await a god, the father rested Oleg's pointy hips upon the ledge. Witless before the drop, the man's mouth fell open, but he appeared too frightened to speak. 2/3 of his near fleshless bones were draped over the ledge, the sky above, death below. The father didn't like heights either, but had never before seen fear so vividly erase everything but itself upon a human face. Today they were all traders in fear, merchants who negotiated inside the deepest aquifers of each other's nightmares. A stolen child, the prospect of a beheaded spouse, the terrible thinness of the air and the cool breeze preceding a fall to one's death on concrete. The father had drilled deep into the only thing that mattered to all of them who bargained in such places as this, life and death, how you and those you loved died. There was nothing else, not really, not any more. Every man, woman and child would know this too, in time. Destiny. Maybe this after death was nothing more than acceptance. The father pushed the jabbering skull another inch into the void, then turned it over so the big-eyed face could fully see the smashing floor below. Whoosh, scream, cement. He wanted to let the figure go, and knew he could do it. If Oleg did not speak now and reveal where his daughter had been taken, the father would let the body drop. The figure found its last breath, its final cry, and began to laugh, and the mad laughter ascended the scale into something raucous, queenish. His entire body shook with mirth, as if another drug-deprived seizure was imminent. "Death is larger than life." He reached his bound arms into the air as if preparing for a high dive. "Always it has been this way. So let me return to the terrible passage, Red Father. You disappoint me, but at least the fire of your rage will give me a fitting re-entry." A gun pointed into his face. The withdrawal of narcotics. Nothing had made Chorny do anything but act out, lie, resist. Here was more evidence. This man was truly unafraid of death. His recalcitrance and doublespeak had merely prolonged his time. This lover of death had played him. It was as if he was privy to greater opportunities that not even death could spoil. The father felt his body heave towards a sob of frustration at the utter futility of the tasks he had been set. Despair soon encased him like lead. His wife, Scarlett, Jean, had died for nothing, and he was just wasting time in a public car park with a junkie. "You have no idea what you did to us." The father screamed to rouse himself from torpor, from shock, from the dread that this man would never tell him what he wanted, what he needed. "She was everything. She was ours. We loved her. You have no idea what you did. To me, to her mother. You don't know. You don't know what you did, what you all do." He sobbed and let the man's thighs loosen under his arm. He clenched his jaw, swallowed. I wished I'd had the chance to kill your lover too, you bitch. But I'll finish what that fat prick Yona started. He got to your lover first, but I'll finish all of you who touched her, who paid for her. Oleg turned his head to fix his serpent eyes upon the father. His legs tensed, and he hooked his calves behind the father's waist. The mad eyes narrowed, confused but searching at this mention of his old boss. "Yona? Yona Abergil?" The man paled again, but not from a threat of death this time. The features withered under a sudden and terrible comprehension. The mad intensity in his eyes went out. "Simi? Abergil had him killed?" The man's shock was not fake. But then the father had been certain that his terror was no act either. "Tell me!" Oleg shrieked so loudly that the father nearly let go of the bundle of cuffed bones. He finally had the man's full attention, had accidentally learned how to hurt him, and deeply. The father spat and began to laugh. "You didn't know? Your messages from the other side didn't tell you?" "Yes, Yona murdered your lover. He had him killed. Your own boss had your lover killed, you skinny fuck. My daughter was his last job, and you didn't know. The devil that paid for her paid for your deaths. It was part of the contract. You can't even trust each other. There are no words for people like you. There is no death to fit your crimes." "Simi," the skull whispered again, his body now entirely limp and hanging upside down, a hanged man crucified by the remembrance of his own loss. "Yona lied. He said you were dead, but you've limped on for 2 years. For 2 years that made me wish that I was dead." Oleg placed his hands over his wet face. "You're not going to tell me about my girl. And there's no one who you love that I can kill. There's only you to punish." Oleg dropped his hands and looked at the father, transfixing him with a gaze of near inhuman rage. The collection of bones within the father's arms seemed to expand with a strength that pushed him backwards. Even with his ankles cuffed, Oleg curled his lower legs around the father's waist as one tight vice, near crushing the breath from his body as they pulled the father against the waist-high wall. His body became an anchor. Oleg then seemed to twist his upper body around and sit up in mid-air, solely using the strength in his stomach muscles. Using his bound legs behind the father's back as one belt of bone, he pulled himself forward and out of the wet, grey abyss. Long, sinewy arms whipped the air and knocked the father away from the wall, the metal cuffs splitting his lips. As the father's vision settled, he found himself staring at the concrete ceiling. A yellow light flickered as if trying to revive his blunted consciousness. A tone hummed deep inside his ears. Dripping from the bottom lip, he tried to speak, but only gargled. He needed to convince himself that what now sat before him with its back against the wall was even human. He had never been struck so hard before. And Oleg Chorny had managed to swivel his thighs between the father's arms, wrap his lower legs around the father's waist, and pull himself back to the wall that he had been draped over. He had struck the father before dropping to a crouch in one quick, fluid motion. A man who had seemed close to death had done this as if he were some acrobat or escapologist. A man reported dead 2 years ago, and a man whose ankles and wrists were still secured with steel cuffs. The father made to stand, fumbling for the handgun in his pocket. Oleg stood too, poised like a perfectly balanced corpse dancer, and looked out distractedly into the town. "We go to Yona. Enough of this bullshit. We go to Yona, or you never see your daughter again." "Yona is dead." Oleg's attention returned to him. The red eyes narrowed. "I killed him." "You?" This was said with contemptuous disbelief. The father nodded. "After he gave me you, I killed him." "He gave you? Yona would not speak unless—" "I shot him, his kneecaps, but I believe it was my threat to kill his father that broke him." Oleg's long fingers traced the contours of his inked skull. "The mad old bastard. He's still alive? Maybe that would have done it." not the knees. He raised his chin and blinked at the tears filming his big eyes. Yona, 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 it was you? You knew I was coming for you. You knew that I was killing to find you. You painted me onto that bloody wall. You say I have made these signs, but you didn't know that you and your partner were betrayed by your own boss. You're not much of a seer. Oleg's thoughts drifted for a while, and his eyes became near vacant. I looked for Simi. I went to Hellmouth. You can't imagine, but the pit has no specific answers. It's not like that. And who could ever take Simi down on their own? Such a man you have never known. Oleg slapped his own head. I once considered Yona as the culprit, but I decided this is not possible for Yona. Simi would have been warned first by friends. He had more friends than Yona ever did. The father dabbed his numb mouth with his sleeve. You want me to believe that you have some special relationship with some thing, this after death, just like all the nutjob evangelists and prophets. You think you're special? You bore me rigid. The demon was it that made you abduct a child? Say you tell me now. You tell me everything right now, or you die. I swear that you will die. Here. Oleg shrugged. You confuse what I have told you about with an intelligence you would recognize. There is no negotiation with after death, no favours. I have spent many years looking to find this out. There are only visions in the great chaos that are similar to what is upon my walls, pictures of what has gone and will come. But eventually it is possible to find a patron out there. Bullshit. Oleg ignored him, as if he were tired of the father. Simi looked for this place first, after death. He was the artist who tutored me. He was the seer. He knew there were guides for us, patrons over there, that we could follow. He knew that we could always be together, and over there, too, after this life. And something he found, that we found, we offered to, and it came closer to us. It came to us, as we made more and more of our own chaos. It found us through our signs, the ones we made in the ritual. You would not understand. Oleg shrugged. How could you? Only we and those seers before us will ever know about what is so near and what can be beckoned closer. You think this is something that can speak or be understood or controlled by something as pitiful as us? We are dust. Dust that seeped through a crack. Dust that soon gets swept back to what we all came out of. Enough! Enough of this bullshit. I'm warning you. My daughter. Her. You ask me for only a tiny piece of the great truth because you have no interest in the whole picture. You lack the mind, even now. You can't understand that what gave life to us here, that tears itself into blood and flesh, only waits impatient for us to return to the terrible passage. We are of it. We are small parts of something that spread into a multitude here. There is no time over there, no space. And we are all nobody here. Here is nothing. Oleg seemed to believe his own delusions, and, as was customary when faced with insanity, the father felt uncomfortable, tired, and strangely solemn. Chorney was not reading his signals, and was again ignoring the gun pointed at his face. We made our patterns in blood. Can you not see, Simi and me? We made our signs in a ritual that could truly be seen in another place, bright enough to be seen by a patron. It was all part of Simi's bait, the ritual, and between the signs we became stuck. Every time we slept, we saw how badly. We saw his end. Yes,
and we tried to alter it. But what was seen was inevitable once it all began. I saw my own nemesis in the dark, too. You. All I knew was that my final hour was tied to Simi and to something we had done to someone. To your daughter, it now seems.
Oleg leaned forward, his eyes bulging, the most excited the father had ever seen him.
And when you have acquired the vision of what came before and what comes after, you see the other things in after death. Traces, bloodless shadows, those already over there, the long returned. Patrons. Who knows their origins? They are so old. But they see, and they can leak between the right signs if they are made in the right sequence. We glimpsed them many times, and we learned that death is the only thing that gives life meaning. This.
He looked up and around himself, as if to encompass the entire world.
This life will soon be only a culture of death, all that we can expect or will ever see again. Soon. Our reign is brief, and we must go back to what we came out of. For the next part, for the return to after death, we decided it was best to be aware over there, to frequent the court of a patron and to remain together, while all others find blindness and oblivion.
There's nothing else but this world, and you were the cause of this world, and the consequence. Oleg shrugged.
You have no idea, Father. If only you could see l'amour, the finality, the endless distance. This world is one spark in darkness forever. It has only ever been this way. But we found something in this dark. Truly. Something too great for us to know, to understand. Something that does not care for us, for anyone. But it felt our vibrations, our antics, at the mouth of the terrible passage that we looked inside. Simi lured it from the darkest pit.
Oleg paused to spit, nodding at the father.
And you stepped between the signs, our signs, the hole that we could see through, the one that we made, and the one that I have used again and again to look for Simi over there. We pulled you in because you would be a part of our deaths, his, then mine. But we did not know who you were, or how you were connected to our destruction, or from what deed of ours you came to be linked to us.
Oleg dropped his head, as if his task was futile. In a quieter voice he said,
Don't you see? Ours was the experiment the scientist loses control of, and there were consequences. I can't explain it to you in another way. I always prefer to paint it.
Bullshit.
I am contagious, Red Father. There is an awareness of me over there. I wanted this observer to be Simi. It was not, but it is the one, I am sure, with whom Simi keeps company now. A patron. If this is so, my love is not lost to me yet.
His sincerity was more unnerving than the preposterous claims the father mostly failed to grasp. The father spat more blood from his mouth. This is what drives you to kill, and to take a child, this black magic bullshit. Insensitive to insult, Oleg turned his hairless head to stare blankly at the lightless office building opposite the car park. He spoke wearily, and more to himself than to the disappointing presence of another unbeliever.
After death is eternal. It is terror, sublime forever. Maybe death itself. We don't know. Part of a god, or just the absent dreams of something else from another place. And it is none of these things. No one can see a face that is not there. Nemo Deum vidit. Nobody has seen God. It is ineffable, unlike anything, but close to here, so big everywhere, just outside this. Closer and closer now comes the great dark flow.
Oleg looked at the father as if he were looking at a child.
People always sense this presence and call it lots of things. Devil, God, instinct, imagination. Maybe you do too. But the true source is closer than it has ever been, because never has so much been ready to travel through the terrible passage. This place brushes our minds, but comes no further. When it is close, ordinary things start to have meanings they did not have before.
Oleg's reedy voice slowed, as if in some final hopeless confessionary moment.
Dreams, they scrape it. Dreams that make you terrified of falling. The dreams when you sink and cannot move. You scream, you panic, but still you sink. Terror in sleep is the opening of the terrible passage. Hellmouth. It is why we came to the chapel, the abattoir. People prayed to what they could not understand. Their minds were too small and already too full, but they had faith. People had prayed and begged for mercy in there where so many animals were killed. Thousands, all of them together, crowded, frightened for years. They lived in fear like we do. Their heads were smashed, their throats cut. Chaos was there. The great unreason, the beginning of the opening, and the place was made special. The walls were worn thinner in a place of such horrid light. Thin enough for Simi's magic. Thin walls between places, between here and there. The other place that is coming closer to swallow us.
Oleg grinned, as if recounting some great accomplishment.
We evoked a glimpse with our intensity, the force in us. We made such magic. You cannot know. You cannot believe it. We made such drugs to unbind us. We made sacrifices, and we prepared ourselves. We went far, me and my Simi, deep. Little holes we made for our dreams to fall through. Dreams that were eyes. And only in them did I see you burn your way towards me with a message, because of something we had done. Something me and Simi had done in our fury. The great mistake, we called it, which meant we had to go before we wished to, before we were ready. In our time we have been responsible for so much. He paused to smile. Suffering. So I only came back from time to time, awoke now and again, because I could not find him out there. I still cannot find him, but maybe you, the Red Father, could tell me why he had to go so soon, could tell me who initiated the hour of his death. And when he is avenged, maybe he will come close to me again. Maybe he will see the fire of my vengeance. This is how the confinement of a ritual works.
Oleg turned his head so quickly the father flinched. Chorney's yellowing eyes widened, and his head slid from side to side, as if he were mounted upon the trunk of a serpent.
So I waited to speak with you, and it was all because of a girl. The little girl. After all that we did, that is the reason that the great seer was lost.
He shrugged, as if astounded that such a trifle should have been his undoing.
But I have come to know that I am dealing with a man who is burned by such rage, strangled by such guilt, that he makes powerful signs between our signs. You, the hour of my death, I have seen you coming towards me for 2 years. And so has another. You have joined the ritual.
The father stiffened, reminded of the expressionist image of himself on the black wall outside the vestry, and of what had billowed upon the ceiling. The possibility of its existence took his breath away. You were dead. Yona's men found you. You were dead, under that church. They wouldn't have made a mistake. Oleg nodded.
Without my eyes, I saw a dead man die. After his death, he was not dead. Still he lives, and yet he is dead. All this after death, I see.
You want me to believe that you were dead?
There are places between here and there that do not observe such distinctions. Has this not always been so? I am a simple reader of the dark, Red Father.
Shut up! The man was an illusionist who'd somehow faked his own death. Faith healers, prophets, evangelists, the world was strewn with tricksters now that hope was dying. Your junky disciples put you underneath that place and you played dead.
The office of the dead. I asked to be laid down, for sure, facing east, beneath the altar. I told those who were around me that I wanted no lamentation. If I sank away, I would lie upon the ground like a beast, like a pauper. I was untouchable, as it should be. At the end, we are all the same. We are nihil. We are Nemo. I asked those who followed me for one last act of devotion, that they wrap me in the shroud and leave me in the crypt. These preparations always achieved results. Is the grave not closer to hell? And under that place I have journeyed far to find Simi, that is all.
Oleg paused to wince.
I saw things you cannot imagine. But what little I could remember, when I returned, I painted, including the patron, our guide, who has followed the trail of our signs. My signs, and Simi's, and yours too, Red Father. Your offerings were delicious to it, and you have become its servant also, blind though you are, and so here we are.
You're full of shit.
Oleg humoured him with a smile. You too, I think. You've seen the things that wait for us, what we stirred up. Maybe you have glimpsed it, too. Bad dreams, Red Father? It clings because you have been noticed, through me. Our journeys are visible in another place. Do not fool yourself about this a moment longer, Red Father. And your daughter's sign burned so brightly. Simi knew the energy around her would be strong if we took her. It dragged you in, and you are so close to her now.
The father was on his feet. Yona Abigail's handgun was in his fist. The sights wavered over the skull before him.
I am very sorry to get you mixed up in this, Red Father. But at least you can get your daughter back. For a while, I think. If it means so much to you. But only if you don't squeeze the trigger.
The father thought he said, "What?" but wasn't sure he'd even spoken.
You want to know who has your daughter? I will tell you. A woman has her. A woman paid Yona to take her, and Yona paid Simi to make the snatch. Simi asked me to drive. We did everything together.
For a few seconds the father didn't understand what the man had just said, couldn't interpret it. But then the final part echoed between his ears. He comprehended that there had been the words, "A woman has her." "Who?" He had to swallow to repeat the question. "Who is she?"
Through the fat larva that was Abigail, it seems the same bitch who has your girl had my Simi killed too. This is of great concern to me.
The father became frantic. "What woman?" He moved towards Oleg.
She had no children, and she wanted yours. She wanted a child, but she wanted to make you suffer, too. You and your wife. Oh, she was bitter. In this work there was revenge and madness. I think maybe that also made the ritual so much more than we could control.
Again, the nonchalant shrug.
I will tell you her name, and then you will give me my drugs. I am not feeling well. To go between there and here so much, it takes a toll. And the boot, there will be no more of that. Tell me. The father could barely speak. You know where she was taken. Tell me where she was taken.
Oleg nodded and smiled wistfully as if recalling good times.
Tell me!
Oleg raised his claws and spread his talons to appeal for calm.
In a place by Swindon, there was a car waiting for us and our little passenger. We tagged her clothes.
The girl, she was put in a second car. The skull nodded, its lungs rasped. The father turned away to escape the spray teeming with bacteria that erupted from the grey-stubbed mouth. The second car, where did it go?
Oleg recovered. We used our navigation and we followed the next car until it stopped for a security check in, someplace in Roton. Yes, Roton. By the forest. The New Forest. The car was not searched. The security waved it through, so we knew this car belonged to someone important.
The figure swallowed, wheezed, and took in more air. He spat blood onto the cement.
The car finally stops, and we have the location. So we went in on foot, through all of the lovely trees. And we found a most magnificent house, big. Then we found out who lived there. This was a woman's house, a very rich woman, so Simi thought we might visit her again one day.
It made sense, horrible sense, like everything else these dreadful creatures did. They would steal a child to order, but they would want to know where the captive was taken. They would want to know everything about a person with whom they did their foul business, like a woman who had enough money to pay for the abduction of a child, the child of a nobody, because such a paymaster could also pay them more at a later date, or she could be beheaded and shuffled deep beneath the cold earth. The father barely heard himself speak above the pressure pulsing between his ears, behind his eyes, and bass thumping his chest. The anticipation of the final details was near erotic.
Her name. Who? Who is she? What is her name? My drugs first.
Oleg snapped 2 long fingers in the air.
I want them now.
The father moved, but felt as if he was wading through water to retrieve the man's stash.
And the bitch you seek belongs to me. I will kill this woman. Those are my terms.
The bony wreckage spoke matter-of-factly, smiling all the while, as if the grief he had experienced on learning of his lover's betrayers had vanished. The father stuffed the bag of paraphernalia into Oleg's clawing fingers.
Her name. The name. You give me your word first that I can kill the bitch who paid for Simi to die.
I give you my word. For this last piece of information, he knew he would do whatever was necessary to anyone, anywhere. He'd make a pact with any devil, and according to this criminal, his daughter was alive. If a woman had paid for his daughter, then his daughter may not have been taken for human horrors from which there could be no recovery. His little girl may not have been abducted for the worst act a human being could commit, the rape and murder of a child, a concept forbidden from the father's thoughts, which appeared only in the nightmares that had always made him want to die. If Oleg Chorny was telling the truth, then she might well have been stolen from her parents to live another life. He and his wife had once prayed together that this was so. For many months after his daughter had been taken, he would imagine this very scenario so that he could fall asleep with tears of joy in his eyes. To know that she was alive, somewhere, and not hurt, had been the greatest mercy imaginable for the last 2 years. Oleg closed his eyes.
The woman's name is Karen Peruki.
Disbelief was followed by sickening jolts of acceptance, and the father sagged to his knees. 29. Oleg slumped upon the back seat, his head back and eyelids trembling, mouth agape and his ridged throat exposed. The father stared through the windscreen without seeing much. Just as preoccupied as the intoxicated figure in the rear, he swept his memory backwards and into a minor episode of his past, a regrettable experience that had suddenly and traumatically devoured the present. When the father first met Karen Peruki, a few years after the final collapse of global food exports, she had been the CEO of the Open Arms charity, and long before then there were water-cooler rumours about her organisation. They discovered each other at a conference held during a lengthy period of looping discussions about agricultural capacity in the United Kingdom, talks in which it was impossible to discuss the matter of food self-sufficiency without finally acknowledging the end of food aid to Africa, Asia and the Middle East, a common dilemma in a Europe swelling with refugees. Word on the logistics vine implicated Open Arms in embezzling billions of euros in food aid. As the prices in international food markets last gasped at stratospheric highs, Peruki's Open Arms was one of many organisations suspected of an enterprising repackaging and selling of foodstuffs and medicines at inflated prices to countries fatally stricken by drought and famine. Even on a transparent legal basis, no more than a fraction of her organisation's revenue had ever reached the starving. Plenty of NGOs and charities were caught with their snouts in a diminishing trough as public sympathy peaked during successive Chinese, African and Central American famines. But what little had been reaching the needy had clearly been too much for Peruki and her corporate peers. As had been the case with many of the crisis enterprises, as soon as large sums of money became involved in addressing the catastrophic effects of runaway climate change, twinned with overpopulation that had followed centuries of environmental vandalism, the unscrupulous in the higher latitudes initiated one last freeboot before the world they knew vanished forever. As shortages became critical in territories stricken by drought, and governments collapsed, black markets empowered organised criminal franchises, armed militias and even legitimate armed forces who took control of all aid and relief operations, from warehousing to distribution. Eventually, as most financial donations and every case of food aid was seized by criminals or political rebels, First World contributions to the beleaguered masses carpeting the planet were consigned to the past. A dismal end to global interaction. During their affair, he'd learned that she had also siphoned off a cut of her organisation's considerable funds into an eye-watering salary for Open Arms senior executives. And she had done so for years. So high had she soared into the troposphere of the highest earners across successive years that she had, in effect, become untouchable in the eyes of the law. In his lifetime, the father had never met anyone else as privately wealthy as Karen Peruki. Even though his association with her was relatively brief, it quickly identified an equivalence in the fear and sycophancy that she inspired in those around her, the two key human responses that orbit affluence. After 5 months of inconsistent and difficult relations, he'd wanted Karen to leave him alone forever, going to great lengths to extract any trace of himself from her determined radar. But despite repressing Karen Peruki in his memory, he now had to accept the incredible. This former lover had subsequently ruined the lives of his family. Way back then, his abstinence, self-control and caution had always been compromised when he was on the road, and when he first caught Karen's lacquered eye at the conference, he'd held her fixed, unsmiling stare and transmitted that near imperceptible flicker of desire back to her, then looked away. And that was the moment, the very first moment that had delivered him here. A ruined man. A killer sat in a stolen car with a rucksack full of guns, while a drug addict and kidnapper shot up in the rear seats. An old girlfriend. Her. Impossibly, it was her. In the conference hall, his eyes had returned to Karen's face a few seconds later, and she had noticed him too. The come-hither exchange in the auditorium had not been planned. When her attention fell upon the third row of the conference hall in which he sat, all of his instincts had screamed for him to lower his face. But unsuitability, charged with danger, had often made women attractive to him, until he met his wife. He'd eventually figure out that a reciprocation of risky sensual possibilities was a kind of mirror that served to confirm his own desirability to women. It hadn't taken a therapist to make him acknowledge this. An insatiate narcissism had trapped him as an adolescent gazer into reflections, following him out of youth, and had demanded that he test himself with a giantess of the business world that day. A woman elevated by an intimidating reputation far beyond his own rung of the career ladder. At the time, he was a single and recklessly promiscuous man, in one of his phases, usually followed by a retreat into monogamy. But during his predatory periods, his desire to seduce, to encounter novelty, to perpetually rediscover anticipation and satisfaction would consume him after a few drinks. The same compulsion had driven him through his 20s. Back then he'd been popular, but commitment cautious. A bad bet, but illogically irresistible to some women, and often the naive or damaged. He'd been frightened by the need of several women to possess him entirely, but unable to change his habits. When half-cut, he hummed with an erotic electricity before he was fully aware of what he was doing. Through the long working hours and the miles travelled, he'd even seduced colleagues, at least 5, including an ill-advised digression with his last boss, Diane Brown. An entanglement that Diane had possessed the sense to kill quickly. Sleeping with her a few times, whilst knowing that passion might flare between them in the future, had been sufficient. Ideal, in fact. That was how he'd rolled. He'd met his wife just over a year after Karen, ending an anxious time that seemed to cure him of his incautious fixations. Coming together and then settling down with Miranda had been motivated in part by the shock of Ms. Perucchi. He had never denied it, and he had subsequently buried the memory of Karen. Back at the conference he'd spoken well in his keynote speech, and Karen's attentions had grown by the second day. She appeared to circle him, incrementally drawing nearer, and he'd toyed with what he assumed was her yearning for flattery. On the final day of the conference, he arranged to be near where she would be talking to the Swiss trade consulate. Nothing more had been required of him. Exchanged glances and a physical placement beside her. She had taken it from there. The suddenness of her vast presence all about him had led to a vertigo that was both unpleasant and perversely narcotic. And he'd engaged in something he wasn't sure about, with someone despicable, and even more so than himself, though in a different way. He'd still pursued ideas of social justice, fairness, of egalitarian systems during the greatest perils ever visited upon civilization. He had opposed the final disastrous stages of economic inequality and the tax arrangements of the wealthy, though to no end. Karen more or less stood for everything he hated and blamed for worsening the crisis, so he'd known all along that he was seducing a devil. But there was no place for reason in his love life, and his curiosity about Karen was never going to be anything but self-destructive. He'd even recognized this at the time. but had never fathomed just how devastating the consequences of his compulsion would be, until now, and she'd comprehensively destroyed his world. Making Karen laugh had been too easy, and he had not been able to restrain himself as they'd flirted, nor could he cap his brazen and superficial charm. His superficial charisma had resonated and gleamed brighter than ever before. He'd felt guided. Messages were sent within the hotel, mostly from her to him. Blinded by the attention, the possible professional advantages from the connection, and the sudden dysfunctional urge to bed a powerful woman, he'd accepted an invitation to drinks after her final engagements during the dying hours of the conference. The size of her hotel room could have matched the ground floor of a townhouse, one furnished with a luxury he suspected only a tyrant could demand. And once inside her private suite, there had been something about her too-smooth face, her tactical décolleté, the broad compactness of her thighs and bottom that had drawn the libidinous fool out of him, making him writhe with a reckless, hot desire that had felt toxic as it smelted his bowels. When her security closed the door and left them alone, the father had felt himself adrift in warm, deep waters, too far from familiar shores. But even that had been exciting. A sobering awareness of his own dissolute nature began changing positions with sudden, irrational lusts that had left him dizzy. After the sex, he'd known in a heartbeat that he'd made a grave mistake and placed himself somewhere unfortunate. As he left her rooms that evening, he'd been light-headed and slightly nauseous with anxiety. Excitement had shortened his breath when he'd entered the same suite hours earlier. Over dinner, she'd been eager to impress him and contributed the major share of conversation, choosing the subjects mostly connected to herself or her idea of herself, her achievements, the seemingly effortless affluence, a version of a past he didn't believe and who she knew, with an emphasis on world leaders. Tantalizing suggestions of his potential in her world were also thrown out nonchalantly, and he'd liked her less as every minute passed, sensing a deep, unquenchable anger inside the woman, manifesting in a readiness to judge and castigate rivals, reformers, or opponents to her interests. Other patterns formed the more she drank. She loathed younger women, and he suspected she made them suffer in her professional life. She exhibited signs of jealousy at the merest detail of his past relationships. His too familiar connection with his boss, Diane, she'd circled, like a shark smelling blood in the water. He'd been inclined to lie, feeling an instinctive need to protect his boss. And the more Karen drank, the more she talked, and the more distant from the situation the father had felt, excluded and lessening as a true object of her curiosity. She knew all she wanted to know. His role had been assigned quickly, and he'd assumed he was to be a hollow vessel with an irrelevant past that she would fill with her own judgments and aspirations. His dislike quickly became an aversion, but his distaste mingled with an animal desire, making his lust ugly, volatile, urgent, even vengeful. He had gone to her bed, engulfed by all of the wrong feelings. His repulsion manifested in a cruel appraisal, once they were in her bedroom and undressing under dimmed lights. That plasticized mask of haughty indifference, the vast hair a coiffured, pedicured, manicured illusion. Her heavy body silkily folded away inside expensive tailored suits, all suddenly combined to temper his ardour. The final revealing, the very unwrapping of her flesh, had seemed like the unveiling of a stark white madness in a penthouse-turned interrogation cell. And she'd watched his eyes, carefully, for even a flicker of disappointment. so he'd focused on the stockings, the fine details of the lingerie, the cold eyes, and let all that swirl through his own drunkenness to revive his excitement. In bed she'd opened to him quickly, was hungry, not at all bashful, but the father suspected a world-weary resignation was incompletely hidden. She went into a performance that he'd thought contrived, even vulgar. She became aggressive, fierce, more than he liked. She bared her teeth, pulled his hair until his eyes watered. "Look, I am a great lover, terrible in my passion." Another boast amongst the many he'd already weathered that evening, as her self-aggrandizing had grown monstrous after the second bottle of wine was uncorked. The unstable tyrant had engulfed him, and the father had smelled the danger growing like a gas ring left on in a small kitchen. Yet still he'd unbuckled when the call came. Her surrender into near debasement, as his lust removed the last inhibitions that alcohol failed to erase, had been equally as enthusiastic as his own, and alarming enough to tarnish his enjoyment. The whole carnal episode became wrong, doggish, combustible, clumsy, competitive, near spiteful on both sides, and his loathing of himself peaked as his climax subsided. Resistance would have caused friction. A trap had been sprung, and he was suddenly in her debt, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached without him reading the small print. And as the last tawdry rags of his ardour for the adventure unravelled, his paranoid mind suspected that he'd become a component in a strategy, beginning the moment they established eye contact at the conference. That first time, the con artist inside him began to speak the moment the sex was over. Why can't a man and a woman just enjoy intimacy and affection without any hang-ups or complications? The same routine had always been received by his lovers with coldness and contempt. Karen was no exception. Such an attitude to commitment should have been shared before sex, not after. But out it had flowed from his mouth, propelled by fear and clownishly insincere. It felt especially thin, meek and white as he'd hauled his trousers back on, but he dressed too quickly for her not to notice his haste. The incremental retraction of his enthusiasm that evening had already made her tense and angry. She may have sensed the beginning of his perturbation and rushed into the sex to give him no way out. The terrible causality of actions and their consequences near choked him now. Inside his mind, as he bowed before the cold tonnage of concrete dread in a near-derelict car park, he could see her again, and more clearly, and he'd attributed much more to the experience than he ever had done at the time. Once again, he found his toes edging over a precipice on the floor of human depravity. This was more evidence of the kind of behaviour he had mistakenly thought incapable of ever surprising him again. But a woman? An actual woman? And one of considerable professional status had paid criminals to steal his daughter because he had rejected her years ago. He clutched his head between his hands as he struggled to comprehend the ugly affair as a motivation for child abduction. In the car, the father spent hours searching Karen Perucchi online. Though not a single posting about her existed in the 2 years following her stepping down as CEO of Open Arms, no functions, no interviews, no endorsements, chairs or boards, no gossip or retrospectives, and not a single image. The woman had no current public profile. Through the car's computer, he'd used the best search services on both nets, the regulated and the dark, as far as Scarlett Johansson's former tuition could enable him. But all traces of Perucchi's existence had been removed from each channel. Not uncommon for the powerful and rich to delete bad press. The practice was decades old. But to erase yourself entirely from publicly available electronic data on the unregulated networks was a feat only feasible for those who had the most advanced takedown and hacking expertise at their disposal, or those with friends in regulation. The super-wealthy or the most powerful criminals commanded such measures, and he guessed he was now dealing with a combination of the two. He abandoned the search and let the news play so he could keep up with weather reports. Roads were closed all over the southwest and southeast. Only one route could take him to the gated community that Oleg had tracked his girl to 2 years gone. The rest of the news carried only one story on every channel. Pakistani and Indian troops increase their presence on the international border of Kashmir. As part of Operation Sfaraka, the Indian military has now amassed 800,000 troops and 6 armoured divisions on the line of control in the Punjab. Indian troop increases described as a response to the movement of mid-range ballistic missiles by Pakistan. The Pakistan military currently maintains 400,000 troops and 4 armoured divisions in the disputed region. The father racked slender recollections for more details about Karam Paruki. His memories of evading her were clearer than those of them together. When you were forced to, you could remember most things. After their first dinner date and the first time he'd slept with her, he'd tried to cut short his association by going to ground. After 2 weeks of his silence, she had notified him of an emotional crisis that he had triggered and needed to repair, only to become her old self again in other calls, or the inflated persona she'd adopted when they'd first met. In time, other personae appeared too, and he cared even less for those. One was more sage-like, as if Karen was a deliverer of important information about their connection. Astral and mystical links between them were suggested. Destiny was cited, and fate. Their whole coming together was practically foretold, at least to her. She'd known the moment he'd looked at her in the conference auditorium that he was the one. Mystical gibberish. He'd simply been intrigued, drunk, libidinous, reckless, and bored. But to placate what he felt was a growing and unstable rage in the woman, and to assuage his own destructive passions, he'd met her again. And again. He remembered one time clearly, in an exclusive hotel bar that he'd never have got inside without her invitation, where he'd tried to appear relaxed to cover the smell of his own discomfort and fear. He had attempted to charm and fool his way back into a world of maturity and reason, of calmer hearts and more feasible expectations between 2 professional people. It had only made Karen want him more. When he began crying off the invitation to the sleepover at her flat, citing an early start at work, he'd soon found himself backing away from her physically in the atrium of the hotel, feeling absurd. Her bodyguard had looked uncomfortable too. The man must have seen similar before. The father had watched Karen's expression alter from a bloodless rage to sorrow, and then to a faraway look as she rambled about her contempt for those who feared responsibility. Something like that. But he couldn't remember what she'd said with any precision, though it had that tone. Spite followed, and burned into anger. They were soon in a scene amongst the tropical plants of the mezzanine. He had not been able to see the end of her capacity for drama, but he'd known he was in trouble. He couldn't have guessed how much. He'd broken away to move past her scowling bodyguard, scrabbled into a cab on the forecourt, and left, only to have her turn up at his apartment an hour later. She left the following morning. They'd both seemed intent on tormenting each other and themselves, mutually assured destruction. Over the following months, her will to secure what she wanted, the way she wanted it, to make the dream come alive again, made things difficult for him. At work, Karen began to pester him. His own manager, the ex-lover Diane, had made a cryptic comment in a lift going down to a reception. By that time, stiffness had replaced his ease of movement, and his boss had noticed the lack of focus in his usually quick eyes. She'd said, "You really should be careful where you stick it. She's dangerous. You're playing with the big girls now, but I don't want her calling me again. I don't want her near here." That had snapped him out of his stupor, and he just stared at his boss, wordless and frozen with regret. Karen reaching into his working life should have been an indication of what she might also do. Afraid of professional damage, he'd continued to meet Karen in order to play a new hand. He'd tried to make himself appear pitiful, weak-willed, untrustworthy, a really bad bet. It had come easily, and she hadn't disagreed with him, but had seen through his strategy and considered it even more of an appalling rejection. But there was no row the last time he saw her, when he finally and decisively ended the connection. She'd sneered at him, had seemed transformed into a bird of prey, a masked goddess that demanded blood sacrifice, and an angry little girl that wanted to punish all of the other little girls who came to her party and had the audacity to talk amongst themselves. After that, he'd physically hidden from her for months, while missives sent under pseudonyms arrived infrequently in the early hours of the morning, when she was loaded and accessing the worst parts of herself. She haunted a few events she had no business being at, co-opted herself into groups close to his work, appeared bemused to see him across at least 2 rooms that she'd ingeniously guessed would contain his presence. The messages, demands, occasional gifts, threats, and the coincidental appearances eventually abated. When Karen finally fell silent, about 5 months after they first met, the release was similar to a stream of cool air in stifling and claustrophobic humidity. He'd vowed to never repeat the experience with the powerful, the unstable, or the powerfully unstable, and eventually he stopped flinching when his screens chimed. In time, and after other quick affairs, culminating in the courtship of his future wife, he mostly forgot about the unfortunate interlude. Within his wife's deep-seated gentleness and grace, he had sensed a merciful release from himself. His secret suspicion that he was condemned to forever repeat his compulsive, inebriated seductions seemed to pass. He married and had 1 child, believing his marriage and daughter had saved him. But he'd fooled himself, and he knew he'd begun to feel the destructive libidinous demon revive inside him around the time his daughter had turned 4. It had wanted to come out of retirement, and he'd slipped, but only once. The affair was never consummated, but he'd been preparing the ground the afternoon his daughter was abducted. Those messages alone had been enough for him to lose everything. They had distracted him, and his daughter had been stolen. He no longer knew who was most to blame for her abduction, Oleg Chorny, Karen Peruki, or himself. He didn't know who should be shot between the legs and left to bleed out in a ditch. The breaking news intruded into his thoughts. He stared at the screen vacuously. Washington, Moscow, Beijing, and the UN have all appealed to Islamabad and New Delhi to exercise restraint and prevent further escalation in Kashmir. A voice from the back seat. "You still watch these? Why?" The father grimaced. "You're not interested in the opportunities it presents to you? The shortages your kind can exploit, the destitute that you can run as slaves or whores?" "I am retired. I have learned to pursue less worldly matters." "Your visions, graffiti daubed on walls?" "I think you are being facetious. I do not respond well to the facetious." The father ignored his captive and sank again into his wretched and morbid reverie. Karen had clearly not been able to forget him, and she must have studied his life from afar before she had made her own move. Tracked him, perhaps, his fortunes, movements, his marriage to a younger woman, and all from a safe distance. And in the intervening gap, the world had become a different one, the people different, rules and boundaries were always changing, ways of enforcing the older rules were decaying. Everything was on fast forward now. He wondered whether memories of the distant affair and the woman's psychosis should have mattered more to him after his daughter was taken. Had the spectre of Karen Peruki appeared in the long interrogation of his soul, when his guesses about why his daughter was abducted veered from the ludicrous to the unbearable? Once or twice he seemed to recall, but Karen had never been a true suspect because Karen had not been the first. He'd been through similar bad scenes with at least 4 other women before her, borderline stalkings, and one fist-fight that he'd lost to a man who punished him on behalf of a very disappointed woman in France. And the father had simply been unable to suspect a woman of such a crime. He knew of no precedents. But his rejection had been sufficient cause for Karen to abduct his child. Karen's fury at his choice of a younger woman and at his wife's subsequent fertility must have been incandescent. And neither could Karen have expected that anyone would suspect her. She'd even paid Yona Abigail to kill the abductors, and she'd nearly got away with it. Only a painted, drug-addled corpse had somehow survived the purge by playing dead under a hideous chapel, and Oleg's presence troubled him more than he wanted to admit. His captive smiled at him now, the azure and gold-inked shoulders spiking out of the blanket on the rear seat, the reptilian mouth seeming to recognize the father's acknowledgement of such terrible truths. The father sought an escape from the yellow eyes within his preoccupations, and they were many. Why had Karen waited for so long until his daughter was 4? She'd waited years to avenge herself. So long? There must have been a continuing slippage into a bitterness and resentment so vast and black and endured amongst the worst kind of company, a criminal fraternity, until she had decided to steal a former lover's only child. He had no other theory. Without any help from the weather, the father felt colder than he'd ever done in his life. Had he truly been a victim of a long, patient campaign driven by a scarred woman's vengeance? Maybe Karen was infertile, but the desire to wound and disable others on this scale because of a trivial, romantic disappointment struck him as grotesque, ludicrous, spiteful, and hateful beyond belief. The motivation seemed too monstrous, too fantastical, too unreal for credence. But when he, in turn, considered the dying world and how his species turned upon itself daily, and what he had done in the private homes of those he suspected of wronging him, then he had to accept that what Oleg Chorny had told him was possible. Ultimately, his intuition failed. A sudden crime of passion was one thing, but to actually wait years to steal a man's child was inhuman. And he didn't know who or what he was dealing with. Or what such a maniac might have done to his daughter subsequently. Had she, would she have killed, or had his daughter killed? Killed, sold, transported. Those seemed the most likely options. Or would she have kept her, to gloat and prolong her revenge by plunging him and his wife into abject despair and desolation, since they'd both wronged her by defying her? Satanic. Is that where society was now? A place where the most affluent, using their affiliates in organised gangs, abducted the children of private citizens over slights, where the authorities would no longer properly investigate their crimes. Inside the car, the father bent double and spat sour saliva from a drying mouth. Straightening up, he caught Oleg's idiotic, beatific grin as the drug continued to course through the man's veins. The insolent levity had gone from his eyes, as if he were now losing patience with the father. This powerless man, cuffed at wrist and ankle, who had done so much damage, had the temerity to mock him. As if walls of bronze inside his mind were suddenly beaten by red tongues of fire, and reflective depths flickered with the deep blood of a voracious sun, the father was consumed by rage, charred by a loathing for himself. He produced the handgun, turned sharply, and reached into the rear of the car. He forced the weapon inside the captive's mouth. Not pulling the trigger might have been the hardest thing he had achieved in his life. It had come down to the gun going inside Oleg's mouth, or his own. There has been a continuation of fierce artillery and mortar exchanges. Within the last 12 hours, the British and United States governments have urged all remaining citizens to leave India and Pakistan immediately. Diplomatic and aid agency personnel have been evacuated. The father withdrew the weapon from the king's mouth. Oleg spat blood onto the blanket, then grinned anew, and the father recognized that Oleg knew a great deal more about the situation than he had shared. The father unlocked his door and made ready to get out, to make the call he dreaded with every vibrating atom of his being, and had postponed for hours. To the old accounts that Scarlett Johansson and the police detective had given him. He needed to face up to what had been done to Miranda. Oleg seemed to read his intentions even before he had them.
Maybe your wife is already dead. Why confirm it now? But the girl, your daughter, I think we can save.
The father never opened the car door. Instead, the blood leaked from his heart to leave him cold and unable to move. The very air seemed to darken around his head. Oleg spoke quietly, reassuringly, as if to a child.
As you suspect, they are confident that they will catch you. There will be a message from your wife too, but I do not think you should look at it. They wish to destroy you, even before they kill you. This is how King Death works. This is how terror works.
Oleg nodded at the screen and the news from India. It was now being cut again with rival stories about the pandemic.
We waste time. Soon there will be greater shocks that will make the world stand still, and even the kings will take their eyes from you. Here is a pause that you must take advantage of. Soon even this war will be insignificant. Something worse is already here. Again.
The father stared at Oleg, dumbfounded, and only half registering the coloured skull's prophetic assurances.
All that will happen next, I have seen in other forms in another place. Many are going to after death. So many you can't believe. You suspect this. You feel it build. If we know this now, then we are the kings in this life today.
Cut the mystical crap.
Quarantines and closed roads will not favour a man who flees with a child he has stolen.
Let's keep our communication right around there. What other news there was originated from outside hospitals within various parts of the UK. Patients and medical staff were dying in increasing numbers, but only a few hundred so far in the south east, London, the home counties, Oxfordshire, as well as the Midlands. But a pattern of red dots was growing across the map of a country still reeling from the devastation of the summer heatwave. Oleg would not be curbed.
There is no last judgment, but there is resurrection in a new form amongst horrors and in chaos. Simi and I learned this. We prepared for this, and now I am almost ready to call upon our patron again, one final time, and to embrace the mad court. I believe Simi dances there while waiting for me. But there is something I must do first, and you have told me what it is.
What are you fucking talking about? Save the horseshit. I need to think.
I need to tell you this because you need to hear it. There is a witness to my final trajectory, and yours too.
What? You think I'll buy this crap about this bullshit, a patron?
Nemo Deum vidit. Nobody has seen God. I already tell you, I don't know what it is. I am too small to know, but death is not terminus, it is transitus. And the cosmos is full of great beasts. I have passed by dragons. I get too close and they fill my dreams with hell. You have seen this on my walls and in your sleep, and they are drawn to our hell. We who are confined by signs see it first. What you see on my walls is coming. We are both trapped inside Simi's ritual. Unless I make a final sign, you may never be released.
There are no signs, no patrons. There are only despicable and revolting people like you and the bastard you loved and Karen Peruki who stole a child and ruined lives.
It is always easier to deny than accept. But see it another way. Greed and arrogant power made us snatch your girl. That was the first sign in Simi's ritual. Jealousy and revenge made a woman steal her. Pain and terror released my name from a devil's lips, and it fell upon your ears. Your rage and your guilt made you a killer. Am I right? These were the greater parts of us, our power. They were the brightest lights in the window that Simi had opened to find a patron. His ritual created the chain of reaction, and this has lit so many lights in the other place, where he is. When you crossed my path, your rage opened you to me, joined you to it, the patron that is so close, and it brought us to this, here. It was all inevitable. You came within the confinement, and now we are bound to each other. How else did I see you coming?
You want to die. You're ready to die. You said so. And you know, I'm happy to oblige you, so why would you help me if that's even what you're suggesting?
We are pushed together, closer, the remaining players. 2 of them must work together to finish this ritual. What Simi began. Us. We each have business in the same place. You seek the lost object of your desire, but you are in the crypt. I am only offering you the stairs to lead you out. I only want the head of Medusa, the one who paid the devil, Abergil, to kill Simi. I believe he and I can find each other again if we make this final sign. There are connections that you cannot understand, but you must be my mirror, Red Father. It is all I have lingered for, you, the messenger. You have delivered your message, so now I tell you where we go, so that we can close this circle and sever ourselves from this woman that binds us together, the one who has destroyed us. We are both guided on this journey, make no mistake, and we too will be severed from each other, broken from our connections when we make a great light together. Simi wants me to finish this way, with blood, so that he can find me. I can sense this. Her death will be like a star to him, and will draw to me the company that he now keeps. Jesus wept. If you say one more word about this bloody... So, Red Father, listen to me carefully, and I will tell you where to go, to the place where you will find your daughter.
30. As the sodden and blustery afternoon turned to dusk, the father found a place in the trees just outside the security fence, offering a partial view of Karen Peruki's house. And judging by how long it had taken him to find the fence, only to then be confronted by the size of the property, he knew he wasn't supposed to see this. No one was. An essential part of maintaining an affluent lifestyle was now dependent upon concealing it. The survival of the rich was becoming contingent on their ability to hide wealth and remove themselves from public life. Years of riots and home invasions had given rise to permission for affluent communities to defend themselves too. Conflicts had left hundreds of looters and trespassers dead. The suspected summary executions of thieves had failed to reach a court in years. The country was way beyond all of that now. Knowledge that made the father feel sicker and weaker as he lay in the wet soil like a tired animal. Through the rain-blurred air, the father caught faraway glimpses of hardwood floors, suggestions of elegant furnishings, luxury and comfort. How deep the building reached, he couldn't tell from his position. A vast disk of a covered swimming pool, ringed by a white stone patio, was the most visible feature on the other side of the fence. The pool area led to a long pavilion-style building, shaped in a crescent, a new design, 1 story high, with floor-to-roof windows and sliding doors at the centre to catch the sunlight. Lights now blazed inside the large communal area at the heart of the building. Around the glass more white stone glimmered, and a cedar-panelled facade on either wing blended into the wooded backdrop. This was a well-insulated property, and probably built to order, with rainwater recycling, a solar energy-receptive roof, all energy self-sufficient and off the grid, no doubt storing its own power and fitted with a ground-source heat pump. The perimeter wire was electrified, as signs indicated. Wire panels taut between concrete pillars reached 12 feet high, with an outward overhang of black razor wire on the last 3 feet. Placed 20 feet apart and topping each fence post was a small camera directed towards the house. Outdoor floodlights to startle and light up intruders were positioned close to the cameras and would be motion-activated. Several acres of immaculate lawn stretched from the house to the fence. Growing up to the property's border, a dense wood of pine, oak and beech acted as a further layer of concealment and protection. With the exception of the drive leading to the closed gate, there were no roads near the house. Serpentine in manner, the father had spent 3 hours pushing through a sodden, unmanaged and occasionally wind-lashed forest floor until he'd come upon a thin track. He'd eventually followed it across another mile, the path slippery with gelatinous mud, and through near-impenetrable woodland until he reached the fence. Even wearing his poncho and hat, by the time he'd reached the perimeter he was bemired to his elbows and hips, and his underwear clung to his skin. With the exception of out-of-date satellite maps, there was no public information available about the address, and little about the gated community in which the building sheltered. 2 years had passed since the abduction, so Karen may have moved or be abroad in another lavish residence. He vaguely recalled her bragging about her overseas property portfolio years before. The only course of action to verify current occupancy was the direct approach, a trespass and break-in while armed. But if Karen Peruki no longer lived here, and he went in armed, there was a chance that he might engage in a lethal conflict and die fighting his way into the wrong house. The mere thought of crossing the floodlit bowling green beyond the wire made him feel sick. And the tools he had available were no use in the face of the insurmountable fence. Automatic locking might ultimately seal off the entire house once the security lights on the boundary fence startled anything living that had strayed onto the lawns. Shatter and bulletproof glass might have been fitted into the doors and windows of the house. Prolific home invasions over the last 20 years, as well as the unflagging abduction threats, had meant the wealthy left little to chance. This new forest community employed its own security patrols. The entire area was listed as private property. At the border of the easterly section of the forest, the father had been forced to turn the car around when the navigation system issued a warning, preceding immobilization of the vehicle. He had spotted distant camera masts on the secondary road, and they allowed him to drive no closer than 5 miles from the first house in the community. With no way of getting any closer by road, he'd parked and continued on foot, and he'd needed the navigation function of the military binoculars he'd found amongst Oleg Chorny's weapons to get this far. Looking at the glowing windows from his distant position within the dank weeds, and while the ceiling of trees crashed above him as the winds built for the night, his teeth came close to snapping as he ground his jaws together. She got away with it. Karam Peruki had stolen his daughter. She had pocketed a little girl in the way she had pocketed charitable donations intended for the starving, and she'd got to live here. He could only think of one punishment worthy of such crimes. Closing his eyes tight and taking deep breaths, he reminded himself that choking indignation was the bedfellow of murderous rage, and could derail his ability to think clearly and rationally. Back in the car, Oleg had warned him of this. The journey to the fence had also consumed 3 hours, a journey he would now have to repeat to return to the car. And he would have to come back here, along the same route the following morning, but with something to get him through this fence, and then he would have to make his move while exhausted. The hurricane had blasted north, but the tail of the storm still raged, so at least the weather offered some natural cover. The flooding in Dorset and Wiltshire, power outages, numerous closed roads and the treacherous driving conditions in a forested area might hamper the arrival of any assistance once he'd tripped the alarms and lights. How quickly private security details could respond to calls and how substantial the patrols were was pure conjecture. The weather was his only ally, but that wouldn't help him cut through the wire, then traverse the grounds quickly and get inside the house. There might also be on-site security. A permanent bodyguard, particularly if the residents had children, was standard for the wealthy in the cities and towns. There were the Kings to consider, too. How long might it be before they ran him down out here? The Kings knew who he was, and who he was searching for, but how many of them knew his little girl had been taken for Karam Peruki? Yona Abigail was dead, as was Semyon Sabinovic. Besides Oleg, he didn't know who else had been in the loop about his daughter's abduction. But if even a minor figure like Rory had known something, then others would too. Abigail had admitted he had confided in associates. The Kings might appear soon, or already be in place, waiting for him. He was pretty sure now they weren't tracking his car, or he'd already be dead. God bless Eugene Hackman. The father opened his eyes as if to release his skittish thoughts before they panicked into a rout and brought the binoculars to his eyes. Old Dev 13s that would still provide good magnified recordings of anything he could see, footage equipped with directional sound, and he could study this more closely in the car. Through keyholes in the ground scrub and tree line, he sighted the fence, cameras, the position of the visible security lights, then the other parts of the building and grounds that he could make out. Bright orange wall lights, a long white leather sofa, an expanse of wooden floor, a dark rug before a broad fireplace made from steel, all appeared in his magnified vision as the building's windows revealed a portion of the interior. The rear wall of the central area was constructed from long sheets of glass and sliding doors, facing another patio on the other side. As the building curved, one side of the room was lost to sight, but beyond the fireplace he could see a large open bar. A person could just walk out to the pool from the bar, or right through the middle of the house to the rear patio and gardens. There would be access to other rooms, too, in either wing, from the large communal space that had been designed for entertaining. While the father assessed the very real possibility of being killed before he made it across the broad open grounds, there was movement in the living room. Sudden, quick movement behind the glass. A figure, moving from left to right, then disappearing through a door on the right of the building. He didn't twitch, and let the wet earth, the cold and rain engulf his stationary form as he waited for the little figure to reappear. As he lay, barely breathing, and unwilling to blink, the few minutes stretched into 15, then 20. The child did not re-emerge. Heartbeat thumping from the sudden infusion of adrenaline, the father replayed the footage. Dressed in a blue tracksuit, her raven hair tied in bunches, her small, eager face in profile, a young girl appeared and ran across the living area on the tiny screen of the binoculars. She had run from left to the right, from one wing of the spacious building to the other. "Baby," he whispered into the wet air. He felt concussed, even paralyzed, before disbelief seeped through him like damp. He watched the recording again, and again, and again, all the time refusing to acknowledge this was his daughter, while unable to recognize that it was not. Pausing the footage on the child's face at the moment he could see a fraction more in profile, he enlarged the frame until he was staring hard at a snub nose, the slim angles of the cheeks and forehead, and a partially open mouth. He played it again. The child was tall, but the vaguest suggestion of a residual infantile plumpness about her cheeks and posture, the short gait and speedy flit, rather than a mature running technique, made it possible for the girl to be around 6 years old. The hair was the right colour, too. If he could see her face fully, he would know her. He was sure that he would know his own child. His thoughts were routed. Brief notions of his daughter erupted. Memories flooded in, even those he hadn't known to still exist. Her image was suddenly brighter, his sense of her more distinct, less imaginary. His heart seized, but the pain of recall was less acute. Briefly, he wrestled with a mad desire to throw himself up the fence and into the razor wire. The father didn't know for how long he lay in the mud thereafter, sobbing into his wet, dirty hands. And as he cried, he said his wife's name. Eventually and slowly, his limbs stiff with cold and damp, he packed away his sodden equipment and slid carefully backwards through the mud and into the trees. And so shaken was he, with what might have been hope, even euphoria, the discomforts of his passage out never registered. There had never been a real choice about him breaking into the house. When and how were the only questions he entertained now. 31. Who knew? Besides you and Sabinovic, who else would know that Karen Peruki took my daughter? On the back seat, the thin head studied him in the dim light. The big eyes were hooded but still shining. How did you find me, I'm asking the questions. Yes, and I have given you the answer. That fat rat-fuck, Yona, gave you me and Simi, but who gave you Yona the pig? The detective, but only after a tip-off from Rory that King Death were involved. Rory. From a conversation in a pub, Rory knew it was the King's. If that degenerate knew his organisation had carried out the snatch, then others in his world knew even more. Your old friends, the Kings, would have asked the lawyer where my daughter was taken, the go-between, this Oscar Hollow, the Kings. They'll be here? I would think so. Soon they may even do our work with the bitch for us. They are thorough when they cover their tracks. Kings are always in the service of death. But that would not be so good for what I have in mind. Oleg smiled pleasantly when he noted the father's renewed attention and his growing dependence upon him as a source of information, even guidance. What do you mean? The father asked. This woman. You have to ask yourself, is it more trouble to make her and what she covets disappear, or is it easier to kill you? On the path of least resistance.
I would think so, but she will have to pay 2 prices then, maybe 3.
Prices? What prices?
You, your wife, the 2 pigs, all will carry a price, as kings do the bitch a big favour by removing problems and erasing history. After sales. We always make big money this way, and what has been uncovered can just as quickly be buried. You see? But no one will look for you when you are gone.
The father ground his teeth until his jaw lit up with pain. Pigs? Don't you call them that. And don't ever mention my wife again, or I will shoot you dead where you sit. The man fell silent, but still grinned. The father's thoughts returned to the film of Scarlett Johansson, her face, the terror in her eyes. A recording of his wife was surely waiting for him too. The father sank his face into his hands. There was no question of him travelling back to the Midlands. He had made his decision. Gradually, his thoughts returned to the 12-foot fences, the razor wire, the lights and cameras, the probability of private security with exceptional military expertise, and the comrades of the addict who had stolen his little girl 2 years before, all biding their time within the cedar-panelled walls of a fortress. All of these things he would have to confront in a few hours. To be so close and yet... The impossibility of the venture impaled him. He was a chunk of lava that had cooled to a small black porous rock, discarded, burned to carbon by the cruelty and tragedy of having been given this life, and even that was a life much better than most would ever know. He thought of the little girl running through the house in the forest, this palace of the undeserving, the malicious and cruel, protected by an electrified stockade. Had there been a hint of a smile in the girl's eye? When he thought of her mother again, the father cried, and he couldn't stop. The noises he made were the deep cries of an animal reaching the last of itself. He had never been religious, but the father prayed for this to end, and perhaps he now spoke only to a memory of warmth and light that had managed to remain inside his degraded heart. Night pinched out the last of the dusk. In the mornings, when you were a baby, we would go downstairs together while your mother got ready for the day that she would spend with you. The morning was our time together before I went to work. You used to lie on me and hold my finger. Sometimes I can still feel your weight and your softness. I can smell your hair. You would wrap your hand around my finger. You always held what made you feel safe. Your father's finger, and I am your father. The father finished recording his story on the car's media and set the recording to play live on the website devoted to information regarding his daughter's disappearance. Who had taken her, for whom, each name, a timeline, every shred of information he'd gathered in his time as the Red Father. He set the timer for his recordings to go live in 2 days. By then, he would have her, or he would be dead. He made other preparations for the recordings to be sent to the police liaison officer, whom his wife still dealt with, the 2 sympathetic journalists who had periodically tried to revive interest in the case, and his family's legal representative. If he died in the morning, then at least his story would be with those able to investigate Karam Paruki. The public would know that he was a killer too, but he didn't care about that. 32. At 4:30 in the morning, the father roused himself from a brief sleep, joints cracking, the painful stiffness slowly passing from his neck and joints. Chewing on an energy bar without any pleasure, he checked his existing tools again. On the passenger seat beside him, his equipment was laid out: 4 handguns, the nerve agent, binoculars, mask, water, torch, gloves, the metal cuffs he had taken from Oleg's limbs and replaced with wire ties. The sight of the steel upon the cloth gave him a brief leap of confidence, but the bag of tricks that had enabled him to invade other homes and to destroy criminals soon appeared insubstantial and primitive. A drive to Southampton was unavoidable, to better equip. He'd need an open store that sold wire or bolt cutters. In the rear-view mirror, his eyes were grim, the surrounding flesh unnaturally pale and wrinkled like wet cotton. Dreams had left him shaken, omens, portents, the gibberish of a shattered mind. He didn't know. But above all, for the first time since he began the search, he had awoken afraid that he was a man too ruined to ever be a father again. Oleg must have stayed awake, and probably since the father had taken him outside at 1 a.m. to empty his bowels into the undergrowth, then given him the sugary drink he'd asked for. "How will you do this?" The voice that rose from the darkness of the rear seat was cleared of sleep, but tight, near sibilant. The eyes were large discs, too bright, too still. The father could only hope the man would die from withdrawal to save him another execution. He ignored Oleg. "I can help." The father packed a pair of small rucksacks. He chose his original handgun for familiarity's sake, and the one he had taken from a bedside cabinet in Abigail's house. When he returned to the car the previous evening, he had made himself familiar with that weapon by firing it into a fallen tree trunk in the forest. The handgun had barely kicked or made a sound, but had broken apart the dead wood. The gun must have contained high-impact ammunition that would shatter bones around the entry wound. Whoever was inside the house might have them too. The idea seemed to drain his dim resource of strength through his feet. Oleg's bag had also contained a small automatic rifle. The father wasn't sure how to fit the magazine or unlock the trigger mechanism. He couldn't face asking Oleg for assistance, so would leave that behind. He could only risk using a weapon at close range, aimed at a clearly identifiable target. There could be no stray shots if his daughter was inside the building. "How you get in, The questions continued from the back of the car, as if talking was easing the acute symptoms of the man's abstinence. Oleg had folded in on himself as stomach cramps overwhelmed his frail, shivering body. "You going to kill me before you go, Though maybe the overdose you are considering is best. I will even tell you how to do it. But you kill me, and we are both leaving this life today. And maybe today your daughter asks this Karen a question, this bitch, who she thinks is her mummy. The little girl will ask who the man is, the one caught on the fence. She will never know that it was her own father that was shot on the wire, and at that moment Karen will know that she has won. All her tracks are covered, and the girl is hers forever." The man was trying to manipulate him in return for a fix. "Shut up!" "Is this the plan for today, "I'll shoot you before I go in. For the last 2 years I've wanted to make you suffer, slowly, make you feel something, know something, experience something that now you can only imagine. Make you feel what you inflicted upon us, me and my family. But I don't have time. I'll drag you into the undergrowth out there. I know the spot. I marked it out yesterday. And I'm going to shoot you in the face while you look at the father of the girl that you stole." Oleg grinned. "Good. 'Tis good. You solve a problem. 2 problems. Mine, 'cause I feel bad now." The figure was near rearing off the seat in his discomfort, straining bony ankles and wrists against its ties with such vigour the car began to shake, the prelude to a seizure. "And before noon you die too. The storm will take away your screams. They will bury you in the trees, close to what you came here for." "Your daughter will never know her own father again. She will never know that he is buried close to her. In time she even forget what she—" The father turned in his seat and punched the barrel of his Beretta against Oleg's wet forehead. The man winced from the sudden shock of the blow, then slowly returned his skull to the end of the barrel. "Please, yes? We do this now? It doesn't matter. You, me, our thoughts are nothing. Our lives are nothing. Nothing matters any more." "Best to have no thoughts,
no memories of this place, and no one dies easy of this pestilence."
Oleg nodded at the silent, flashing media screen that had reported mostly the spread of the Asian virus since they'd arrived in the New Forest. Occasionally interspersed with the great battle lines drawn up in Kashmir.
"Usque ad mortem. Soon so many will be sick unto death."
"Go to hell."
"Just thought you wanted to save your daughter, I am going nowhere, and you need help, so why can't we help each other? That is all I am suggesting."
"Shut it!" The father nearly squeezed the trigger. Oleg opened his near lipless mouth and took the barrel inside. He tried to say please, but with a gun inside his mouth it sounded like please. The father climbed out of the car and made his way to the boot. He hadn't expended any time at all thinking of how he would dispose of Oleg, but the sooner the better. He considered it strange, but ever since he'd taken the man captive, his intense loathing and hatred for the figure had not so much subsided as been replaced by new involvements, possibilities, second guesses and terrors, and all set to the soundtrack of the man's esoteric and mystical nonsense. Instead of taking revenge against Oleg, he was now being made to think of who had been killed because of him, of who he had killed, and who he would have to kill next. His daughter being alive had changed everything, swiftly introducing so many new considerations, memories, regrets, doubts, and emotions into the existing maelstrom that was wearing him to sand. The father couldn't contain all of this. There was no part of him left over to consider the fall of man, and this world that had accelerated around him across the last few years. He wondered why men were so poorly built to withstand suffering when its possibility had always been so assured. His mind was moving too fast. He needed to find some space to think through his move. He would have to silence Oleg first. An overdose, as the man suggested, was low-key. The father climbed inside the car, the bag of drugs gripped in one hand. Oleg shivered with delight at the sight of the nylon sack. "How much?"
"May I?"
The figure's entire body shook, but his hands remained still enough to take the applicator.
"You have to find the vein for me, and then you must decide if we part company now or later."
"Where do you take it?"
"Foot, left foot."
"Jesus."
"Between the toes. Give me all of it if you want me to go now, or only give me half. But if I don't wake up, that would be bad for you."
The father pulled the applicator out of Oleg's fingers. "Bad for me? How can you help me? Why would I trust you?" The man swallowed and widened his feral eyes.
"There is still a fence at this house,
He had the father's attention.
"Maybe you hate me a little less while I help you with this, or you will have no chance. Your anger, it,
Why? Why would I trust you?"
"You think I have grown a soul?" He laughed. "At last I see the error of my ways, and I am a better man now, No, I don't believe in atonement, but, like I said, I want the beach. We have history, and she is the beacon I want to light up in another place."
He nodded at the drug stash.
"And for this I do anything too. My will is not my own, I am a vessel."
He grinned, his grey-toothed, slippery grin. The man then rolled onto his side and spat into the footwell.
"These fences. You can't dig under, and can't climb. They'll see you on camera. Your weight will set off the alarms. Was that how you planned to get inside, to climb?"
"Cut my way through."
"I see. So you think you can cut through the fence, then move to the house, then break in? This is your plan? But the steel will be too strong for the cutters you can buy. Maybe even the army bolt cutters will struggle. But if not, it will take too long. A good torch might do it, eventually. But they would see the flame from the house. You have no torch, either." You can get one, but that means delays, and my old friends can smell you here. So maybe you could cut down a tree, a big one. Let it fall on the fence. But where will you get this saw? And they will hear it anyway from the house. You have no plan.
Piss off.
Oleg held up one long, dirty finger. They will hear the alarms when you are on the grass. Motion cameras will set them off. I remember there will be lots of grass for you to run across. The beach has a nice place, The doors and windows will lock when the alarm trips, and there is no way through that glass anyway. I know this. I have some experience. Their houses are fortresses.
One by one, the man carefully outlined every fault in the strategies the father had tried to make convincing during the night. How? How do people like you do this?
We wait. Watch. You snatch when people are moving, like in a car or in the street.
Their eyes met. Oleg stopped smirking. How long did you watch my house?
How will this help you?
Tell me.
Not long,
he said quietly. A silence thickened the stale air of the car. The father couldn't think straight on account of a compressed but expanding rage, couldn't speak. He did nothing but tense and tremble.
The devil has your girl, and she wants to keep her. But thinking of what was done back then will not help you with what must be done now. Another way is you take this bitch hostage, and when she takes you home...
No, I don't have the time. They won't leave that place until the storm's over. That could take days. Your shithead friends will get here, if they aren't already.
True. I know this. But I am not finished.
Get the fuck on with it.
Listen. You think of all the ways in and how they don't work until you find the way that might work. So, if you will allow me to finish.
The father gritted his teeth.
Now, I would like half of what you have in that applicator. When I have it in me...
The man paused to shudder, as if with the expectation of ecstasy.
Then I will tell you how you get inside this house.
The father spat, but handed the applicator to Oleg, who immediately became busy with his left foot. With some reluctance, the father helped him locate a usable vein. When Oleg's head flopped back, his trembling subsided and the brittle, stick-like form seemed to melt into the seat.
Thank you.
The man's speech slurred as the narcotic tried to take him away. How do I get in? Oleg smiled.
Best way through such a fence is explosives. You blow in the fence. The alarms go off for sure. The house will lock down too. Everyone is awake inside and panics. They go for weapons, make calls, all that bullshit. No problem. You just get to a door, a big window, whatever. You put another explosive on the glass, and that house will open in 3 seconds.
The father swallowed.
Explosives? Where do I get bloody explosives, you stupid junky fuck?
I suppose you'll take me to some of your mates who'll kit me out. Is that it? Oleg watched the father, his face near expressionless. But the eyes narrowed and gleamed with a profound cold, and the father knew he was looking into a mind that had long dispensed with anything approximating mercy or sympathy. Here was nothing but a vital, calculating self-interest. But he'd let the man into his circle, and now sat in the rain discussing the emancipation of his daughter with the same chronic addict and murderous criminal that had taken her from him and his wife. Not for the first time in his recent life, he was stunned by a situation he could barely fathom. You kill like us? You have learned that much? But you don't think like us. You could be a rich man already, and maybe have your daughter too, today. But your anger will kill you this morning. Oleg moved his head towards the nearest window. If you let it.
You need to clear your mind and listen. You have to listen to me.
The man's voice dropped to a softer tone, was hushed like a whisper, and slithered its terrible range inside the father's mind.
Now, when you take me from my place, you brought my shit along too, with the drugs, yes? Inside my army bag, there are guns.
The father nodded.
Good. Very soon, men without guns will have no chance here or anywhere. Now you have plenty. Inside this bag there are also 6 blocks of protein, in with my tools. You see the survival food, yes?
The father had seen the military cartons amongst the weapons and spare clips of ammunition, a field medic's kit, and the binoculars he had taken.
Yes. This is not food. This is gel explosives.
The man's thin face split into a huge grin.
With these, you will get inside.
The father got out of the car and moved again to the rear of the vehicle, collected Oleg's tools from the boot, brought them inside. The thin head on the snaky neck watched him through the glass the entire time. Oleg even chuckled as the father opened the bag and gently took out one of the soya protein packs.
The soldiers that get inside the buildings by going through walls to kill the terrorists, this is what they use. Very effective, too. We get ours from the same supplier. And this will get you inside, through the fence, and then into the house. Let me know when you want me to teach you.
The man shrugged, smiled, and lay down on the seat, closing his eyes. 33. Face pressed into the leaf mulch, fingers in his ears, he heard the charge detonate. Powerful reverberations thumped beneath his prostrate body. A great length of fence shuddered between the concrete posts on either side of the blast. A hail of metal zipped away, the shards like the bullets of Torbay that had chased him from the Commodore and into the hills. And he was up. The father's feet slid on the wet ground. Unsteady legs made him list. A sudden riot of nerves and adrenaline flooded his skin. He seemed to be looking down on himself, his mind strangely detached. But he ran. As Oleg predicted, the wire mesh had ripped vertically around a rent. The edges of the hole were blackened and smoked in the grey light. Batting the swinging sheet of steaming wire away from his face with his gloved hand, the father stepped through the aperture. At the same time his front foot touched the lawn, the floodlights brought premature daylight to the grounds, casting an elongated shadow of his tatty shape. Knees knocking together, his heart beat in his throat, he skittered across the grass on feet he still couldn't fully feel. After 10 yards, he righted his lurch and rediscovered a proper command of his legs, breaking into a run towards the wall of glass in the centre of the great curved building, which grew vaster during his frantic approach. Lights glowed in the left wing. For the first time he saw the full, great curving length of the pavilion and the sheer size of the swimming pool. An outbuilding, clad in the same cedar panelling, stood at 90 degrees to the main house. A long, red gravel drive disappeared behind him. There was a double garage with 3 vehicles parked outside the red doors. So many? The glass wall in the centre of the house flickered bluish from within. Blood thumped and rushed behind his eyes, interfering with his vision. His feet soon left grass and slapped the white paving slabs of the pool area, his breath a wind about his masked face. Running the last few feet to the windows, he caught sight of his own reflection running towards him upon the face of the floor-to-ceiling glass panels. His face was a Halloween pattern of white cloth and smears of soil. From out of the mess of the shadowy confusions screened upon the patio doors came another movement from inside the flickering interior, a swift motion that slowed and padded up to the glass he stood inches away from. And despite his chest heaves and noisy exhalations, his sight settled upon the face of a little girl standing behind the glass. Somewhere In the distant reaches of the large room beyond the glass and the white leather sofas, a jumble of holographic images from a cartoon capered. They threw a blue-white glow into the remainder of the room. When the perimeter lights exploded upon the patio, she must have been drawn to the glass doors. The girl wore pink patterned pyjamas. Her mussed hair was still tied in black bunches, sagging at the back of her head, and in the precious few seconds before she screamed and ran, the father looked into startled, wide blue eyes that were unmistakably his. Behind the shocked features of the girl's face, behind the ghost of his wife's freckles and snub nose, an approximation of his own bone structure had already formed, spliced with his wife's narrow forehead. It was a recognition so powerful the father believed his heart stopped beating. It was her. Her. She's alive. Penny. The girl fled, bunches swinging behind her, small white feet speeding across the tiled floor, away and past the flash of the hologram, until the small pink shape vanished through the wide aperture at the side of the room. "No, it's all right," he shouted, but the glass was thickly glazed, no doubt soundproof. "Wait! Peeps, wait! Penny!" Inside his cloth mask, clinging about a face, dampened by the wet world and the sweat of his terror, his voice became confined, trapped and hopeless. He banged both hands against the glass. She had not even seen his face, because it was concealed by the horrid, dirt-smeared nightmare mask. It was the closest he had been to the girl that half of his heart had sworn was dead for 2 years, and yet he had only succeeded in terrifying her. He tugged the mask from his face, banged the glass again, then moved the second charge toward the window, only to pause, stricken by the idea of blowing out the glass with a child, his child, somewhere on the other side, a child transfixed by the monster on the patio. What to do? His pause became hesitation. He panted, he wheezed. He did nothing. Distracted by the scuff of a shoe's sole behind him, he straightened and began to turn, then heard more footsteps skimming the wet grass behind his head, and in the reflective glass surface of the patio doors he saw a masked figure, wearing a black leather jacket, walking towards him. The father came about, clawing at the pocket that bulged heavily with the weight of the handgun he'd taken from Yona. The very moment he spotted the second man, standing by the edge of the pool, he saw a darting flash. The father's vision exploded white. His feet rose up behind him and whipped over his head. Muscles bulged and split along his bones. His joints separated. Before his thoughts disintegrated, a pain so vast made him certain that his entire body had come apart and had smashed into the glass wall between him and his daughter. After the black, he looked at the world sideways from hard white stone, but didn't know who or where he was. When the world stopped slanting and flickering and settled grey and wet and cold upon his mind, his body parts winched themselves back on painful metal cables into his traumatized trunk. He was too winded to move, even when the booted feet stood before his face. Disembodied hands moved his agonized, still crackling meat about the paving slabs. Tugged and emptied his clothing. A black sack was yanked over his head. Coherent thoughts slotted together post-trauma, but the world and a dying sense of some distant hope went out with the light. 34. Stiffening the cloth over his face were stains made by the desperate, the inside of the hood long soured with traces of its previous occupants. Outside the hood, pulled so tight about his throat with a drawstring, no one spoke. On the paving slabs he had been sure he was dying. It now seemed death would have been a mercy. Around the time feeling began seeping once more into his limbs, a man with hands as rough as untreated wood was painfully securing his wrists behind his back with a plastic tie. The father's ankles had already been secured to the legs of a chair after his feet had been kicked into position on what sounded like cement. Shivers goosed his flesh because he was naked, save his underwear. They had pulled his clothes off his limbs and torso, and then quickly slashed the fabric from his body with what he presumed were knives. The entire process was swift and casually effortless, because they'd done this before, with their cruel fingers gripping men like fish hoisted upon cold slabs. The shock of the powerful electric charge had gradually subsided as they carried him from the patio, but everything from his buttocks to his shoulders seemed bruised. His body would have ached terribly in the coming days that he would never see. Once he was secured, footsteps retreated, a door closed. Trying to move his hands and feet caused him pain. The sensation in one foot was dying, so tight was the binding. This wasn't the work of private security. They had him, the kings. The black hood and his stripped body were the giveaways. Some of the parked cars he'd glimpsed must belong to them. They must have been waiting for his amateurish attempts at entry. He knew what came next, and he thought of Jean with what little of his wits he still possessed, and the father saw again the bloodied shoulders, the familiar face toppling, falling away. Oh, dear God, he whispered to himself, and to the empty, cold space he sensed outside of his stinking blindness. From one black into another. That's all. That's all it will be now. There is no after death. Then he thought of Penny, and the father cried from sheer frustration, tried to choke out despair both cold and relentless, which weighed down his heart as if it was filled with wet sand. She was alive, and still living with her captor, and he had failed to rescue her, had failed to take back his own flesh and blood. To increase his torment, he recalled Oleg's mocking words as the wretch clamoured for his fix. He'd said something about her never knowing her own father, and had talked about him dying on the wire. But he'd made it through the wire, and up to the door. Only that was his lot, and his allotted time in her presence. Dirty, monstrous, and masked for a moment, and now they had won. To have been so close to her. The thin pane of glass had been the only thing between them, a barrier cruelly transparent. He saw her little shocked face again, and in his memory he watched her scurry away, a thin figure in pink with messy hair, fleeing her own father, who'd walked through a hell vile and absolute for 2 years that had felt like a century, to save her. That had been the last time she would see her father. He wanted to die before having to endure the realization for much longer. It may have been a groan or even a baying that rumbled from the pit of his bowels and scorched his throat. It could have been the lowing of a beast before its end in an abattoir. But within the sound, which surprised his own ears, was a noise from the deepest fathom of desolation, one that required no words to communicate its message. Now that all had been decided. That's all man was, all he amounted to. A beast, weakened by terror and awaiting extinction, while enduring the horror of this very recognition. Billions had already acknowledged this. Billions more would too. These were his thoughts. There was no reckonings for evil. There was no justice for the wronged, but there was meaning. Oleg was incorrect because life, increasingly, was the triumphant preserve of the unscrupulous, the selfish, the criminally rapacious, and the murderous. They'd already laid claim to what was worth having in his world, and in the world. Their will had become the only meaning. 35. After he'd lost the sensation of one entire foot below the ring of pain on his lower leg, a door handle turned. Beyond the hot darkness of the hood, he heard a pair of feet slowly and cautiously enter the room. The single set of steps calmly approached his position. The father flinched as the feet paused before his chair. He clenched his jaw in anticipation of a blow, but the hood was loosened. A scent of rubber invaded the fetid cloth about his face. The stinking rag was removed, and the father blinked in the bright yellow electric light of a garage. The dry white hands that appeared before his face stank of antibacterial rubber and quickly fitted a surgical face mask over his mouth and nose. The father peered up at the head of a small man, whose face was also covered to the eyes by a mask and further encased by glasses to protect his tear ducts. Around these barriers on the stranger's head he detected short, dark hair and brown eyes with a suggestion of plump, chummy features distending the mask. And those were the sort of eyes that appeared permanently set in an expression of detached amusement, as if restraining mirth at whatever pitched up before them. There were still enough clues to suggest that the figure's normal state was one of careful grooming and a neat presentation. Despite the dressing gown, pyjamas and uncombed hair, the nightclothes were expensive, the ends of the tousled hair perfectly cut. Inside the transparent gloves, the nails on the pale hand that had softly but contemptuously raised his chin were manicured. "Incredible," the man finally said. The presumptuous fingers left the father's chin. The stranger stepped away from the chair and withdrew some distance. He produced a vial of antiseptic from a deep-lined pocket and sprayed the already gloved hand with an aerosol. The expression in the eyes of the small man altered and became wary and calculating, with a slight stiffening of distaste, too, as if the father exhibited the signs of some contagion. The father said, "My daughter." He had nothing else to contribute. The man raised an eyebrow. "I didn't come in here to get involved in complicated discussions about ownership. She came here before my time, but rest assured, the girl you knew as Penny is well loved, by both of us. Very happy, and in the best of health. She's a lucky girl. Though what is ironic is that her true origins have only recently been revealed to me. In fact, I've only known for a matter of days. I've always known her as Yasmin, and Yasmin she will remain." The father suspected that the masked man was smiling. "Quite a lot to take in. You and I have that in common. That is, assuming you've only recently discovered where she was, and that she was even alive, though I doubt you wasted much time getting here once you knew." The man drew a garden chair out from the side of the garage and made himself comfortable. "Although I haven't had much time to let it all sink in myself. What Karen actually did 2 years ago and who you actually are hasn't changed my feelings towards my fiancée, or my adopted daughter. Not at all. I'm encouraged by that." The man smiled again, pleased with himself, pleased with his advantage, pleased that it wasn't him bound to an antique wrought-iron garden chair, with one foot either purple or completely white. The father was too scared to look down that far. Engulfed by his desperate frustration, when so near his goal, the glowing coals within his belly seemed to flare, and he thrust against his bonds, only to suck in his breath and become still again. His eyes streamed with tears at the renewed pain circling both ankles. "There is a vague resemblance, too," the man in the mask said, "but my incredulity has been monopolized by you being here. Here! That is truly incredible. Last night I heard a précis of how you managed to arrive at our little home. You see, our other guests arrived ahead of you and briefed us, and I must say, I admire your grit. Sheer determination, Jesus. I mean, you were never a killer before, were you?" The father stayed quiet. "They said that you took out a lieutenant." The man grinned. "Some sex offenders, too, which we are not, incidentally, so let's get that out of the way first. I'd imagine that assurance at the very least would be some comfort to you, though Penny/Yasmin even being alive would trump that." The man stood and began to walk around the father. "I'm told that you even went into one of their strongholds, some fetid hive down the coast, and blasted your way out." He came back into sight, grinning anew, and maintained his jovial, gently mocking tone. The man was amused, but the father was too tired and uncomfortable to waste his time guessing why, and his captor was no king either. He'd said he was Karen Perucchi's fiancé. But I think you'll agree that the clean-up they have performed in your wake has been extensive, though the washing of their spears has had some unfortunate... The man's face changed. You won't believe me, but for what it is worth, I'm deeply sorry about your wife. We played no part in that. The father swallowed. A sob burst from him. He clenched his entire body to prevent the scalding grief he would never be able to stop her once it broke his insides apart. He had refused to check messages or watch any more films, but here was confirmation of what he would have found had he done so. The man's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. I think my fiancée more than sated herself 2 years ago on that account, exacting her retribution. So your wife's blood will not be on our hands. But they have her here. The father stiffened upon his chair. Miranda's alive? Yes. They brought her with them last night, either asleep or drugged. She still hasn't roused, but she is alive. And I have made a request that they let you see her when she finally comes around. It's the least they can do, considering the circumstances. He chuckled. For the sake of your daughter, you'll be pleased and relieved to know that Karen is a very different person these days, too. I certainly am. Your daughter changed her. Both of us, to be honest. I believe that child changed everything here when she came to live with Karen. She's a very special girl. The father's temporary relief that his wife was still alive was tempered by the inevitability of her not being so for much longer, and he was dumbfounded again by this man's avuncular tone, as if he were discussing some distant sporting event seen from the stands. The man placed one rubbery finger next to his lips and frowned. Karen was sure that no one would ever connect her to the abduction. She paid handsomely to make certain there would be no loose ends. But here you are. So there is a missing link. And I'm really curious. Karen has assumed that this Yona Abigail, whom we were told about last night, and whom she never met, by the way, gave us up. Or maybe his old father did when he paid them a visit. I'm told they shared everything, but hated each other. Strange people, eh? We know the kidnappers bugged your daughter's clothes and followed the car containing your daughter here, so we must assume that they told this Abigail chap about Karen. Or was it someone else who let it slip? Someone we don't know about yet? The problem with criminals of all stripes is that they like to brag, and Karen was never quite sure how discreet the firm she hired through a go-between would be. It's what you get when you go off-piste, I suppose. Double-dealing, betrayal. So, is that how you found out about Karen? From Abigail? And if so, did he get the information from the 2 men who carried out the grim work of kidnap before he had them retired? These are my concerns. The father blinked the sweat and fog out of his eyes. If this man was telling the truth, then he didn't know Oleg was alive, and he and Karen were in the dark over how he'd learned that his daughter was here. Go and fuck yourself. The little man's face stiffened while the grin remained fixed. Well, you can tell me, or you can tell them later. He nodded over his shoulder at the door. I know which I'd prefer. And if you are candid with me, it may help your case. It's your call. But we can only assume, until we are better informed, that the 2 kidnappers told Abigail about Karen prior to their final exit from the stage. The father imagined a beheading was not going to be sufficient today. Torture had a part to play. He swallowed the lump that had swelled inside his throat. They would want to know about others who may have offered his crusade assistance, any other guardian angels beyond those already slaughtered. A fresh onset of a comprehensive weakening in limb and neck at the thought of his coming travails at the hands of the kings tempered the rage that smouldered at the sight of this portly peacock mocking him inside the garage belonging to the woman who had ruined his life. But if neither his interrogator, this prissy fiancé, nor the kings knew about Oleg's involvement, that would mean Rena, Yona Abigail's girlfriend, hadn't overheard the confession he'd extracted from Yona at his villa when Oleg's name was mentioned. And if Yona had never known Karen's identity, then what Semyon Sabinovich and Oleg had discovered after bugging his daughter's clothes was never shared with Yona Abigail either. This also meant that Oleg's fake death by overdose beneath the chapel had been convincing to whomever went to kill him. And it must have been good, too, because no man could return from the dead, no matter what that man believed about ritual magic and his patron. The father remoistened his mouth with saliva. You shacked up with that psychopath. You condone what she did. You're now an accessory to kidnap, to murder, but it doesn't trouble you. What kind of animal are you? Widening his eyes with excitement, the man raised his hands and spread them wide to encompass a vastness beyond the bricks and mortar of the room. The animal that will survive this little challenge, as well as the almighty setback that is on its way. That's the kind of animal that stands before you this morning, one who intends to continue into the new year with health and portfolio intact. The man read confusion in the father's eyes, and he seemed pleased with the opportunity to elaborate on his cryptic suggestions. You should be grateful that the girl you fathered a long time ago, our daughter, for argument's sake, will have parents, a family, in the immediate future, a future that is, quite honestly, unbearable to even think about at this point in time. Plenty of children are already without parents in this world, and many more will also lose their own, and soon. That is, if the young even survive at all. It's really not looking good for, well, anyone, really, besides those of us who are prepared. The man saw something come into the father's eyes, and he stepped further away from the chair. He pointed at his own face. You'll have to excuse the mask. It has nothing to do with my identity. That's hardly relevant now, I'd say. But you have been running wild out there, and this morning you compromised our little quarantine here, which we've observed since the first infections in Oxfordshire. The father almost laughed. You're hiding inside here because of a bug. I'm afraid this is a bit more than just any bug. It's actually the tediously inevitable NBO, the next big one. An idea that's been knocked back and forth between microbiologists for the last 50 years. Sure, you've heard of it. It's what we've all been ultimately waiting for. God knows there are enough distractions competing with the pandemics to occupy our minds these days. No sooner does an outbreak reach a dead end, and most people forget about them. I honestly doubt we have the mental capacity to do much else. There's just too much going on these days, don't you think? But there have been a great number of people with expertise, privately funded, who've continued to fastidiously measure, test and assess risks on behalf of those of us with their eyes on a much longer strategy. People like us. And there are a great many people that have a chance of, how shall I say it, continuing. The man chuckled. Ask me, and I'd say that when I knew that this virus was probably the one, the news brought some relief. You believe that? Hallelujah! The future is finally here. Thank God some of us had the foresight to prepare for it. And here's another thing. Karen really did do you a favour. The man raised a proprietorial finger. Hold on. Bear with me. Before you go off, you really should thank Karen for taking Yasmin. I mean it. For taking on that responsibility, because any alternative for the girl doesn't bear thinking about, does it? Not now. Not out there. The man mock-shuddered. When you think of what is coming, well, what is already here, and extremely infectious. He paused and squinted, appearing to peer into the distance of his thoughts. It's happening. Right now. The father spat to clear his mouth of what now tasted like someone else's feces. You shitty little cowards. Another pandemic begins, and into the keep you go scurrying, over and over again, like you do every time. Out here in your little castles, extending your longevity with gene culture, but the one thing you can't entirely own is your health. But fuck the rest of us, yeah? You fucked us all a long time ago. You weakened and divided and destroyed everything around your walls. But when everything finally breaks down, I will be gone, and I will take a secret delight in the likelihood of you all being torn apart. You've no idea of the rage that awaits you out there. The man pretended to yawn. He checked his heavy wristwatch. The significant minority that you so despise will have expanded proportionately when this bug has run its course, because the much thinned-out, dissatisfied majority, and it's a simple matter of mathematics now, will consist of but a shadow of their previous number. I'm afraid you'll have to forgive my rather dry summary of something impossible for any of us to really grasp, and I'm talking about the consequences of what will probably now be the biggest sudden depopulation since the Black Death. Yes, that's right. So hold that thought. And here's another for you to consider. How else do those of us with influence and primacy even address such a monumental and inevitable change? So, it has come down to hard choices about survival, continuing the species and a version of civilization, and that can only occur if there are far fewer than 9 billion of us still around. The discomfort in his leg was now bringing the father to the breathless condition just prior to passing out. He found it difficult to focus on much besides the idea that his foot had finally separated from his leg. Stupefied with pain, confusion, and the choppy sea of rage, he just stared at the man. He even began to wonder if the figure before him was mad or just privileged, isolated, and paranoid. We're all at fault. Or maybe we never were, and this is an old and indifferent planet's doing. But we don't all need to go. Nor do we need to allow an arbitrary cull. There's far more at stake now than who has what, who is rich and who is poor, and whose fault anything was. Some of us have moved on from that debate. Those of you who cannot accept that, well... The man offered the palms of his hands to indicate the precariousness of the father's circumstances, should that need any confirmation. The short of it, the burgeoning Asian pandemic must be seen as a necessary evil, an opportunity. The father kept his eyes and teeth clamped shut until a wave of pain and nausea relented. So, you came in here to make me feel better about what your bitch did, to ease your conscience about what you are complicit in by telling yourself that you're securing my daughter's future. Is that it? The new script? During the latest viral dead end that's got you all shitting bricks in your woodland retreats, these are the new positions of the goalposts. You want me to ratify this or sign something before you have me murdered? Murder? We're not murderers. Oh, no. Your fate lies with others who are eager to get started on what they came here for. Please see my fiancé and I as merely providing a facility for an unpleasant necessity that your own actions created. But Karen believes that you should at least be offered an explanation of how things are going to pan out for the girl, for Penny. At least. Yes. She's actually furious with you for bringing another necessary evil at one time, I am now told, out of the woodwork. But you, the man pointed a stubby finger at the father's face, you brought them back within her orbit, where they are not welcome. One's exposure to such things, I think you will agree, should be limited. So, this is a very nervous time for her and for all of us here. I don't even have to be here with you. I'd rather not be. But she thought you were owed something before... The man was doing him no favours. Even in such pain, the father could differentiate between gloating and an attempt at relief for the condemned. Soon enough, our considerations of the past will be altered beyond recognition, because the past won't really matter. Who has done what to whom? None of that will matter. A terrifying thought, but also an incredible opportunity, if you're smart. It's what we do in the next couple of years that will count for everything. The more he spoke, the more the man reminded the father of those distant wine-fueled executives from food distribution who held forth at parties, their baritones rising to the ceilings of the rooms they quickly came to dominate. People who had drifted into the executive level of agriculture, construction, nuclear power, the emergency government, water management and resettlement planning, after their opportunities in finance diminished as the world's markets began to collapse. Men who considered anyone unlike themselves as without worth. The father felt his face contort into a sneer that he had no control over. This was a man the father would feel pleasure in destroying. He now wished that he'd started destroying people much earlier in his life. He blinked his blurred eyes clear. Have you any idea what that woman has done? To me, my wife, her parents, to so many, because she stole our child. The man resumed his seat beyond the range of a sneeze. He seemed intent on more justification. The bigger picture, if you please. Let's put your natural outrage to one side for a moment. You look at the same world as we do, and you've seen where this is all going. The country's a powder keg. The resentment, divisions, sectarian violence, my God, who can keep up with it? Between the Islamists, between the nationalists and the Islamists, between the nationalists and the refugees, the bloody socialists, the underclass, and anyone near them who has more than they do, which isn't hard. The nationalists have even recruited from the camps, as have the Islamists. The rival criminal clans are directing most of it. Our friends out there. The man nodded at the door. They're even in government now. Dismissively he wafted a small feminine hand in the air. Drone strikes, curfews, riot control, it doesn't work. And with so many without work, don't you think it's all really come home? I mean, the children still living with their parents beyond their 40s. Do you know how many deaths have resulted from sibling rivalry this year alone? How is any of this going to improve? Anarchy is unavoidable, inevitable. We've seen it getting closer for years. We're only about 2 years behind the States, and you saw what happened out there when the South ran out of water. Jesus Christ. We've all that coming right here. This isn't bloody Norway. So we'll continue to destroy ourselves from the inside with the ethnic divisions, the class war, the sheer territorial rage of cornered hopeless animals, while the climate reduces us storm by storm and drought by drought. The man took a deep breath and slapped his hands against his thighs. There is far too little for far too many, even here on the lifeboat called Great Britain. We're considered the lucky ones, with the Kiwis, of course. You believe that? But look at the influenza alone that we've seen in Europe. Not to mention the diseases that have killed millions across 30 years globally. Mere warnings. Labs have always managed to produce vaccines, eventually, but this is quite different. This is the one, and the world it has entered is very different to the world that cured AIDS and cancer. This world is no longer even remotely cohesive. And he paused, as if from the gravity of what he was about to announce. Nature, King Death no less, is inhabiting SARS-CoV-11 and about to take its course, here as elsewhere. And it will have to run and run, or soon everything will be lost to chaos. This isn't about you, me, Karen. It's about... well, it's about your daughter. She is the future. She and others in her privileged position can make it, and make it comfortably. We'll make sure of that. She wouldn't have a chance otherwise, not a hope in hell. Because when that bug came in through Oxford, the gates of hell truly began to creak open in Britain. You see, your daughter has already been inoculated. All of Karen's family members and staff have been too. The father raised his face. The man tapped the side of his nose. The Gabon river fever is relatively harmless compared to the Asian bug. Huh! And mostly used as justification for the Italians, French and Portuguese to sink the refugee boats and for the Northern Hemisphere to close its borders. Still, you wouldn't want to catch that, and it is around, but Gabon river fever never spreads far enough. We've had outbreaks in Europe 21 times, but it's always a dead end. We took our eyes off that one years ago. But the new SARS, oh boy. The Chinese have lied, like they always do, and so have their neighbours, in case we shut them out for good. This is an archetypal zoonosis, from the animal to the human animal. Fucking rats again. Isn't that the rub? Countries struggling to breathe and grow food began to eat the entirety of the animal kingdom at its disposal. They were breeding rats in China for food. They farmed bamboo rats and guinea pigs very successfully, but the problem was storage and distribution. They sold them in wet markets in appalling overcrowded conditions, and we subsequently became the amplifier host. But the bug is changing again as it passes through us and has become even more lethal. Bats were the reservoir host, rats are the cultivating host, and we're the dead end. Literally. Time has finally been called, because this strain is spread by exhalation. Exhalation. By breathing. This strain has been observed living in seawater for 6 months. It isn't going away. We've got years of it ahead, wave after wave. The father swallowed. Gee, there is a vaccine? Yes. And I'm afraid this strain of SARS has proven itself 90% fatal so far. A respiratory clusterfuck, like an extreme form of pneumonia. But some very clever people got the antibodies from the right bats, and the first vaccine has been 97% successful against SARS 9 and 10, in some rather hastily conducted trials, and 93% successful against 11. So we're still taking some precautions against exposure. The father's captor moved his head from side to side, casually pondering his advantages. But the drug will never come close to wide availability. Production couldn't even begin to match demand this time around. It is scarce and very, very expensive right now, like everything else that people need that is a matter of life and death. Nothing unusual there. Family members of those with access to it, I'm afraid, then key workers. All a bit vague now, but we can assume that those with the expertise to keep the power stations running are in. Same with the farmers and the experts that will be needed across all the primary fields. You must have known how it would go down if we ever reached this point. The vaccine couldn't be distributed fairly. So what's the alternative? A lottery? He laughed. This is not something that will be thrown off the back of a truck any time soon. The isolation wards, the barrier nursing, the quarantine in a population of this size? Impossible. The dieback is just going to be off the scale. Some people are talking 7 billion or more worldwide, though others claim that 40% is a more reasonable figure. Only a third of Europe died from bubonic plague, and medieval Europe was more primitive than our world, just about. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Close to 4 billion. Can you fucking imagine that? The wretched living conditions of most of our fellow creatures and their close proximity to each other is going to be key. And it'll take 4 or 5 years, but wow. The dieback in historical terms is going to be epochal." The man recomposed himself, wiped his fringe back from his forehead. "So, a collective in business at the highest level, well above that sham we call government, had to make the difficult decisions. I'd say people in certain positions are much better at doing that now, because all the rules changed, quite literally, some time ago. I'm sure you, of all people, noticed. And now the clock is ticking, far faster than anyone thought. Most centres for disease control in the First World don't even know about the vaccine. They suspect some of us have something, but they don't know what. Most of the current emergency government don't know either, but they will soon enough. But private industry looks after its own first. We discovered it, so it's only fair. And do you think the emergency government will distribute it fairly when they receive their limited supply? It's not like you can expect government to sort anything out anyway. This all goes way above the government, way above the media, you know that. These levels of corporate organisations stopped even trying to avoid being seen as a conspiracy about 4 decades ago. But the antibodies have been cultivated from a tiny bat that was pissing onto the rats in a wet market, discovered by one of many private enterprises with field operations in Asia, in which Karen has a sizable interest. So the vaccine has been passing between a select few for months now. In the nick of time, I'd say. You bastards. Pragmatic bastards. Those feedbacks for this year, with the planet stress, Jesus Christ. They're producing carbon dioxide. Collapse has been on the cards for a long, long time. We'd face starvation eventually in the UK, later than most, but it's on our dance card. Soil fertility is already becoming an issue, as are crop losses from the droughts, even with the water management in Europe. Yields are worryingly down again, and far worse than they are claiming in the news. Our recent fecundity is a blip, and actually very fragile. But with your background, you probably assumed as much. There are seasonal variations from one year to the next, but it's all getting worse over the long haul. So, the bigger picture, who can feed themselves now? The British and French, Canadians, Scandinavians, Polish, Russians, Japanese, and Koreans. But what still remains in Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, every single country but France that borders the Med, India, Pakistan, and the Middle East, are all on their way to final collapse because of water, or a distinct lack of it. We can only surmise that our own summers and winters are now standard too. But we'll fall apart from within, even before we have a major food or water crisis here. The population is at least 120 million now. We don't even know exactly how many people are here, with more and more coming in every day, but it stopped being 90 million a long time ago. And the people won't stop coming. Most of Central Africa, North Africa, Southern Europe is still on the move. Asia too. Where are they going to go? Look at India and Pakistan. We're already going the way of America, as well as much of Europe, unlucky enough to not be Scandinavia or an island. You're an intelligent man. You must have seen this coming from way back when. So, try and imagine the numbers. Every man, woman and child on the move across the next 4 or 5 decades in Africa, Asia and the Middle East. Can any more be taken in and absorbed in the bits and pieces that will still be functioning? 9 billion. 9 billion of us at the last count, and nearly all in the areas that will fail to support human life beyond a bit of hunter-gathering and cannibalism. You do know what happened on Easter Island, to the Mayans and to the Vikings in Greenland. Well, multiply that, Daddy-o, into the billions until only tens of millions will be left standing. Inconceivable. And it would all be in full swing by the end of this century. Your daughter might still be around then. Her children will be, for sure. You ever figured out what's coming to our children and grandchildren? We have. And it cannot happen. Our child cannot go out like that. Yasmin cannot see that. Total collapse. A few years more like this, maybe a decade. Then a decade of it being worse. Then another decade of it being even worse than that. Cumulative collapse. Can technology keep pace with such disruption? Afraid not. Never has done, not really. You must have known all of that vision of the future stuff they piped out was bullshit. We're maxed out. We can't even cope with our own public health requirements in a heat wave. The statistics are false. At least 1 million people died this summer across Europe. We'll never generate enough juice to air-condition every home, only some, and we know how much resentment that causes. The speed of climate change has taken us all by surprise. It just has this momentum, you know? He grinned. And you really can't believe anything you hear anymore, out there. We all educate ourselves with online rumours from the indie journos. But here's another rumour. Everything is actually far worse than you think and have been told. Much worse. There are going to be very few winners. The needs of the many cannot be met. Blah, blah, blah. That is what it has come down to. But the needs of the few can be met. Something drastic is required that doesn't involve the nuclear option before the nuclear option is standard practice. How many years away is that? Or is it weeks these days? India and Pakistan? Jesus Christ, they'll kill us all. The Chinese are already taking what they want from what's left around them in Asia. Can you see the US standing in the way when Japan and Taiwan finally get rolled? Who knows? But a pandemic is a solution, an accidental lifeline for the species. If you like, the final solution. Think about it. Fucking brutal. Cold, but refugee problem, numbers reduced and better managed. Food shortages, solved. Land and housing shortages, solved. Water crisis, managed. And globally, it is going to be horrible, and you're best off out of it. But our girl will be all right. You have our word on that. Now, I think I'd like my breakfast. Karen has requested a few minutes with you before... Well, we all live in a time of inevitability. And for what it is worth, I did try and put in a good word for you, considering your grievances, and on behalf of this charming old-fashioned model of justice and fairness that you still hold dear and have carried like one almighty cross for years. But my pleas for clemency fell upon deaf ears. Sorry. But look at it this way. Soon the pain stops. The man rose from his garden chair and walked to the door. The father scratched through his near-numb mind for something to say. They'll kill you all. And Penny. The man paused, still smiling. Why ever would they do that? The man who gave Karen up. He's one of them. He told me how this would go down today, how they close the book when things go bad, how they cauterize loose ends. Your head'll be separated from your shoulders this morning. Many people, good people, will soon know where my daughter is and who took her. You think I'd come here without insurance? You think I care about what happens to me? The police know, the good ones. There are still good men and women out there who helped me. So you better hope the bug kicks things up a gear real quick, because if you somehow survive this morning, you're both going to prison. Try covering your mouth then, cocksucker, when you're in a cell with the swine. It was hard to read the man's face as he departed the room. He seemed embarrassed for the father, as if he had behaved in an undignified manner in a public place. But there was also a new preoccupation in what little the father could see of the man's eyes. Doubt. 36. You frightened her? Karen Peruki closed the door and came further inside the room. Have you any idea how much? Amidst the smell of rubber, stale electric engines, cement, and his own sweat, her perfume wafted across to the father, reinforcing the sense that all the ghosts from his past were assembling in his final hour. And Karen had changed a great deal since he'd seen her last. A lot of work had been done to her face, to reshape her eyes and lips, and she was thinner too. Too thin, as if she'd withered every ounce of fat from her frame. But she didn't walk easily in the heeled mules, as if unaccustomed to the elevation, and her newly sculpted face seemed marginally askew atop the bony shoulders. The temptation to bite one side of her mouth in testing situations still pinched her inflated lips, and just below the unnaturally smooth planes of her refashioned features there still lurked a hardness and a suggestion of innate hostility. She came to him determined and on the attack. You look terrible. Did you even consider what her reaction would be? But from what I remember, you always were incapable of thinking about anyone apart from yourself. I mean, what were you going to do? Use an explosive on the doors, with a child inside the house? She shook her head, closing her eyes to add emphasis to her outrage. She's not your child. Karen flinched, and then instinctively bit the inside of her cheek. You stole her. You took a child from her parents for revenge. Because you were disappointed? Because you couldn't handle rejection? Because you're fucking crazy? You abducted a child. I knew you were damaged, but this... Karen's mouth tried to smile, but became a rictus. Her eyes didn't even come close to supporting the intended expression. Nostrils thinning, she inhaled deeply. None of that matters any more. The whys and wherefores. She shook a thin arm in the air as if to dismiss these trifles for which she was now being held to account. And do you know something? When I look at her now, I don't even think about you. Dumbfounded, the father gaped. Are you insane? It's not about you. This is not about how you ever felt. You took a child. Her mother, her real mother, and her father are going to be murdered in your home. Murdered because of you. Karen closed her eyes and spread her twitchy fingers in the air, in line with her hips, as if engaged in some calming technique. I doubt we will ever agree on who is to blame for that. For anything. I mean, how could we? She then laughed loudly, as if at his idiocy. But did you know that I lost a child? Your child? Our child? I miscarried, and I couldn't even share it with you, couldn't turn to you when I needed your support, because you'd run away. The father swallowed, even now still able to be concussed by these revelations of the life, all of the life that he'd been unaware of. But I'm not going to revisit that.
revisit how much you hurt me. All that matters now is what is best for Yasmin. Have you understood nothing of what my partner explained to you? Yasmin's best interests are never going to be served by you. My God, have you taken stock of yourself lately? How far your life is off track? Even here, the moment I stepped through that door, I could see how murky, how discoloured, how all wrong you were. And what would she think of you if she knew what you'd done? Do you honestly think that you're fit to be a father? That you're capable of caring for a child? Yet you still intrude here, after all this time, to endanger her life, so that you can stake some claim to a privilege that you forfeited a long time ago. The father pulled with all of his strength against the chair, which shifted slightly upon the cement floor. She is mine! Mine! He roared into the cool air and drowned out the distant, incessant hushing of the wind. The skin on the underside of one wrist slit open. A fresh shock of agony circling his ankles turned down the amplification of his rage quickly and left him panting with pain upon his chair. His body shuddered as if a large cloud of bubbles were rising through his blood. When they reached his head, his vision nearly whited out. Through the soiled wrappings of his indignity and despair, he was also aware that Karen was taking a moment to revel, an opportunity she had probably secretly craved since he had walked out on her, and there was nothing he could do about it. You and your wife, that boneless bitch, the best kind of family, a family for that special little girl, for Yasmin. The father received the sense that she was pointing angrily at the closed door to the room, but he could no longer bear the sight of the woman before him, and he kept his eyes on the cement floor. Yet her voice still came to him, just like the voices of all those who had become empowered in this endless crisis, twisting the truth and adverse circumstances, remodelling perspective to suit their own interests. The myth of this primacy of natural parenting that you cling to will soon quite literally be that, a myth. My partner and I are all that girl will ever need, and I will give her what you could never provide. You still have no idea how lucky she is to be here, with us. Her confidence rose with the volume of her voice as she reassured herself that she was right and justified in her actions, as she always had done, and always would do. You think I'm going to let the mistakes you made have any bearing on my daughter's future? Karen's voice became a distant cry beyond the narrowing red walls of his mind, and the father wished for profound deafness, for a stroke, for death. Yes, my daughter will want for nothing. Know that. She will have a better life than you can imagine. The past doesn't even figure here. Not anymore. What's best for my child is my only concern now, and you must know that what's best for her is not you. Or what's left of you. Seemingly relieved that at last he must surely be getting close to an understanding, Karen lowered her voice, and the father sensed that a smile of satisfaction had relaxed her bitter face. And this scourge is no accident either. It is a blessing, a gift from out of the chaos. It will be terrible, but there will be resurrection, a controlled rebuilding. Yasmin won't suffer. She will survive, and live a long life, healthy and protected, always, with us. My girl will survive, my family will survive, and I will let nothing endanger my family. If he had been looking, he knew he would have seen Karen widen her eyes, challengingly and characteristically, at the conclusion to the words that he presumed had been prepared ahead of their confrontation.
He guessed that she had prepared her outfit and appearance, too, after he had woken the household and been taken down. She'd spent hours preparing herself so that she would look her best during their final conflict. He guessed she had been near trembling with excitement at the prospect of facing him to tell him that she had won, that he had been wrong, and that she was better. It was all that really mattered to her. Competitive to the last, she hadn't changed in any meaningful way. And though he deeply regretted killing a woman, the father knew that he could do it again. His eyes rose again, but he could only look at her in the way a wounded, cornered child would look at an adult deranged by fantasies and rage. He spat at the floor. "Penny is not yours. She never will be. She's not your daughter." He shook his heavy, so-tired head. "And I will die knowing that, as will you, devil." The door opened, and the masked face of her fiancé appeared. "They want to come in now, Karen." He spoke like a PA, delivering an instruction to his employer. Distaste stiffening Karen's plumped mouth, a nervous blinking followed this reminder of who else was on her property and of what was about to be done in her home. A quick, anxious tapping of one hand with an index finger, and then she turned her head towards the door and nodded. "I'm nearly done." The door closed. Karen looked at the father for the last time. "You could have been someone, but my daughter will be." Fond of dramatic exclamations, she turned and swished to the door. "Better to be a devil than a dim, sentimental fool." The door closed, and he was alone again. The father wondered why she'd let him live 2 years ago. Maybe because a double murder and a kidnap would have drawn more attention. She'd have thought through every angle, for sure. But he understood that there had been another motive. She had wanted him to suffer, to hurt, with the worst kind of agony, the loss of a child. Her sense of herself was godlike, as were her ideas of punishment for those who dared to wrong her or to simply defy her. There was no great revelation to be sifted from the situation either. He was just another soul, lost within a herd of animals stampeding away from the forest fires, whinnying before floodwater, or sinking knock-kneed and bone-thin to the dusty ground from hunger. People were murdered every day, left to starve, enslaved, drowned, crushed, killed randomly by pandemics, even by viruses imparted from the mouths of their loved ones whom they nursed. Only the cruel and ruthless, the conscienceless, appeared to triumph in what was left, and for his species that was perhaps the most terrible tragedy of all. His thoughts seemed to derail, then become too active as his mind accepted the end. But he spared a thought for the monarch that was coming, King Death, in its rags, with the black seeds that fell from its bony fingers, and he thought it tremendous in its scything indifference. And the father prayed that King Death would be thorough with all those who had crowned themselves upon this terrible earth. And maybe none were worthy of inflicting life upon a child. Perhaps oblivion was for the best. The world had cored him, desiccated his flesh, salted and hung him up to wither. He'd had a good run, and was amazed at how far he'd come, to within inches of his daughter. And she was alive. At least there was that. A tired old voice spoke aloud inside his jumbled thoughts. "It's over." Shaking with cold, he acknowledged that death was the only mercy for him now. The door opened, and the men came in. Their faces were concealed with balaclavas. Without speaking, they laid out a plastic sheet, unfurled the body bags and unzipped them. They set up a small camera on a tripod. From a black case, an object inside a dirty cloth was retrieved and unwrapped. A machete was unsheathed. Old steel glimmered. One man left the room and returned with Miranda. Her head was concealed by a black hood, and her long body was limp and held beneath the arms as she was dragged into the makeshift abattoir. At this moment of their death, the father prayed that she would never wake again, and he released a sob, and its sound shocked him. He prayed that his wife, the mother who had brought Penny into this life, would never know how close she had been to her little girl at the end. When they cut his ankles from the chair and pushed him off the seat onto his knees and upon the plastic, the father knelt beside his inert wife and tried to reach her with his bound hands. She was too far away, just like she'd been for most of the last 2 years. He thought of his daughter instead, and he recalled a memory of holding her hand as they walked along the red sand of a distant, wind-swept beach, looking for shells. So many years gone. Inside the room the lights flickered. "Daddy loves you," the father said to the image of the girl who had never stopped smiling inside him. She was nearby, but she had never been further away than she was now. And then he closed his eyes on the whole damned world. 37. The ceiling lights went out. Each passing moment seemed to expand from the centre of his mind, humming as if it carried volts through a cable, and still he waited for a cold incision through the neck. He kept his head down and his eyes clenched as tightly shut as his jaw, for fear he might soon look back upon his kneeling body from where his head bounced and then settled upon the floor. The father attempted to stop the rotations of his final thoughts, because the sole image he would die cherishing would keep him buoyant until the very end. The last of him would be her. Behind him, a heavily accented voice said, "L'homme devant la mort, yonner Abigail." The door opened again, and the smell of wet air and the rushing of the wind came into the garage. One set of footsteps retreated across the cement floor. 2 shots struck the air, followed by a sudden bang against wood. A heavy thump completed the interlude. A rustle of clothing behind him suggested hurried movements, complemented by a hissing exhalation. A short snap of rapid shots slapped again from the direction of the first salvo, producing a faint echo off the cement walls. From behind issued the sound of a man surprised, close to his ear. That noise was followed by a deep grunt. Someone rustled and then smacked fleshily against the floor behind where the father crouched. Some words in a foreign language were muttered quietly. Silence. Eventually the father moved, turned his head and looked behind him. One of the kings, the one wearing a leather jacket, was sprawled upon the grey floor. The father raised his head to better see through the semi-darkness of the space only lit by the grey light that fell through the door and solitary windows set in the gable above it. Salt on his face cracked as the father noticed the second man propped against a wall near the door. His masked face glistened blackly and appeared to smoke. They had both been shot dead, his captors, his executioners. "You could not do this on your own. I told you this." Already deep inside the room, Oleg Chorny leaned against a wall on the father's left side, a pale, thin silhouette that grinned horribly. He cradled the assault rifle the father had seen in the tool bag. "I took care of the bitch's bodyguard, too, outside, then these 2. Oleg spat in the direction of one corpse. "The bitch and her boyfriend didn't want to watch you die, so they scattered, like little birds, into their house. I think I will leave one of them for you, the fool. But the bitch, I am very sorry to say, is mine. On this there is no negotiation. She paid for Simi to be killed, and she will be my final sign. Your girl is alive, and you will get her back today, so I think my argument wins." The father swallowed and looked again at the dead man behind him. Why? A quick grimace of pain stiffened the skull mask in the shadows. It looked at the ceiling and seemed to spit this time to expel pain.
You think I do not know loss? Maybe Simi and I were not as free of who we once were as we had hoped. It is not unusual to be used and killed in this life. We knew this.
He turned to the father as he came away from the wall.
But are lovers to be denied revenge? Is this the sole right of fathers? You came for the purpose of your vengeance, but you came to deliver mine also. Think on this. Neither of us could have done this alone. What walks beside us in the confinement of our signs brought us together. Did we both not offer everything for our revenge? Are we not the same, you and I? Do we not forsake ourselves for the ones we love but have lost? We have crawled around Hellmouth for 2 years. Powerful magic, my red father. In another place, we have been incandescent.
For a while the father stayed silent, too shocked, relieved, and bewildered to speak. The true question that emerged was no longer who stood before him, but what. He couldn't allow himself to believe Oleg. His theory was delusional and impossible, as was the idea that this man, who had just saved his life, could retire from life and yet return at will, rising from the dead for the purpose of his own vengeance. But nor could he explain how Oleg had known about him and foreseen his arrival at that hellish chapel. What Oleg had said about the patrons of after death he would not allow himself to believe. A cooling of his flesh accompanied a new revelation. Oleg could kill him now, and his wife. Once his revenge on Karen had been sated, what then? Oleg could close this old account completely, and kill him, his wife, and his daughter. Isn't that what they did? Murder indiscriminately to cover their tracks? It was in their very nature. The man was also deranged, and he'd never met any living thing as dangerous as Oleg Chorny. In fact, Oleg might have killed him at any time during his captivity, as he'd freed himself to get here. When writhing for a fix, if he had the means to remove his bonds all along, then Oleg's self-restraint must have been enormous. You got free. Oleg tittered.
Do you think I would ever sleep without a tool in my ass? Prison taught me many things, but I wonder, do I have to kill you now, or can we put our disagreement aside until this ritual is finished and our alignment is washed away in blood? I'm afraid our little ritual will require a final sign if I am to be embraced within that terrible passage, and I think you would rather I make my offering with the blood of the bitch and her fool than with yours and your wife's.
The father looked at the machete in the dead man's hand, the fingers blackened by the tattoo ink of a mortuary roll. Agreed.
Good. And you have seen the girl?
The father nodded.
Then we will collect her after we have concluded our business here, together. Today we end the confinement that binds us.
Oleg smiled.
We sever it.
An elation to still be breathing and so close to his daughter tried to rise from the father's heart, but Chorney's use of the word sever seemed to now echo within his skull, as did this talk of blood and sacrifice. He had no choice other than to follow the man's lead and to play along with his mystical delusions. Penny. The dark room, and his long-in-shadow mind filled with an unstable light, and such was the inconceivability of his daughter ever being found, he understood his journey to this place had only ever been navigated by hatred's molten core. He was truly confined, but not in the way Oleg espoused. He was trapped by his own murderous madness, from which he had long stopped believing that any escape was possible. Vengeance had inadequately prepared him for what came next. What to do? Doubts bustled, thoughts became insects in smoke, frantic, then sluggish. Where hatred and rage and misery had combusted for so long, he now weakened at the idea that his own daughter would no longer recognize him, and he could barely remember who he had been 2 years before either. And despite the timeless malevolence of Karen Peruki and the casual cunning of her partner, what they had said about the virus now stirred his greatest unease. If what they claimed was true, and they would have commanded a far better insight into a pandemic than anyone watching the news, then how could he protect his daughter from the chaos that was coming? There was no way he could care for his daughter. She'd spent 2 years with impostors who treated her to a cosseted existence of plenty and luxury, as the rich did with their own. She had been vaccinated. He had not. If he and Miranda became sick, Penny would be lost again, but lost out there, as things fell apart amongst... Without him, she would be taken by other strangers. He couldn't bear to imagine that. So cruel was the world, that for his daughter to have any chance of survival, it would have been better for him to have died in this empty room, to have been bundled, headless, inside a rubber bag, and buried in the woods. A little money, a stolen car, and a bag of guns, but no home to feel safe within if they were to be pursued by the killers of the King Death Organization, and the Kings would kill them as soon as they found them. They would probably kill his little girl too, or do something even worse. And he was a murderer, wanted by the police. As bad a father as could be imagined, though he'd done everything for love. Her mother was broken, and had been for 2 years. Could even the reappearance of Penny put her back together? Dear God. He bent over until his face was a few inches from the top of his naked thighs, and what slowed the blood in his veins until it appeared to stop moving altogether was the inexorable acknowledgement that Penny probably considered Karen Peruki to be her mother. For now, we will put your wife in one of their cars. Oleg knelt down, felt Miranda's throat for a pulse, and nodded. They gave her something strong, but you can rouse her later when our work is finished. I think that will be for the best, don't you? I think it's better she never sees the Red Father at his work. Oleg smiled. I will cut your bonds and give you a weapon, but I think you will walk in front of me, As Oleg sawed his tortured, half-numb limbs free, the father raised his tear-stained face to confront his rescuer. The man who first turned this wheel and set everything in motion 2 years before. There's a virus, a pandemic. For sure, and I have seen its reign foretold. It will be as it is depicted upon my walls. Did you not tarry a while in my gallery? I heard them talking to you this morning, too, and the fool did not lie to you. But they only understand this in one way. Virus, pandemic. Oleg smiled, shrugging. There are other meanings in another place, which you resist. An unfortunate skepticism. To see the world in another way is to lose your fear. His voice dropped to a whisper. I cannot waste any more time trying to convince you of what you cannot deny, but there is another here with me, close to you, today. The one who has watched me since I first trespassed into that terrible passage with Simi. The one that is between the signs with us, the signs that brought us together. And our energy here has been irresistible to the patron, so it is now very close. Oleg nodded at the dead gang member. I have already made a start on those things that shine so brightly over there. The father ignored Oleg Chorny's ramblings. My daughter. They said there's a drug. They said she was vaccinated. She has a good chance. I can't... The man angled his head to one side, inquisitive, surprised even.
You doubt yourself?
Oleg then looked upon the father with pity.
Interesting. But I think they will have this drug here, somewhere. For you and your wife, we will find it. We will make them give it to us. Now, move.
The father tried to stand. The foot that felt strange and hot didn't support his weight, and he fell onto his side. The cold of the concrete against his bare skin sobered him enough to curse. Oleg nodded at the body behind the father.
Maybe this piece of shit is your size. Put his clothes on.
The father rose to one elbow and eyed the corpse with horror.
You go to your girl in pissed pants? Better to wear the clothes of a dead man. Get up. You waste time.
The father scavenged the clothes from the still warm but cooling body. This stank of his would-be executioner's sweat. He limped about, both feet shod in drying blood, one foot tingling but mostly disembodied, the second foot only aching, and he yanked on the jeans, the hooded top and leather jacket. Then he slumped beside Miranda and felt the faint warmth of her cheeks, her hands, and kissed her forehead.
I'm bringing her back soon,
he whispered. Oleg let his rifle hang on its sling while he emptied the pockets of the other corpse's jacket.
Turkish, bastard.
After the father had mangled his feet into his own boots, Oleg said,
We go and put your wife in the car.
What then?
As if happily making a simple choice from menu, Oleg rolled his eyes, smiling. I have already told you. They have to go now. 2 candles must be lit in the window. Put your mind to that task first, and no other.
Father thought the well-heeled, self-satisfied couple, and how they'd so recently gloated.
Yasmin, our daughter.
He clenched his jaw. Karen Peruki was about to lose everything, and lose far more than she had taken from him. He nodded his assent. Karen is yours. And he swore to himself that Karen's fiancé would be the last person he ever killed.
No, Oleg said, grinning as if the father had spoken out loud. There will be other fights, Red Father. This is only a beginning of your awakening. Getting your girl back was the easy part. In a time of warlords and chaos, hell awaits you all, and soon. But at least you are prepared now. Never hesitate.
Stunned, still wondering if he were so broken that he couldn't tell which of them was the least stable, the father said, My daughter, she can't see what we're about to do. She'll think they are her parents. He spat on the floor as if the words were caustic. Oleg's hateful face grinned.
What do you think I am?
You're so fucked up I've no idea who you are, or what you'll do. Oleg Chorny found this amusing.
Now you understand me better. But I tell you this, I took a kid from a person for money, for sure. He shrugged. From strangers, a long time ago, and for this my lover died. For this I was to die also. You think I have not paid some price too? You think I matter? Or that you do? Does anyone matter? You, me, your girl? Have we not all learned this the hard way? How many lessons do you need, Red Father? We must stop feeling in the world that is coming. Life, love, whatever, all of these things must go. I have seen inside the machine the body of what walks beside us. And this body is black and cold and terrible. It cares not for us, Red Father. After death was there before existence, and it breathes heavily upon life once more, waiting for our return. With the end of his gun, Oleg prodded the father towards his wife. Come, We carry her out. Then we go to the false mother.
My gun?
Patience.
38. Outside in the rain, out of sight of the windows of the main house, Oleg surprised the father again by returning the 2 handguns he had carried to the house.
These I know you can use.
Hands trembling, the father took them.
We go to them now. Already they will be thinking that maybe this morning is going wrong for them. Soon they will call their local security. Maybe as they shit their pants, they have already made the call. Who knows? And there are patrols, maybe more than usual because of the storm. And Kashmir, we don't want to shoot our way out.
The father swallowed, checked his weapons. The handguns had become dead weights. Wait, the vaccine. We have to make sure before... They were all inoculated here. My daughter won't stand a chance out there unless me and her mother have it too. Otherwise I can't... How could I take her into that?
To get this far and not take her. But if it is here, they will give it up for sure. Relax.
The father scrutinized Oleg's face for a flicker of deceit. He could feel one of his eyelids twitching from the nervousness and fear that made him want to throw up. Let's say they do have it. What then? What will you do after?
I shoot up with something nice myself too, and then we part ways.
The man smiled sadly, and he swept his gaze across the building and the pool.
I like this place. Once I would have waited here for things to settle, out there.
He nodded at the fence.
These people had a good plan, and I would listen, and I would know what would be required next. Only then would I open the gate.
He touched a wall, as if surveying its size, and said to himself,
But my work is almost done.
Mystified, the father continued to stare at the man, and infuriatingly he still awaited a straight answer. But Oleg merely pulled one of the dead king's balaclavas over his head and indicated that the father should do the same with the second mask.
Crown yourself, Red Father. They see us come to the house on camera, and they will think we are kings. Come, you first.
Still wearing his surgical mask and gloves, Karen's fiancé waited in the vast living room. Fully dressed now, he quickly rose from the white leather sofa and nodded gravely, as if he too had performed terrible and dark deeds in a garage that morning. "Coffee, or something stronger?" he said in the chummy tone, but one barely bolstered by a superficial confidence. "We've..." Oleg never gave the man time to finish the sentence, cutting him off by pushing the end of the assault rifle under his soft jaw.
We go get the vaccine for the bug. This you can share.
The man's eyes widened with fear, and the flesh around the surgical mask became bloodless. "I don't... Of course, we agreed." And then he realized he wasn't speaking to either of the 2 men who'd arrived at his home the night before, with an unconscious woman in tow. Oleg ripped away the man's surgical mask and glasses, kissed his mouth hard using his tongue, then turned him round quickly.
Your bitch, Karen. Soon you will call her out here, but you will call her like normal, or I will fuck you in the arse with my gun and shoot out your lungs. But first, you show us the drugs. Then we make a call to Karen, but not for the little girl. She best stay in her room. All very simple. You understand me,
Karen's fiancé spluttered, his legs as unsteady as those of an old man on ice. He wet himself too as his legs gave way. "Please." His voice was nothing more than a whispery squeal. Oleg pulled him from the floor effortlessly and removed a small handgun from the man's jacket and tucked it inside his own trouser pocket. Through the eye-holes of his balaclava, he winked at the father. The father looked around the room, holding a handgun at his side, his throat closed, his heart now walloping with relief that the vaccine was on site, while the prospect of seeing his daughter made him giddy. And then his skin chilled as he again tried to guess Oleg's real intentions. The man was insane, but functioning and at a speed and level that he couldn't keep pace with. And yet his deepest and most profound instinct suggested that trying to shoot Oleg would be his and his family's final mistake. The painted man danced through his imagination. Unwelcome recollections of his dreams and of the chapel made the father quiver, while the persistent suspicion that Oleg Chorny was no longer entirely human would not abate. Oleg began to whisper encouragement to Karen's fiancé. The man said his name was Richard, but Richard could barely walk as they led him from the entertaining area. When he eventually recovered his voice, the father could hear the man's piteous attempts at negotiation. Offers of money were made, good sums too. Offers of vaccines for their families, their friends, anyone, really, and claims of his innocence in the matter of the kidnap. The father saw excitement in Oleg's devil eyes, which rolled white and insolent in the holes of the mask, and he couldn't look at them for long. Oleg continued to cluck and coo horribly, a camp skeleton, encouraging the man to talk, while obviously delighting in the prospect of the coming slaughter. They passed many elegant rooms in the concourse of the wing closest to the garage. His daughter had run in the opposite direction, so the bedrooms would probably be on the other side of the building. And, in their beautiful home, Richard and Karen must have thought they were about to inherit the world after the dieback and the sudden depopulation, and whatever other strategic terms Richard used to encompass the coming and incalculable horrors awaiting the condemned. The couple had thought they would wait it all out, in here, with someone else's child. Yet this was no longer a home, but a long scaffold. One room in the utility and recreation wing featured a white baby grand piano. Another was filled with many colourful toys, an indoor slide, and a vast hammock that his daughter must have swung upon. The father looked through a window and into the rear of the grounds and saw an adventure playground out there, the size of a small house that resembled a fort, all made from hardwoods. There were 2 guest bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms that put to shame those in the best hotels he'd visited many years before. A library with real books had been installed, a vintage cinema, and a stainless steel kitchen the size of the entire floor of his old family home, equipped with a walk-in freezer. The air throughout was filtered and kept constant by the house's computer, which provided information via discrete screens placed at intervals along the corridor. All of this had come from intercepting money allocated to the starving. When they reached the end of the curved wing, Richard unlocked a door using a keypad. A storeroom, and the father was soon staring at enough packaged food to sustain 3 people for years. He had never seen so much wine stored in one place either. "The drug?" Oleg pushed the gun into the back of their prisoner's perfectly cut hair. Richard turned and looked at the father. I didn't take her. Please, you know this." Oleg finished the 5th injection into the father's abdomen, his long bony fingers working gently, expertly, feather-light upon the skin. Nearby, Richard sobbed as he packed bales of cash into 2 leather bags. Oleg had made him open the safe. In the father's pocket nestled the address of Karen's barrister and the address of his chambers and, perhaps, the final link to the abduction. "You must do this one," Oleg whispered to the father as he removed the applicator and dabbed cotton wool upon the puncture. "The terrible passage yawns for such a fool." The remark made the father suffer another chilling suspicion that they were about to perform a sacrifice so that something beyond his comprehension could open, or at least be accessed in a bewildering but terrifying manner. The very idea was incredible enough to both frighten him and make him feel ridiculous, but he nodded his agreement. Oleg grinned.
He is getting on my nerves. He's no more use to us, and you don't need reminding how it works in this fucking world. Never hesitate, Red Father.
How do we know this is the right drug? Oleg glanced at Richard, so busy upon the floor giving away his hoard.
He's too scared to be clever. Trust me.
The father eyed the 2 leather bags at his feet, containing more money than he could earn in 2 lifetimes. He watched the money, because he couldn't bear to see Richard call Karen on the intercom. "Darling, in a few minutes, would you be so kind as to come to the living room? We're all good. Come alone, please." The father overheard Karen's voice as she spoke to his daughter in a distant room.
"Mummy's popping out to see Richard. Can you be a good girl and stay here?"
His daughter's voice was audible, though not her exact words. She sounded happy, upbeat, slightly distracted. The floor of the father's stomach dropped away. The world outside was blurred by the rain upon the long windows. The father dropped to a crouch and tried to swallow. The smell of the dead man's clothes filled his mouth and nose and throat. Richard edged closer to the father to whisper, "You can take her. What belongs to you, I promise you, I swear on my life, that no one will come after you. Please. I had nothing to do with your daughter or your wife. Nothing. Please tell me that you understand." Oleg placed his hand on Richard's shoulder and nodded towards the corridor that led to the living room.
"Maybe you need a drink, my friend. Come, relax."
Glancing over Richard's head, Oleg nodded at the father. The hard, unequivocal expression in his eyes alone served to awaken the father's fragile purpose. Back in the vast living area, the father took over the shepherding of Richard and in a breathless voice asked him to stop beside the vast bar. He then moved to stand behind him. "Penny's mother. She never came to terms with our daughter going missing. It broke her. I'm sorry. Don't look at me. I don't want to see your face. Please." The father gripped the man's shoulder and made him look forward. "What Karen first brought into our lives 2 years ago has come back, and those men were going to behead my wife, Penny's mother, in your home, with your blessing. She would have died without knowing that her only child was alive, and even if they'd told her Penny was here, it would only have been to make her suffering worse. What could I do? Please, please." On the far side of the vast lounge, Karen clattered into the room in her high-heeled mules. The father heard her gasp. The gun went off in the father's hand. Richard slid down the bar, and his head smacked upon the marble floor. Melon thump. Rivulets of blood, tributaries of matter. The father didn't look away soon enough. The bullet had taken away the roof of the man's skull, and that flapped like a clod of turf. Karen screamed and tried to run from the living room. Oleg didn't need to chase her. She fell over, unassisted, between 2 vast leather sofas. You can have the vaccine too," she cried out from the floor. "There's enough." She turned her attention to the father, still standing beside the bar, and near screamed, "You can have it! You! I'll get it for you!" Oleg crouched beside Karen and commenced stroking her hair. He muttered to her for a long time while she sobbed, and strangely clutched his tattooed arm. With his other hand he began cutting or stroking the air above his head, as if drawing invisible signs. Upon the wall behind him, the shadows cast by his thin limbs weaved and circled. The father looked away and found a bottle of vintage rum, all the time keeping his back to the room and the people that were in it. "God, no! God, no! God, no!" Karen suddenly said aloud. Come, Oleg murmured, and in the mirror between the optics the father saw a silvery suggestion of the man holding Karen by her arm. He pulled her weak and flopping body into a kneeling position. From his rucksack, Oleg withdrew the machete that had been brought here to behead the father and the mother of a stolen child. The father watched the skeletal figure's reflection as it straightened to what appeared to be an unnatural and freakish height in the mirror. A hairless, tattooed, bone man, unnervingly straight-backed and agile, who looked no fitter or firmer than a corpse, but transformed here as if by hidden energies evoked by blood. And for a moment he believed in the nonsense of the addict about the signs, the confinement between them, the patron. For the father, all was becoming too vivid within the space about them, too bright, supernormal. Upon the false mother, this emissary of King Death turned, this thing in rags who held a scythe above a dethroned queen, perversely suggesting the final act of a ritual. The throttling circle a vengeful father had been drawn into, baptized by his grief, by rage, which was now closing. In the silence, the only movement came from Oleg's arm and the shadow signs upon the great white wall. And for a moment, the father could believe that a great worm had finally swallowed its tail, and that all had come full circle. How could he reconcile his own dreams, the coincidences, the mosaics of surreal torments that he had witnessed with reason? And right there and then he feared he truly had been touched, or infected, by a patron from out of Oleg Chorny's after-death, a presence ineffable, imminent, and not seen beyond dreams. Maybe the distance to another place, one beyond the world, had lessened again, as the addict had claimed. He didn't know, nor would he ever, but such a thing suddenly seemed possible. The father twisted the cap off the rum bottle. He heard Oleg speak softly, near musically. L'homme devant la mort, followed by a man's name, Semyon Sabinovich. There followed a sound of a spade thrust deep into wet soil. 39. The father's thoughts moved rapidly, then seemingly not at all. Around his head, the stark, chic interior of the living room reflected what might have been his own nervy trauma before amplifying it. Oleg's voice drifted in and out of his mind. Some sheets on this mess. These two go outside. Old times, Red Father, old times for you and I. The father stared at the open door leading to the wing that housed his daughter's room. Shouldn't he be running down there to seize her, to hold her? But when Oleg dragged Richard's motionless form away from his feet and out to the rear patio, he could only close his eyes and hold his own body upright by placing 2 hands upon the bar. Go, now, Oleg said from outside, before she comes in here. Better if she never sees me. As wonderful as our friendship is, let's not risk a squabble. The father only half heard the instructions, but enough to feel confident he understood. Such had been the shock and dreadful anticipation of his impending execution, he had been left emotionally concussed, unable to identify a shred of satisfaction during the subsequent cull. One atrocity had bled into another, but he would feel something later, and there would be a later, because Oleg had saved him and his wife, helped him recover Penny, and now seemed to be releasing him from a pact he'd never agreed to, and didn't even understand. A man he had wanted to kill so desperately for 2 years was dismissing him. And yet, all that now impacted and blocked his struggle for comprehension. The father was becoming even surer that he was no longer in the presence of an actual man. He left the living area and walked down a corridor, half lit by natural light and the dim glow of the blue panels beside the doors. 3/4 of the way down, he came across a door covered in stickers. A sign in the middle of the wood, at child's eye level, indicated Yasmin's room. Removing his mask, he crouched as the strength deserted his legs, covered his face with his hands, and thought all the way back to the grief and shock that first afternoon when Penny was taken. He filled his mouth with the balaclava's salty fabric to stifle a sob and screwed his eyes shut. The revelation came harder and colder. They had both nearly died, mere feet away from their daughter, and it seemed that they had just evaded the cruelest of all the injustices. If he let out a cry, others would follow. He couldn't even begin to grieve for Scarlett and Jean, his guardian angels. This wretched life moved too quickly, and forbade it. Attempting to gather his wits, and readying himself to look upon his daughter's face, he realized he had never truly believed that he would stand outside any door with his daughter on the other side, save one inside a police station or a hospital morgue. But slowly, his sense of being bludgeoned by futility began to ease. The pressure weighing upon his heart, a pig-iron cage fitted too tightly, loosened. Hopelessness and loathing were slipping away. He wasn't sure whether it was elation, shock, or even terror that inhabited the new space. Glancing down the corridor, he also considered what he and his daughter's kidnapper had just done. So what would he tell his daughter about those people? How did he stop being the Red Father and become again the father she had once loved? Oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus! The father's hands trembled upon the wood. Beyond the closed door, small feet bumped rapidly towards where he knelt. "Who's there? Richard?" The little girl called out with delight, and before he had time to stand, the bedroom door was pulled open. 40. He retained his retreat from the house only in fragments, punch-drunk memories. Later on, these moments appeared too vividly, yet out of sequence, pulling him back to another time and place, back to the terrible sweat that coated his entire body beneath someone else's clothes, his heavy legs heaving through air, thick and slowing, the wet sandbags of his lungs, the eternity of mowed lawn he laboured across to the car, pulling a child behind him, holding leather cases of money in the other hand. She didn't remember him. His appearance had changed a great deal, and she had just turned 4 when she last saw him. 2 years had been a third of her life, her permanent memory only beginning some time just before she was lost. Karen would have done everything possible to make her forget what she knew of her parents and her other life. Other details from his escape from the house in the New Forest could appear at any time too, and often words he had thought forgotten. "Where's Mummy? We need to go now, quickly. Where's Mummy?" The voice warbling with impending tears. Penny's smooth face had whited in panic, crumpled. She'd started crying when he'd pulled her from the house, and the pieces of his long, broken heart had split further apart. He had realised he was abducting his own child from what she knew as home, 2 years after she had been taken from him. He suspected that her old terrors from an afternoon on a distant front lawn in Torquay may have awoken right then. "We have to leave for a while. It's not safe for us to be here. Can you carry this bag? We have to go to the car." As they'd turned, ungainly, him panting and her whimpering into the living area, he remembered trying to block her view of the room with his body. She had looked down and seen sheets there, and the girl had clearly but wordlessly wondered why so much bed linen was spread and crumpled over the floor of the place where she had played so safe and warm for 2 years. And then the father had seen Oleg. Before he'd left the room to find his daughter, Oleg had been walking backwards, slowly, talking to himself, or at the sky, while dragging a body by its feet into the rear grounds. When the father returned with Penny and tried to pass through the expansive white crescent of the living area to reach the glass doors, by then clutching more than holding the girl's hand and shepherding her before him, this small stranger who held the little bag into which they'd shoved a few articles of clothing, Oleg was sitting down. Upright, his eyes wide and bright, he had selected one of the large white chairs beside the media centre. The man had been grinning, though it had taken the father a while to realise that Oleg couldn't see them. An exhausted applicator had lain unclutched in one upturned claw. The father had found the long silhouette of the man's thin shape especially unappealing, as it sat propped up like a cadaver unearthed in a tomb. But once he'd understood what unnerved him about that actual corner of the room, he'd stopped looking at it and begged the frightened girl to go outside with haste. "Don't look back. This way, to the car." At any time later that night, and for many nights afterwards, yet more could feature upon the screens of his mind. At any time, including those memories he couldn't trust. Cloud cover had only allowed the sparse light into the open-plan centre of the building, so the cause of the motion around Oleg's death seat could have been nothing more than the reflected arrangements of rain-black clouds in the sky outside. But beyond the lounge windows, as they staggered onto the patio circling the covered pool, the father suspected that day had already surrendered and that night had fallen. That was not possible, as it was still not even noon. Another backward glance into the darkening room revealed in the far corner upon one wall a seemingly impossible unfurling of lightlessness, momentarily convincing the father that shadows were moving like water, except upwards from the floor, and perhaps surging too like a visible gas. The dark flow. He told himself this effect was caused by the storm, because further up the white walls he could see the great shadows of the tree limbs from outside. It was unfortunate, because they too appeared to his frenzied mind as long arms or even wings. Wind that had been inaudible inside the house was now gusting through the trees along the fence, and the movement of their branches was, of course, cast upon the walls behind Oleg's chair. Shock and trauma were the only reasons the darkness had suggested the facets of that loping king in rags, the one he had seen depicted in other places. The maelstrom of emotion that interfered with his breathing and his very heartbeat was worsening the effects of the wind-stirred tree shadows, and it was nothing more than that, or so he told himself for hours afterwards. But then the shadows, and even the gloaming air, had also seemed to expand on those interior walls and move, not unlike a large octopus in inky water, before the shape flitted as fast as a black spider, disturbed from behind wet wood in a garden. Up and across the ceiling it seemed to go, and then away. To the car, the car, the car. The walls of the main building and garage became a cover he had then longed desperately for, as if he and the girl were small creatures like mice, electric with panic, scampering beneath something vast enough to alter the air pressure, the very density of the atmosphere. And as this sensation spread out above them, it also suggested that they were cast under a dreadful scrutiny. A swoop of vertigo had discouraged him from looking up. He had been convinced they could fall upwards, together, into the black sky, and just keep on going, gathering speed until they were unable to breathe, until they came apart from each other and from themselves. He had thought himself dreaming while awake. "Mummy! My mummy!" "I can't tell you now, I'll explain. Do you remember your old house before you were here, the house on the hill?" "Mummy!" Her crying, and then him crying, because she didn't know him. "You lived with your mummy and daddy in another house, a long time ago, by the sea. There was a garden, a big garden. There was Nan and Popo. Cloth cat, oh God, cloth cat. Your name is Penny, not Yasmin. Your name is Penny." When the girl saw the car, she had tried to sit down on the lawn. As her whole body convulsed with misery and fear, she had looked back at the house. Her father had dropped to his knees beside her, released one of the bags of money, a lifetime's riches that would remain on the grass. He couldn't carry both bags one step further, and knew he would need to carry the girl and the other bag of money the entire distance to where Penny's real mother lay unconscious inside a car. When he thought he heard what might have been a copter in the distance, he surged up and onto his feet and swung the girl into the air, holding her under the arms. It was the first time he had embraced her for 2 years. This clutch, this clasping to his chest that was, that day, crisscrossed with the straps attached to a bag full of guns and explosives. And he'd run to the black car, ungainly, his sweat-lathered face whipping from side to side, his eyes not seeming to register anything, a crying child slung over his shoulder. And into the place where fugitives have always sought refuge they vanished, driving deep into the trees, a man, an unconscious woman, and a frightened child. 41. As he drove, and as his leaden, bruised body began to warm inside the car, the father asked Penny repeatedly about what she remembered, asked her about the first thing she could remember, and he told her over and over again that she was taken from him and her real mother. He told her that her real mother was asleep and lying on the seat next to her, but Penny didn't understand, or was too frightened to even acknowledge his questions. He had abandoned the car he'd driven out of the grounds and carried Penny and Miranda to the stolen vehicle that Jean Hackman had procured for him in Devon. There was enough of a charge in the vehicle to get them to Wales, and he knew it must surely be safe from the scrutiny of King Death. Miranda began to rouse near Salisbury, her jaw slack, her eyelids remained heavy, and what could be seen of her eyes was red. She didn't know where she was for several seconds and panicked. When she sat up, she began to be sick, so the father pulled over and helped her out of the car and into the cold wind with spiny teeth that carried a light, fast-moving rain. The sky was a flat, cloudless grey, like a low ceiling that had trapped a violent and restless maelstrom of air between the ground and the heavens. At the side of the road the pines lurched and screamed, funneling the tail of the storm down and across the tarmac. Through the noise he tried to speak, but the wind chill made him stutter. He had to hold Miranda upright while she was ill. There was no way of knowing what they'd given her in order to transport her from one place to another, but the powerful tranquilizer had not worn its way out of her legs. Once she knew who he was, she said in a thirst-croaked voice that she couldn't feel her feet or her hands. Disoriented, confused, her judgment so impaired, she twice asked him, "Where's Mummy?" Eventually the father managed to make his wife look at him and to stop talking. He gave her water, and she drained an entire bottle in one draught. Then he made her swallow most of an energy drink. Beside the car, leaning against him in the lay-by, Miranda began to shake violently with the cold, and he realized just how thin her clothes were, and how inactive she'd been, and probably for more than 12 hours. After she revived, she began to remember the details of her abduction and clawed at him. The father held her tightly and told her repeatedly, "They're gone. The men are gone. They're not here. You're safe. Safe now." He kept saying this, though he didn't believe it. He feared the arrival of the police, or far worse, that may also be nearby at any time. Vehicles passed, but the drivers merely glanced at them and continued. The drivers seemed especially committed. He suspected they knew things that he did not. "I'm so cold," Miranda said, and pushed towards the car. He still hadn't told her about Penny. The situation was becoming absurd. "She's here. Here. I found her. I have her. That's why they took you. Because I was so close to her. I have Penny." "Who?" his wife asked, and blinked, and pulled at her face with numb fingers as if to revive the muscles around her jaw. "Penny. I found her. She's in the car." His wife squinted at him, confused. He could see bewilderment filling her murky eyes. Then she must have imagined that she was dreaming, or that he was mad, because she said, "No, stop now." and as he strained to hold her long body upright, she looked past him and must have seen the small figure on the rear seat of the car. Miranda tried to scream, but the noise was so weak and frail that it sounded like the wail of a woman who had just lost her only child, rather than one who had just seen her own child, and one given up for dead for 2 years. There must, the father thought, be an equivalency to those kinds of shock. "Miranda, listen, Miranda, Miranda! It is her. Penny, she's alive, she's well, but we can't stand here any longer. You're frozen, and I need you to come back to me. To be with her while I get us away from here. It's not safe. We're too close to the place I took her from. Do you understand? We have to move, now."
"Penny?"
she whispered. "Yes, but she doesn't know me, nor will she recognise you. It's going to take time."
"Where? Can't be. It's not true. Where was she?"
"Later. There isn't time now. We have to move, and I need you to be with her. Please, be her mother again. Please." And then Miranda was crying, and so was the father. Just past Salisbury, Penny became hysterical. The father pulled over again and had to restrain her flailing arms, but the girl didn't strike out for long and went limp moments after he embraced her. Miranda had been talking to Penny in a voice so low and quiet that he couldn't pick up what she was saying. In between moments of shock that made her weep, Miranda had done her best to revive herself, though her hands were still leaden and unresponsive and her speech was slow and slurred. Intermittently, Penny cried softly until they reached Bath, where she had finally allowed Miranda to, at least, hold her. Not until they were skirting Bristol did she speak, and only then to ask for Mummy and Richard through her tears.
"Who?"
Miranda mouthed at him as he leaned over to the back seat, but the father shook his head to deflect the inquiry, saying nothing more than the people who had her. Miranda gave Penny drinks and 2 of the energy bars she found in the father's rucksack, sucking in her breath when she saw the handguns and the money in the bag that he'd taken from Oleg's vestry and Richard's safe. "I'll tell you later. Now is not the time." Penny always said, "Thank you," when she was given things, and her instinctive good manners, twinned with the depth of her fear and shock at being in the car with 2 unfamiliar adults, left her father's eyes moist for hours. Her innocence, compared to what he had done that very morning, made him feel desolate. The wet grey stirrings of the crops and copses and hedgerows flashed past the car mile after mile. Occasionally and fleetingly, so as not to be distracted from his traumatized daughter, he scanned a few channels for weather and traffic reports and learned the hurricane had mostly passed. There was flooding behind him and across the northeast, but little along his prospective route into North Wales. But information about nearly everything else was scant because of the escalation around Kashmir. The father kept the service mute, but just from the visuals and subtitles he could see the evidence of mass strikes from the air reaching beyond Kashmir, far inside both India and Pakistan. The Punjab was on fire, and the 2 countries were deep into drone war. They had smashed as many of the other satellites out of orbit as they could manage. Walls of long-range artillery produced monumental cement and dust clouds in all of the major cities close to the borders. Events seemed to have escalated during the early hours of that morning as the father had fought his own desperate battle. India was continuing to exercise the long-threatened water option policy and had increased the diversion of the headwaters of the rivers the 2 countries shared. Almost as a footnote, there was an increase in the amount of information about virus outbreaks in British hospitals. Hundreds more staff and patients were being reported dead in several parts of the country. CDC precautions were now being announced publicly and regularly in the affected areas. People in several counties were being asked, amongst other things, to isolate those they suspected of infection. Outbreaks seemed far worse in Central Europe and the eastern seaboard of the United States. The Ministry for Health in the United Kingdom believed the virus was being passed by touch, sneeze and coughs. The father believed he knew better. As soon as they arrived at their destination, he would need to inoculate Miranda. Abandoning the news, he found children's channels and left one on for hours on all of the vehicle's screens. His daughter stared at the shows as if the screens were blank. When they reached Gloucester, she started to shake. Approaching Worcester, the roads became clearer, even unnaturally so. The rain remained incessant. The roadside services in Shropshire, where he'd stopped to use the toilet and hoped to buy supplies from, were closed, though it wasn't yet 5 p.m. A 24-hour service was advertised from the motorway. Few cars were parked at the facility. Most of the freight was immobile, lights off. The motorway had been near deserted for the previous 40 miles too. What traffic he had seen was mostly emergency vehicles. Private cars had been travelling far too fast in the wet conditions, their automatic functions overridden by manual operation to achieve greater unsafe speeds in terrible driving conditions. For his family's own safety, the father had kept the vehicle locked into automatic and let the computer transport them, albeit far more slowly than he would have liked. Food he bought from a vending machine he left with his wife on the rear seats. His daughter had fallen into an exhausted sleep by then, her nose and eyes red from crying, her head at rest upon Miranda's lap. Even that small contact and suggestion of trust and familiarity filled him with a hope that made him dizzy. And watching her sleep engulfed him with memories of doing so when she was a baby. Before the final leg of the journey, he leaned his weight against the car. He gripped his scalp, as if to contain the riot of his memories and to calm his shock over the girl who was his again, at least in body, as was her mother, the real one. Attempting to process all he had done within the past few days, and all he had seen and experienced, was futile. He climbed back inside the vehicle, and they set off again. As they drove, he began to tell Miranda in hurried whispers about how he had found Penny. She never interrupted, but stared at him in horror. At dusk, he suspected night was falling earlier and faster than usual. He left 2 new messages for the owners of a cottage in Snowdonia, for which they were headed, giving them his expected time of arrival. Promising to pay in cash, he had booked the place in the car that morning just after they had cleared the trees of the new forest. 4 cottages were still rented out in an old slate quarry as holiday lets. 2 were available. As a family, they had once stayed there when Penny was 18 months old. It had been their last family holiday, and was the remotest location the father knew of that he knew how to get to. Besides 3 new nuclear power facilities and some chemical plants, the mountainous region had not been overcrowded, nor entirely divided by gated communities, though there were more of those now than ever before. He cancelled the transmission of the message that he had made in the car before his assault on Karen Paruki's compound, and also checked the news regularly in the front screens so no one in the rear could see it, still fearing reports of a home invasion with multiple casualties in the New Forest and the sight of his face on national news services. He kept the sound on mute and read the subtitles. If he was apprehended, and that was a very real possibility that he refused to imagine in detail, suppressing the idea with a struggle, he would need time to form a cogent explanation and to think of a way of ensuring his safety in custody. But instead of news of a national manhunt for him, he instead saw and read that there had been a massive exchange of nuclear weapons on the Indian subcontinent within the last 3 hours, as children's cartoons had flashed and jumped inside their car. They arrived at the old Slateworks cottages in Gregwen after 9. Mighty Catharidris and the surrounding mountains had been swallowed by low cloud and nightfall. Few lights shone in the valleys. Paranoia that the region had suffered a power failure had chased his thoughts right through Wales. He feared that the madness and destruction in Asia had already reached here too, and thrown the mountains and sea into a blight of darkness and silence. As soon as he alighted from the car, the sharp, thin, cold air, the starless sky seemed to get inside his mind and his chest like an absence of gravity that briefly suggested again that he could be swept from his feet to plummet upwards. Here they were 3 grains of sand lost in a lake of ink. He had to carry his daughter out of the car and up to the door of the cottage he had secured for 1 month, while his wife hobbled behind him, the numbness of her feet and hands persisting but at least fading. The key to the cottage was in the place the brief, terse message from the owners had notified him of. Perhaps they thought it inappropriate for someone to go on holiday the same day in which tens of millions must have been burned alive on another part of the planet. Inside, the father had hurriedly closed all of the blinds and then returned to the car to collect what little luggage they had, the money and his weapons. Miranda settled Penny on the sofa and wrapped her in 3 blankets she ferreted out of the airing cupboard. The father double-locked the doors. As he returned from checking the rooms upstairs, his daughter had woken up and begun to meekly unwrap and nibble at the food he had left on the coffee table. Miranda couldn't get the packets open, but hunger had driven Penny to take what she had been offered. She soon lay down again, under the blankets, and Miranda tucked them beneath her thin body. In all the time he had been searching for her, he had never once looked into how to tend a traumatized child, and knew nothing about when or how details and information from a stolen past should be introduced to a young mind. Had he ever truly believed that he would find her alive? He placed a screen on the small table beside the sofa. Without speaking, Miranda accessed the files and played a collection of family pictures on rotation, pictures of Penny as a baby, a toddler, of them together as a family, and at the very same cottage they were slumped inside now. He inserted 3 of his favourite home movies into the montage, including the last film recorded in Berry Pomeroy Castle 5 days before she was abducted. Lying absolutely still, Penny watched the flickering screen with an expressionless face. Miranda whispered a narration to accompany the picture while stroking her daughter's hair. Before the father withdrew from the room, he placed Cloth Cat beside the screen. The father went into the kitchen area, opened a bottle of rum, and supped from the neck. Resting his back against a wall, he thought his muscles could have been dishcloths wrung out around his bones. One hand and his shoulder throbbed with aches. About his ankles the broken skin silently screamed beneath circles of dried blood. "You are here, with her." For how long? He checked the news broadcasts with the sound muted. It was all India and Pakistan. Jesus Christ, oh, Jesus Christ, he said to himself as he looked at the earliest pictures of the devastation. He was thankful that his family was in the other room. 42. He lay on the bed, beside his wife, but on top of the bedclothes, with their daughter between them. The lights in the room were switched off, but he'd left the hall one on, and the bedroom door open, as he and Miranda had always done when Penny was small. Downstairs, their daughter had eventually fallen into a deep and silent sleep on the sofa, but still hadn't said much. He and Miranda had carried her upstairs to the largest room. Inside the little bag that Penny had carried from the house on her back, there were only 2 changes of clothes. The only toys were the few items he had brought down from his last trip to Birmingham, and she hadn't seen those since she was 4. The past, for all of them, was severed, at least physically. He doubted that they could ever go back to Birmingham or even the southwest. Like for the rest of the planet, the north now called even more loudly. His wife's parents had driven to Scotland an hour before Miranda was abducted, she had told him in the car. They would break the news to them about Penny the following morning. But such things like their next move, where they could go, who they could tell about Penny, and when, he would have to think about at another time, on another day. For now, they just had to exist together in the same space, and the girl had to know them again. Until that happened, they weren't moving from the cottage. King Death's most loyal supporters would not know where they were. In the half-dark, the father stared at the side of Penny's head for hours. Most of her face was concealed by her raven hair. He listened to her sleep. Not long after she fell asleep, Miranda had drifted away too, squashed, as if for dear life, against her recovered daughter. The night before I lost you, I did what I always did. I stood outside the door of your little room and I listened to you sleeping. Peering into darkness, I would hear you turn under your bedclothes. I would hear the odd puff of air, silence, a sigh, a word, and then the deep, steady breaths. From the day you came into my world, I did this every night I was home. I never wanted to miss a day of you. Eventually the father extended one arm out and over the waists of his daughter and his wife, and carefully placed his chest against Penny's back. The smell of her hair engulfed him, and their 3 hearts beat together. The blood of the parents warmed the little one in the middle. He made a vow. Unto death he'd never let them go, and if death were to divide him from them, he'd go first. But before he left, he would find a place for them to be safe, and he would fill their hearts with so much love it would glow within them long after the last reactor died. Tears made his cheeks slippery. Into the hair that tickled his nose, he whispered, "Daddy loves you." A profound silence seemed to fill and then become a pressure in the darkness. He was afraid to fall asleep, in case he woke up and found himself alone again. But gradually, the exhaustion he had held back for those days that had seemed like years thickened within his aching body and swaddled his conscious mind, leading his thoughts deeper and into strange places. Thank you for listening to this audio production of Lost Girl by Adam Nevill, read by James Parsons. Text copyright Adam Nevill, 2015. Recording copyright Macmillan Publishers International Limited, 2026. Published by Tor Nightfire, an imprint of Pan Macmillan, a division of Macmillan Publishers International Limited. The right of Adam Nevill to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted in accordance with the Copyright Designs and Patents Act 1988. The publisher does not authorize the use or reproduction of any part of this book, recording, or voices for the purpose of training artificial intelligence technologies or systems.